Thank you very much. Rough Rock Immersion Schools, kindergarten through the second grade. With that, let's move on to our national anthem performed by Miss Navajo Technical University, Yomi Foster.
Gade benishik es doshitine. Toba hanishlin, tobajna agubashichi, and kilichini dashiche, hanagani dashinole. She yal yomi fosterlia, Nadina kishinachai. Ado Navajo Technical University shnoftra, vener technician do welding ninishtka. Alot sohoto eda na sha do sohoto gishibuan. Do shma e Lenora fosterlia. Shamasana e Leona fosterlia. Shiche e Larry fosterlia. Adoshe A Ya 2019-2020 Miss Navajo Technical University. Akut ego dine et edishle. Yeah. Ya shodanole hayo kahbi et badawi nik ol et Danet aiego nihil nalini. No dos do besante sos. No bayet ahaya. Bit awini go daneth in. Nehij in it nefat nalini. Ahol ago benenet ah. But it halonti e abedasi hasen dona hat asultosen do she a som bills go donet ahol ado nehekia big God has shown us leave. Yeah.
Order. 3, 3.
Members of the 24th Council, now we will go on to an invocation from our traditional practitioner with the Navajo Behavioral Health, Mr. Kenneth Gator.
Army. Live face. And that's that forward march.
Thank you to Fort Defiance Veterans Center for their posting the colors. Before we sit down, please, colleagues, in the last couple of months, actually in the last 3 weeks, we've lost a couple of our former members of council, and those individuals were Mr. Benjamin Hodge, Mr. James Tom Chi, and Mr. Jonathan Perry Jr. So with that, colleagues, I'd like to give a moment of silence for them and their families as they still are continuing to mourn to this day. Thank you. You may be seated. That, we go on down. One recognition this morning. That one recognition is Honorable Charlene So. Give the floor over to her. How's that?
Yad Eben, Shik Edo Shadane. Shija Charlene So, Ranish, Ejana Dot the Nansha, Bitaki Bashishin, Kachidi Dashan Shake, Kachidi Dashan Nugget. I don't lay for the convent Nasha. Good morning to each and every one of you. Shidana, Shik Asian Patanothan, Shimash Jet, Shanana, Shimasana, Shana, Shitsibbe, Shada Shadeja, Ada Asko. Of Kahasi, Yad Aroshanan, Andan Fenegi, Ado to Speaker Damon, Ado Nakandan, Michigi, to our legislative staff. Thank you for being here. Ado Njonago Nakachina, Sinye Katais, Katais Z, Njona, D. Benige, Dasa Zinigi A, the Quishins Kandan, that Nihi Squee, Nahasquee, James Tomchi of Yell. Nate is not sponsored now. Wow. Needs Aden. Needs Aden. Needs a call. I want to give this recognition to his family. James Tomchi was an avid educator and he was a motivator of many sorts. Says I yego Yana Nishnet, China Yana Nishnet, Ada Ask on no Sete, Bahadro Band, for many years he's worked with the BIA systems, and before he was our council delegate. And so many times he has advocated for our Diné teachers. Says I yego Nihizad, Diné Ketcher, Bayade Kiko, Ada Ak, Lachet, Belagana Ketchable. That's what he wanted, was a good combination. Bedate, ego. That's how he wanted us to persevere and to go into this new generation. And I want to honor his family, his memory. He was a dedicated father, a husband, and he was also a motivator to me. He wanted to make sure that his children and the children of all communities continue their education, to pursue higher education, to do better, to challenge themselves, and that there is always tomorrow. That was the attitude that he instilled in a lot of young individuals. And that, my leaders, I want us to carry that on, carry this message to the younger generation that are coming forth. And with that, I do have his daughters and his wife, Marie Tom Chi. I'm going to tell you a little bit of story growing up. My mom was a school board president with Shmakwaja and Marie Tom Chi. They were school board members at Red Mesa Unified School District. The time that they were serving in that board, I was 7 to 10 years old. And I would follow them to board meetings. And as strange as it may be, what young child would be interested in going to a board meeting? But I picked up on their leadership skills, the way they spoke, the way they carried themselves, the way they cared about the community, the way they cared about the students, the way that they wanted to grow the school. And I saw a lot of progress. And I remember Marie here would come with James to these meetings. And I would, some meetings were interesting. I would sit there and listen. Of course, a 10-year-old should be playing outside, but I don't know. It was interesting. And I remember I told my mom after one board meeting, I said, Mom, I want to have the attitude of Marie Tom Chi. I want to have that strong, resilient voice. I want it to echo off the walls. I want it to absorb into them so that they can become better people. And my mom said, wait a minute. Have you really paid attention to James as well? He's very calm, poiseful. He's very humble. And she said, if you combine the two characteristics, you are going to find that balance to be a good leader. And I listened to my mom as I observed over the years and going to these meetings. And I thought, she is right. In some cases, you have to have that strong voice to fight for your people, to put their concerns and issues out there. And then at times, you have to shed a tear. You have to be compassionate. You have to be human. And that is the leadership skills, the leadership, everything molded together with my mom. And my growing up, my past, my childhood has molded me into this day. So I am very thankful to the Tom Chi family, to Marie, to James, for them always putting students first and education first. And I want to thank you, thank you for your dedication. And as I have spoken before at his funeral, he has built us a strong foundation. Now it is up to build up from that foundation, to make our own legacy, to make the best that we can do to honor him in that way. So, Shadana, my colleagues, I want to present this certificate of recognition by the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And this hereby presents this recognition to the family of Honorable James Tom Chi. And I hope that you accept this with great pride. And I hope that you carry on his name and build your own legacy and help me spread the message to the younger generation to have them keep going. Of course. This is for you, Shema.
I don't want to talk too long. It's very emotional. She did Marie Tom Chi and she was San Paseo and Shah. I don't get on in strong. Toy glini bashishin, ado, ashiet, ashinale, ado, this is Shanet, ashiet, elda, san, ado, upa hone, ashinza, vaya dorti, akunde. I know my husband. I'm with him for 63 years. No, the kid had the shop. Shipra agency, Ajahn superintendent in 21 years. And then he retired from BIA for 31 years altogether. And he became the council delegate. He maybe finished in 4 years. And also he was Native American Church of Navajo land, Kadeze and Hawaiian and Nation. Ajahn president in the I don't know school board on the Jesus Pastor. I don't know American Church now, the 12 years. I don't committee no. But I know I usually not. She is like, oh, no, but you are just teeth and the alcohol about my seed. She went, then you could also send it to Chicago. I had had already said that she was tired of the neck as she needed a see. She jo that she does, I know her jo, ashes, zero, that not on, but don't you see that the neck as she. I would have the Ghana as she done the Yana George Tito, the position share where she caught all. Yeah, now, you shall have some honey.
Yat Bennett, Honorable Seth Damon, and Yat Ed, Amit Ed, Ani, Ro Shidene, Shim, Sindatanchi and Shia, Admin Shne, Kilichini Bashichin, Puheglini that Shiche, Tachini that Shinale. I would just like to add a few words about my dad. You know, he was, throughout his life in the 50s, he was very at the forefront of education development and policy making with leaders that were upcoming during the Self-Determination Act. It was through all that that he continued on to, with his traditional beliefs and upbringing of his culture, that he wanted to always come back and his people, and he felt like education was that path. In saying so, you know, what he did was he chose the path of the BIA in which to do this, because that was the education that was prominent on the Navajo Nation. Just recently, one thing that I'd like to share with that is in November, we had the opportunity to present at the National Native American Boarding School Coalition, who accepted his educational leadership to be part of the program. And by where we went through his whole legacy, and as a family, we found out so much more. And, you know, what we did beyond that was to work with Council Delegate Shannon So to have him come be here with you, but that wasn't the case. He was looking forward to be here at the winter session. And we were also in the process of working with the Apache County, who wanted to honor him. It being that a lot of times in your elder years, you know, when we have leaders such as my dad, they don't ever get that honor until after being passed. So, you know, I know he's looking down on us, and you know, he knew what we were doing. But with that, I really appreciate your time, our family, my sisters Melinda, Tomchi, and Christina Morris, well as my older sister Alfreda Benal, who isn't here, and my mom, Marie. Thank you for the honor today, and thank you for being with us and allowing us this time. This weekend, Saturday, we are having a public memorial for him in Shiprock, New Mexico, at the Fort Thomas Arena at 11 o'clock, and you're all welcome to be there, and we hope to see you then. Thank you.
Ashikwan Sogo, but thank you, Shidane, Adult Shanant, and Damafanagi, Adult Speaker Damon, for making this a possibility. Oshi, Batsu tonight, pray for this family that they will recover and they will come back stronger and that they will press forward with their father's legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tom Chi and daughters there. Thank you to Ms. Honorable Charlene So for that recognition of a great man who used to serve with us, probably still does. He's probably in the chambers here with us today. Moving down, colleagues, that was it for recognitions today, so we can go on to the proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council winter session, designated January 27th through January 31st, the entire 5 days of this week, 2020. Again, we did start at 10:04 a.m. The Navajo Nation Council chambers is where we are at presently, here in Winter Rock, Arizona, on the Navajo Nation. Presiding by myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We did call the meeting to order. We did conduct a roll call. We thank Mr. Kenneth Begay for a wonderful invitation. Thank you to Ms. Naomi Foster for the national anthem. And thank you to the Rough Rock Immersion School, kindergarten through second grade, led by Ms. Elsie Allen, and the brave there, Mr. Gerard Brown, for a wonderful presentation of the Pledge of Allegiance and the songs that they give us. Last but not least, thank you to the Color Guard from the Fort Defiance Veterans Center. Last but not least, colleagues, I know that there was a cancellation sent out on the walk against human trafficking on the Navajo Nation, but there were some dedicated individuals who still did that walk this morning. We thank them there. I think they're still outside. But yeah, to all those walkers who stood the cold and got here. Also, colleagues, this morning at 6:30, a number of us were at the prayer service at the Winter Rock Veterans Park. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Wilson Stewart, and myself joined together with numerous veterans and dignitaries, and as well with our Vice President and our President of the Navajo Nation. So thank you for being there this morning, colleagues. With that, let me go down and recognize the guests and visiting officials. I don't see anybody on the board, but if you are, please press your buttons, colleagues. We do have our first individual on deck. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, good morning.
Yes, good morning. For this time, I want to take a little bit of time to recognize first my beloved community of Nath Ani Nez, or as people know, Shiprock, home of the Shiprock chieftain. So if you're watching, thank you for watching online on Vimeo. I just want to recognize today that we have in the gallery with us Diné College's School of Diné Studies, the Navajo Nation government class, who are here to watch us in action today. There are 5 individuals who are in this class and who are here with us in the gallery. Ashley So, Troy Uintilley, Tristan Black, Shanoa Jones, and the advisor Jean O.J. Vicente. We talk about the importance of education, and we have these individuals here who are learning about Navajo government and who are watching firsthand how legislation is created and how council works. So I'm proud to have them here with us in the gallery today. I also want to take the time to recognize 5 ladies from my community. As many of you know, I have been sick since New Year's Eve. These women came together yesterday and offered a pache for me, and it was very beautiful to be able to take part in that. So at this time, I want to recognize Darlene at City, Victoria at City, and then the 3 ladies who joined us yesterday. I cannot remember their names, but it was a wonderful ceremony to have on my behalf to help me to prepare for this week's session. So I just want to recognize them at this time. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, individuals visiting from the school. Also, thank you to helping Madam Chair Charles feel a lot better. I know she has been feeling a little under the weather since New Year's has started. That, moving on down, Honorable Otto Soap. Boss, good morning. Dave Bennett.
Good morning. That's it. Shanant Ado Adit Ano Yahi Shanant Ado Sinike Navike Kadi Shin Sabokon. Nikan Danido Ado na exchange con nan sheet. Edo Adit Ano Yahi. Ito yat Bennett. I don't know Yado. No, is Hale Nitayat Conita. Dahil jati chetis ka ninde yat chelchinda dotso le dajel ndashiro ado nekida itle ishi ade dahishiro elassi this job inaje ben sta don da nan sech yanda it's ano da first of all I would like to welcome in the audience. We have I have 2 individuals from the Coconino County. Go nini de Coconino County Supervisor Lena Fowler. Coconino County Manager Jimmy Jane. This on a small note. Benachin Yaja Ade Dashin saw be named that is over here, that is Dashin saw Enashne.
I get beat up with the first name.
Lay the Hakal Kena Sado. I was about that age. Has tweet Kadeya dish Ade Ka. Enashne Ad. A did Shkiya Elo Dado Dahat Hashi Chamai no Hashi. Ade Kahashi Yadisha, Atadisha, Benashni, Kadish Jing, as Twidan Deneka, Laga Nas, as Twian, Aden that the I don't that Banavanashi, I own the house, Tane Yadish don't dash the other, don't dash it. And it's a day, Chin Leni. So came Lini, but Egobel, Yaki, or Bizarre Lini, Ben Zakis, Benet, ye, Baboid, ye, a coel with the hard sheet, has 12 sunny in the Bizarre, ye, begin with gate over none other. Edo, Lee. And the existence of damage, no, Bizarre, everything, Kylie. Ako ito benashni ho adi da o benashni ko ele ba hen se da chinya ko ni na adi ko adi ni fiani constant ako yeah.
Thank you. Moving on down. Charlene South, floor is yours.
Nana Shashel, Speaker Damon. Yananet Eshik Edoshadane and people in the gallery. I would love to introduce the most important woman in my life, my mom, Sadie. So, Mom, can you please stand? This woman has put up with me throughout my life, put me through college, hear me cry, hear me whine, and you know, she sacrificed a lot for me to go to Doane University, a private school. And my mom always said, you know, pick yourself back up, you can do better, make yourself stronger. And she said, baby, I love you and I'm so proud of you, and I hear that every day. So thank you, Mama, I love you. And second, I would like to introduce Tisasma's chapter president, Alfred Jim Shizet. Could you stand as well? I went to school with this young individual, and he was our vice president candidate, Boo Van Nygren. So with that said, both graduates of Red Mesa High School, go Redskins. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you again. Thank you. We always welcome and love to see the moms of our council delegates here today. Good morning, Ms. So. Again, with that, moving on down. Honorable Brown, the floor is yours.
Yatik, Speaker, Adoshik Edoshitne, Ado Peshpansan, the Nebenat Kenny Linigi Yatik, Adoshik Edoshitne. Kunkel da no lonigi adoshik edoshitne da senoltsagi ke do yat andish ben or elen adat ako eltei ya kwegi la khamago na khamasana go kwegi bagad nas hadza Miss Sophia Yazi. She was 105 years old. She served in the World War II Navajo Women's Army Air veteran. I wanted to acknowledge her, and on behalf of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, that we do acknowledge her service to protecting the United States.
Colleagues, individuals in the gala, we have Honorable Brown has the floor. Please keep your conversation so minimal.
Yeah, ako dina kaman linigi kwegi eya. Dina shin edelieto le ako eya oba kehensen ni kwegi. So I wanted to, if I could somehow save some of my time to do a moment of silence for Nikama, for protecting us. If we can have that speaker.
You want to do that now?
Yes.
That. Can you please stand? Colleagues, individuals in the gala. As you know, we had lost a great icon on the Navajo Nation. The Sophia Yazi was 105 years old. She was part of the 734th Division. And she was a World War II veteran. I think she was the oldest living World War II veteran. And one of the last ones. If we could please note that she did pass away yesterday, Sunday morning, and she was from Shinley, Arizona, wasn't she? Oh yeah. And she did pass away with her family in Tucson, Arizona. I know our former colleague, Honorable Nelson Brigade, had a wonderful working relationship with her. And she was if you have ever met her, she was an inspiration. I do believe we did have her birthday party. Those that attended her birthday party last year, it was amazing an event there in Chinle. So with that, without further ado, colleagues of the 24th Council, individuals in the gala, and everybody out there on the World Wide Web, please recognize this time to take a moment of silence for our former and current hero across the Navajo Nation, across the United States, Ms. Sophie Yazzie. Thank you.
Thank you, Shikedosh. But I wanted to also appreciate former bench on 23rd Council. We sat by each other, and it was an honor and pleasure to hear him speak all the time. So to Nahinanta, 23rd Navajo Nation Council, I saw Mr. Tom Chi in the audience on the south side. So if you can stand. Yeah, and I know that we have staff on the north side from the Navajo, Washington office. If you can please stand. Thank you for making the trip out here. And I went to Mono Valley High School with this young lady's parents, and her Masana and Che and Nullies are from Danahoto, Kayenta, Navajo Mountain area. So, Bumado Bijado Bumasadeya, Shketahnitzen, Ado A. Quagin the Jonon, Kedene, which I can't don't and I see you driving, I think more than I do, more than some of us. You're always at one morning somewhere and you're across, and you're representing the Navajo Nation really well. If you can please be recognized also, Ms. Navajo Shandine Parrish. Again, I know Quaggy, the Nick College, I know they were recognized, but I just wanted to say that the journal Aja Daftra did the Nebezario the Ato here on ink, a Koe, Yat, Eto, Penka High Quaggy, any Davidache, Troy Uintelli, Tristan Black, Shanoa Jones, Ashley So, and OJ Vicente. If you guys can please stand again. So those are our future leaders. They will be, I think now she couldn't have condo there.
Okay, that, moving on down. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. Adon Dakodo, Shanatan and Litigate 24th Navajo Nation Council, Adon Kodo, his staff, Legislative Council, Adon DOJ, Hinahas Tom Shin Kodo, Adon Kodo, I see Kodo, a head with the Shin Soy, Sati Kodo, a Bendata Adia Kodo, so the Zabat I see, Adon Kashan that then again, a such as there. I see. Kudo tam. Shuttle Juno, nationally Kudo. Ado Kudo the great dam. Kiss was tangy Kudo. I can't get a destination Kudo. Kudo the winter session at the Hydre. Aronan and the Hard Change Kudo. Thursday, Friday, as the Kudo. Looking at the agenda Kudo. Aronan Kudo. Ani hot and a great Zaz. We in here Zaz. Can graduate on here can a great Sabine schedule, Manama Valley. But could on a great Kodo, what Kodo, the Shasha Kodo, the Shan, Kodo the Gay, which cut the Shash Kodo, Aronan Kodo, Key Nash Kodo, A Kodo, Shabba, Kodo, she got the Tahodo, Teresa Daniels, A Kodo, every day Kodo, every day Kodo, she can't have the Rato Shahalia. I don't know the delegates question that well. In the way that should know. No wonder his behavior should know that Shan that well. But we don't go down, and the Shin go down. So that's what over that's the snow. But if the shade over that's the snow. I don't want to. When I saw the Canada don't hear that's the snow. But if the shade over that's the Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Daniels. That, moving on down. Honorable Monica, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. And the council, I'm not yet I'd just like to express my appreciation for being on time with council. On the north side, as the Harold Wanika, and the key term, she love her. You stand up, Harold. I know that I'm not from Band High School. I have two community members that followed me too. One was a former official from Oaks Bench chapter, Lee Silversmith. I don't know. Sunday, I think it's about as far as state issues, though issues from Washington that Calvert Curley working with Tom Sudal. Yeah. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Monica. With that, moving on down. Jay, I'm the king on the game. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Ado Kodosho, Dad, and I see Tanagi. Good morning, the Shino Tadoshik Ayada. Then he nothing. Ado Konke and Chiligi Lava Hits and Ship. Slishbin the seat, not those, Slishbin not dead, not dead. Ado Ahda, but what end is like Nandinigi. So those are some areas that we really need to think about for the administration and taking care of our dirt road, because we got 90% of the community bad here. Chapters, but the Shaki do here happen in the district. But Shaki could Low Mountain chapter, out of Salani Cutwood chapter, out of Kachikugat chapter, out of Nazlini chapter, out of many farms like Lana, called Nice North Anshin, there she came with Linigi, out of the net and Handa Kae, Papa Tahonet, Sanigi Shinkun, the Haz Kando, Dabanat, Dabajane. Then he beneath so it I could the Ahawan has Ade could we try to do our best to provide the up on the lady then Ishan if we needs and the key out of dice not talking he not the hardship the Kaido Kadaka out of his lot so not the veterans not the those are still in the military. If he had hit Schneid or they could do Yad Ehoshi the Kaido. Arabin state of the Kodo, Nahada, Inidia, Kodo, Hachin, the Hot Alada, Lagiba, Hinson, called Rough Community School, RJ, during Bahos and go, Kashanache. I spent 3 years over there being a teacher, called Ebe, we still have connection with the school, RJ, Yad Eho, Hado, Yad Eho, Kodo, Haho, Jiji, one of our colleagues. My son of a che, Arjot Ego, Yego, Zilo, Aila, Go, J. Baby, Kid House, Zilo, Tashin Hachinido, Yego, Baby Zilo, Arjun, Nandiniki, Hachinigi, Anki Kizad, Dol Cat, and Linigishi Arjot, the Haki, Koba Haki Zilo, the Rough Community School for allowing their immersion class to come over to do the Pledge of Allegiance, though, send the Kushi, the whole Hall. Aro Kodo, my colleague Hada Zhigi, all I can say is go Chili Wildcats. Thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you, Honorable Calum Gay. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland, the floor is yours.
Good, thank you, all our visitors gallery. Shije Mark Freeland, she wrote the Trinity Tutson, she wrote of Kia on Shije. Sanjay Kenny, the Shachera, Sen of the Nation, Lady Osakais, represent 8 chapters out of the Great Eastern Navajo Agency, Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, Naizi, Crown Point, Najishkish, and say I want to say good morning to all of our chapters out there at Eastern Agency, all across the Navajo Nation. This morning, Shantai, Speaker Shantai Nantanigi, I got 2 of my chapter presidents here. I'm very honored to have them here with us this morning. First of all, Tony Padilla Senior, Tony Padilla Junior. Tony Padilla Junior. He's a chapter president from Lake Valley chapter. Easy. Norman Henry. He's a White Rock Council president. He's a tough guy, Dad. Tough guy, they're the smallest chapter, but they have the biggest heart. So, we have our chapter manager from White Rock as well, Tabitha Padilla Harris, and she's accompanying our chapter president. Thank you for being here. With us today, we also have Navajo Gaming. Navajo Gaming is in the house. I guess that word is synonymous with house, right? We have our board member who was introduced earlier, Ms. Melinda Tomchi. CEO Brian Parrish. Executive Director of Government Relations, Ophelia Bradley. Where's she at? Executive Director for Communications, Michelle Crank. And Shanata, they have a card that they distribute to each of us. They're promoting their fizz. So when somebody said fizz earlier, I had to see if I had some hair on my chin. I was thinking fizz, but I didn't have anything. I just remembered I shaved. There's 4-pack of bottles in the back of the refrigerator. So thank you to Navajo Gaming. Thank you to their opportunity to the Blue Navajo concept as well, the brand that they're promoting. We're looking forward to the travel center at Twin Arrows. Hopefully we can get one on New Mexico side, Latoya. Also with the sports betting too. Hopefully that can come into fruition here soon. Well, I appreciate the time, and also appreciate, more importantly, the time and the significance and remembrance of Mr. John Perry Jr. as well. Thank you for that time, Speaker, and honoring him. And he was a great leader in our area. Be sorely missed, and we continue to pray for the family and the community members of Crown Point and Nandishkij and Vicente. Thank you, Chair, Speaker.
Welcome, Honorable Freeland. Yes, we did colleagues work with the 23rd Council, Jonathan Perry, and he did lose his dad, former council delegate. I think he was a 4-time council delegate, Jonathan Perry Sr. So big losses for the community of Crown Point. That, moving on down, I'm Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues. Thank you. So, for all of our relatives, Shay, Kia Ani, Nishredo, Vilagana Bashishin, Destiny, Leshichedo, Vilagana Leshido, Shay, Amber, King of Krati, Vinishia, Pohasoy, Denaksha. So I come over the mountain and I represent Sheep Springs, Two Great Hills, Salinas, Sanoski, Red Valley, Ho, Gadiai, and Clavato. But this morning we had our annual awareness walk. Speaker, so I just want to thank you and your office for supporting our endeavors. So I wanted to recognize Little Miss Southwest. You can stand. She's also a Girl Scout. And then my brother here, Daryl, you can stand and be recognized for our awareness walk. Navajo Nation joined us, so thank you. Shadeja and Strengthening Family speaker. So we wanted to bring awareness that human trafficking is not a modern issue. When we hear the stories of Fuente, when we hear the stories of how our people have been vulnerable, we know that this is something that has been a secret in our communities. And the first way to tell that is when we introduce ourselves by our clans. And then we know and we think about the women and the matriarchs in our families, where they came from, and how did they come here to Navajo. The other issue, speaker, is this is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. And we have trafficking here on Navajo Nation. 3 years ago, Delegate Brown and myself met with our federal partners, and they looked us straight in the face and told us, there's no human trafficking on Navajo Nation. But now working with the social services and looking at the cases, we know it's happening. We know it's families or boyfriends who come into the family that are exploiting our children. And they're exploiting our children so that they can get the drugs that they need, so they can get the alcohol that they need, and they use that child for those services. And that needs to stop, and we need prevention services. On Navajo, we only have 2 prevention specialists for all of Navajo. 2, to spread the awareness of what human trafficking, sexual assault, domestic violence is. This Navajo Nation only has 2 to give us that message and to protect our children and our elders and our family. And so from that 2, this council and this president can put a priority to do preventive work, to go out to the schools, to go out to the senior centers, to get on the radio and have these very strong conversations about what is happening in the home and how that manifests to people having them to drink their pain away, to take pills to numb their pain, and then they're out in the streets where now we're seeing exposure and all of these other issues. And so, Speaker, I want to thank everybody who came out. The moisture blessed us. The moisture purified us. The moisture gave us the strength to continue to advocate for all those children, for all those adults, for those elders, and for those veterans that find themselves in this situation. And so with that in mind, I want to thank the walkers, and I also want to thank my yard here, Cal Curley, with the Senator's office, to please stand. I gave him a hard time too, Speaker. It's not Navajo Nation leadership. And I need Senator Udall and our team up in Washington to pass those laws, to pass Savannah's Act, so that they're reporting on the missing and murdered Indigenous women. I need them to pass other laws that will protect our children. And we need the Violence Against Women Act to be passed. Not only passed, to also tell the Republican senators that tribal sovereignty matters. We need to be able to prosecute those non-Native offenders who are abusing our people on our own lands and our own communities. So thank you, Speaker, for allowing me, and all of my colleagues here with the prayer, Eugene So, for our veterans. It's us working together and doing this. And so for the staff here, motivating us, putting us up in prayer, and all of our relatives who are watching us here and online, don't leave it just to this body. Don't leave it just to the president. You have to do something. You have enough knowledge and you have enough. All of us have to join this fight against violence in our communities. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair Carney. That, moving on down, Honorable Slater. Floor is yours.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone in the gallery. Thank you for joining us here this morning, and I want to echo Delegate Crotty's sentiment about this moisture blessing us. think it's a really good omen for us heading into our legislative session here. I'd like to recognize a few officials and former elected leaders who are currently here today. First, Mr. Jack Jackson Jr., who's the Director of Tribal Engagement for U.S. Congressman Tom O'Halloran. Mr. Luca Lee was also here, who also works as a Tribal Engagement Specialist for the Congressman. And we have our former Chairman and President, Mr. Peterson Zaw, on the north side of the council chamber over here. Oh, he just stepped out. And we also had our former delegate, Raven Max, there, as well as former delegate Leonard Chi. So, thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Are we aware?
Yeah, they've been a shikay class and come. Yeah, done in the yes to the Speaker. Aro Shinatani. 24 Council, my colleagues. This is what we're going through a second year. Na kiko dati kash. Not on hit na di business on kaya kagi. Yat the dish nito di ka. Jana hina heto yasnit is. Na this is to the yosh kato. Na di happy go date. On the as a head edition, she Jimmy out, she took Jimmy out in a shop. I don't know, she can talk on the line. I don't know what Jim was chido. As she is cheat at the Scott functionality. Could you cut the Budget Finance Committee? I don't know, could you as the Vice Chair and navigate gaming subcommittee? I call her. Based about hanging out or basically this team. That's a Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise team. Thank you for coming in. And Shemaya Adabalakan and Nikana as a consultant. Roy told Chosha, Digo Eyatu, without Kampi Yiki, Root Beer Pinion, nuts. Root beer, strawberry, peaches cream, Navajo cream team. Did I told you about the con? I was ready to eat on the head so much. Based on, not so Diego thank you for to Navajo Nation Team Enterprise team. Thank you very much and doing our best on behalf of Navajo Nation as a consultant. Arjunat Anito, Bart Stephen, BIA Regional Director, thank you for coming in. I really need your help, my friend. All the entire Navajo Nation too, as coming from Black Mesa. I know there's no school today in Opinion. Black Mesa to for slate opinion, hot radon equipwell. I'd like to say thanks to all our Arizona representatives, senators, Congress, Republican, Democratic, Including State of Arizona, out of New Mexico, I don't know if the students quite kind of back in should other Lana Haida or here the dish. I don't still. I would there's a thing on the notion, could that evening, here not chatting and is still shooting.
Hey, moving on down. Thank you for that, Chairman Nez, got Dave Bennett. Good morning.
Honorable Speaker Dave, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I would like to recognize a couple of people, but before I do, I'd like to recognize a couple of our employees. They follow us to our meetings, and they assist us and make my job easier. And today she's not here, but Ms. Shami Begay does a wonderful job from legislative branch. And would like to say that. Also, Teresa Woody, would you please stand up? Ashwana. Thank you very much. And another young lady that usually walks around the floor and give us water and snacks and all that. I don't know if she's in the back room, but Ida Burnside. Really appreciate the employees, and I don't want to leave anybody out, but thank you, legislative branch. Now, this morning we had a recognition here by my sister, Deja, Honorable Soul, and James Tom Chi. But wife, which on I don't the Mr. Tom Chi was a very admirable man when I was growing up. When I was going to school at Shiprock Boarding School, he was the superintendent. And one day I was appointed to go to Washington, D.C. as an 8th grader. And I grew up really poor. I didn't have no money. And the BIA paid for my plane ticket and everything else to travel over there to D.C. And Mr. James Tom Chi, I remember, gave me a little bit of cash, and I always remember him for that. And he's a wonderful, honorable man. And I went to school at Aztec High School from 1977 to 1979. And I went to school with these two young girls, and they were always brought to school on Sunday nights, and their father always dropped them off with their family. And Friday came along and they would get checked out and go home as well. And two of my classmates from the Aztec Tigers here is Lucinda Tom Chi and also Melinda. Yeah, they stand up please. So just thought I'd recognize them and thank you. So thank you. Also, we're in DC. We're right into Uber. And somehow our Uber made a U-turn. We got pulled over by the police. I don't know if it's because of Mr. Mowdy sitting in the front seat there, but from Washington office, and I think he was responsible for that. And Mr. Mowdy, welcome to the Navajo Nation. Stand up, sir. I believe now that you know where you're at. I think you need to come back and learn how to ride a horse and go on these trail rides with us. So, welcome back. Thank you.
I'm not a horse, sir. I'm not a horse.
Thank you. That's it, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, thank you, Chairman Nez, for that. Moving on down, Honorable Stewart.
Good morning, Philip. Aro Kadosh and Arkadosh, Shadosh Dejada. Shazir Kadan, that's not Ashkada, and that would all guess in the gallery. Kanigi. I had Keen, that don't need your Ed Keen, Janana, Shikadosh, and that Dini Kono, classical of Nini Kono. Oh, he have out the next season, so for the chapters, Crystal, for Defiance, Rose Lake, and Sawmill, and those out there that are watching in the World Wide Web, and the prayer that was held this morning, I thought it was a wonderful sight this morning to be in the Veterans Park and to offer thanks for the moisture and for the new day, the new beginning for our winter session. Mr. Anthony Hardy Jr. Without sort of the Minigi, the Hainzi, the Miniji Hainzi, and the Dakodo, pastors and Lady, and Mr. Stanley Jim, ended up on I thought should that then give us the Norman Mark thought and sound and give us thought yeah put out so the lineage and the scriptures of lineage be Jehovah the staff on lineage thought Winnell, Davina, and Lynette, and all the other staff in the legislative branch, and including the President's office, President, Vice President, and the Nana Shanato, Mr. Leonard Chi, Shanato, yeah. So you were over there with us this morning, on Haynes, and then you're a former delegate too, yeah, Shanai. And then Nana, Mr. Davis Guilford, so he's going to loan there, so I want to say thanks and for the staff that were always there for us, and as well, just like Shana said, to be there, support us in the things that we do and the things that they plan. In return, we support them in that way in some cases. The human trafficking, I thought Nana, Shamaya Abercrombie, and Claudia Jackson, and the staff that work within that division, that department, and that work towards that task to assist not only our Diné people, but our other indigenous tribes as well, and bring our loved ones home. And the work that goes into it, the dedication that goes into it to bring these individuals back home. We watch news, we see things on TV that are heartbreaking to see what these individuals go through. So again, blessings to those individuals that work like that and in that work, in all the fields of work. In looking in the gallery, I see Bobby Baldwin and the Veterans Advisory Council. So they're here as well. It's good to see them in the Veterans Advisory. So they do a lot of stuff from their work with the President's Office and Vice President's Office, the strides that they've taken to improve the needs of the veterans across the nation. So for the work that you all do on that side, the veterans, for the veterans and for yourselves as well. Nana, and LDA, the Timothy Begay, Nana, Shaman Denegay, Nellie Stewart, and then I was always taught, Jonathan, and I look at the gallery and I see a lot of our elders here. To hit out of that, je ne veux ni jahana, c'est le do que dans et ni citizen ligi ben nache, que dans kunzo it out kunzo hol just que dans ni citizen ligi ben ko big ho de nish to big ho de na, ko ya ha on spot. And then also constituents the ligi ni gate and the ligi class and the ligi so e ko down the hospital zeno, a to ba hand sen so, ko kunzo e be hasil like nash it's
Hey, thank you, Uncle Stewart, for that information. Moving on down, Chairman Hino, morning.
Good morning, Stella. Speaker David Ada, Kadashnata, good morning, Dishino. Adam, the high stake. I can't look on you for not long. I need all that, given a chip. I distinct on us again. Adam, I did at the World Wide Web there. And can not hear ya take the Shino. Adon, the Koi Yadi, Lay, Pishma Hassan, Yan Lay, Ochinido, Tisoto, Torture Lay, able to cut the shark off. Edoya take it, the Shino son, Deep in even that gem. Adon, the decoy Yadi, Chedas, without the City Yam, as the Shnage not with the Chini, was his chin. Talking lineage Cheda, that Tovas, additionally that tackle. I don't know the Chishitin Alchina. So I need to dance to see the Finny. I thought I am by Kelly Coconut, yes, cannot slay it up, and the Jaya did come, Tondado, Cletty, by Kelly. I don't know the deep done Hatsada, this and again. I don't know by Kelly, I don't change the hot Hanigi. I know by Kelly, even the Jaya more than it did. Ya Bexmas, Annika, that no, your nature, not Chokashinsa Goshebe Kitilzim, Adon the Dinley, Tana Zulkata studied Nenda How. Chota even a Chekona is it Kanko, the Ade Kodeboya del Tiko, Adon the Lina Soy Yabatani Tako, Adon the Nachekoni staff, Handa Lishkido Hayu. This every day, Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday, 8 to 5, 8 to midnight, in the house, by Keheliko, Ahatako. I've been at Jay Yanko, then Natani Datliho, Coin High State Hadaska, Shachabe, Dabadeji, Koilaba, Keheleko, Hina so Tony and Natania Higaho, Yoba Kehelada, Nikiani Hotako. So even at Jeff, I don't know, Decom, Mr. Stevens from BIA, thank you for being here. You're always present at our meetings, so thank you for showing up here. And then also our police officers too. We have some officers in uniform on the gallery, if you would stand. Each and every day, 24/7. While they're out there patrolling the nation's roads for us. Ado Binya, I can hear some of them on the road doing road checks, giving reports on the status of the road and the weather. But they're out there, go every time you're out there, I always say hug a police officer because they're the main ones that are protecting us. Adon da kodosa check. That's also our men in the service, our veterans, active duty veterans, active duty and veterans that serve. So even that and then when we hired Dana Barboff, I don't know if she's listening to me or not, but when we did, she promised that she would take a law advocate under her wing to give him the tools of the trade. And I'm glad to see Rodriguez Moore sitting up there. And to see you up there, and hopefully that she keeps you there and keeps you moving forward. I could now to see our law advocates moving up and learning about the trades of legal practice. Just wanted to say that. And the speaker for allowing me to talk.
Okay, thank you. Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Yate share word speaker. I don't know when it lanido. Page bounce on it lanido. Yate hitting it. I don't think you had Tindo. I don't come up. Here with all the oh now okay. Nitlangi. Yate hitting it. I don't later. National kid be there. Don't add it. That is Sagito. Better handle to ya te ni do le ti apene bi ji ho shi bi ji aron da e ko do ya e hunza to ho ji khid le ni bi ji ho ji ko aro shin de ya e to de zendo da ya to ni sil do e do to de zend I la do da ha zi do ni so e do be ko shin aro shin ho ji so do ni ko nas a go do ho nas a go do ko de ya e prayers that were rendered this past weekend. That Elko is in Kote by the High Jesus. Doshinde, Asadi, Chide, Yada, Doshinde, not Edward, it's calm, but no, she's not Nahana, the Biga, she's another deals in Shinto, Joe Adi, Yaeko, Ako, DJ, has two sons, Adi, Hawaiian Hastanigido. They don't have internet, though, that Hegido. Our radio today is in the Ikadak is the K-team in the day isn't Sada Nise. When I go to their homes, are they who did Satleko? Or are they in Art in the house in the hay? And then they want to get some of these any delegates what any information provide that any Gito on Hedas Nidan, that's good Osani. They don't have internet. Do da ba ha ji shi ko e ma na de do I le ma na na khe be so le ha da za de da ne la ma da no da Hansa de dan atkin hat edar ne hansa de nich da hol sich dan many all you on the hospital. I guess we're all fortunate that we're all here. Bay today, some of them just call me, just text me saying that we can't get out of our home. It's really muddy outside. No, the roads are really terrible. No, oh yeah, I guess we're very fortunate we're here. I hope I'm just case it each. Ko ide hat khali da no da e hoda ne. Se okay. Abenda ara basba nana wada all they need wada bi ga da hadon. Ach ehde on ita na di wada no da de da no da ya hish. Shite ne ko at the in kha da. Skiu ya de ya tin gal e da le hat da le. Ashin da akabat da hos ne no da ni da hal ne ko. It's very fortunate to be here. I guess I could say that because some of these our relatives can't come out of their home because of their road condition. This morning. I need hey shilnos ziko ere yak do de ya pelos do de behtis so de sneko ni keno slinki ko bage di genlere sa da ino do at then with that I wanted to recognize two of my individuals that are from my community Tisto chapter very fortunate these kind of family, they're from their family members, and they're away from their remote areas, and they are the kid that are the chabaj, eda kako, yako, what eda kokode, sit chinam, eda to say ko Ron Lee, ko ya in a huge not this Quran, can you stand? Aro sit Luther, Luther Lee. What are you scared and they call? What are they? Had they sit once to the there.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. That, moving on down. Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Hey.
Who ya te skeda no klinigi do bishmas an also asano daigi. Ado kwai kai daigi. Good morning. Happy New Year. We soundly Nalkida, 110 chapters, Navajo Nation, 110 chapters, Happy New Year, Nishito, Shay, Raymond Smith Jr., the Nench Litigaya, the Betlejan, do Kilichini, the Bushichin, Wanagani, Dushinchi, do Nakhe, Dushinella, Yate, Anotsumo, Kaite, do Inanish. That the little Nacheha Nchilo Discazo. This kind of weather makes me happy, so I'm sitting here all excited. And I'd like to recognize two quite high not that zilde, cheat one on my left here on the South Conference Room, or the Gallagher. Ginanda, Commissioner Daryl So, Nahania, recognize Mr. Daryl So. Adonana Kwad, former Commissioner Hadatzil, Eldot Nahania, Laban Sosi, Eldot East Milday, Nahania on the north side, Ashwada Easy. There's a thing that's going on in Hadatzil, Howandachwa. I see Jim Daokato, Howan Stedo Lita no. One of our constituents is Laban Sosi. She's representing East Mill. The Ajikin Howan Des Nado. They need to be replaced. I'd like to announce that over the web. And Shinanda speaker, Ashil Sonika deal with a Shola Naoka I sit on the Navajo Land Commission as the vice chair, Ado so a chair, ko a bandit, and we'd like to have the federal government help out with the replacement of the homes. Chita hasnana da kushina khai howan benye ko keda tenigi ye yadashke yadahne dach hotazla ko I so we're pushing that Shananda, and I know that Luther Lee's here with us, and Jay O'Halloran Hashin so Hikado with Congress Day. Shananda, Speaker, I'm sure this is going to be coming to your office shortly here for your support effort to get those homes replaced. Kushi Ajik Kinazdeligi Ade Kindacho. They're broken down. The land is just not stable. Thank you.
Moving on down, Honorable Luna.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Damon, Speaker. Also, thank you all staff and community members in the galley. A couple of people I'd like to recognize. Shaya Purnell, hello, it's at Twitterchi, Nishna, Aro, Ashe, Bashichin, and Stasia Dashiche, Tuan Dashnella, on Le Tuana, Gliro, Ajashiva. I represent Tohatchi, Twin Lakes, Nashchitty, Mexican Springs, and Coyote Canyon. First person I'd like to recognize our Vice President from Coyote Canyon Chapter, Sherilyn Yazzie. Can you please share, Sherilyn? Hey, there she is over there. She's also works for the Speaker's office. And the President of our Red Willow Farmlands in Tohatchi, I'd like to recognize my Shema, Dorothy Batsili. Dorothy, you see? Hey, welcome, Dorothy. And I also want to thank and recognize the 24th Navajo Nation Council, all my colleagues here. And thank you all for your hard work. We've put in one full year. It's been a real pleasure to be able to work with you guys and learn. And thank you all for your help all this whole year, all the teachings that you've been giving us, and moving forward with all the projects in the Navajo Nation. So with that, thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Luna. That, moving on down, Chairman Yazzie, the floor is yours.
Speaker, members of the council, also our guests who are here in the gallery, good morning. Ms. Navajo, thank you for being here with us this morning. I heard my colleague said this morning, 1 year, Speaker, and I just wanted to share this with our listeners and my colleagues. Last year, this time, as you know, we had the privilege of choosing a speaker, and congratulations again, Speaker, sir, with respect. But I want to just share this real quick. I remember going home that night, that afternoon, and opening the door. My daughter, 9 years old, now she's 10, came and ran to me and hugged me and said these words to me. She goes, "Dad, you did good, but I'm glad you lost the speakership." And I looked at her and I said, "Why, Kaylin? Why did you say that?" She goes, "Dad, you're going to be home with me now. If you were a speaker, as I see you, Speaker, now, you're always going to be on the road and being busy." That really touched me, my daughter, and I just hugged her. I said, "You are right, sweetie. I'm going to be home feeding your crazy cats and the dogs and the horses." And so it really touched my heart in what she said. Yesterday, my colleagues, we heard a tragic story that happened in Los Angeles, even though I'm not a Laker fan, but we lost one of the NBA's greatest legend in basketball. And a lot of our Navajo kids looked up to Kobe. And I hear the tournaments that go on. We, as the net pack the stadiums in Phoenix. When I never been to a tournament there, but I hear that from KGAK, KTNN. They announce our basketball players in Navajo. That's a big, big privilege for us. And one day, our Navajo kids are going to be professionals. And they look up to their players. My players that I look up to are all old and retired. Patrick Ewing, the coach for Georgetown. Ralph Simpson, you know, those are the players, and I guess I play old school still. And we have professional individuals that are Navajos that are in the PGA, Ricky Fowler, Nota Begay, even in PBR. And so we're in the professional rodeo too as well, national finals. We have our young kids. Last week as well, in the music part, the drumming area, we lost a great drummer from Rush, Neil Peart, who I look up to, Buddy Rich. And these are Navajo kids. They're looking up to these stars in sports, rodeo, and music. And so and back again to the state tournaments, the pit. Gallup High is always packing the pit when it comes to the tournaments. And so, and look at Wonder Rock, Cody Jesus from PBR too as well. When I first stepped into Wonder Rock Stadium, my gosh, I thought to myself, we've come a long ways in sports. And so my colleagues, we can just encourage our young kids to do their best, not in sports, but other activities that they may be involved in. So my colleagues, I think it's only right that if I can ask my colleagues and you, Speaker, that we do a moment of silence for Kobe Bryant, and because of our kids who look up to the game of basketball. Like I said, Lakers are not my team, but Kobe Bryant, with him being with his daughter, and he perished with his daughter, and being the family man that he is. And so that's a true example that what we as dad, that we need to be, and to be like, to provide and care for our family. So it's only right, Speaker, if I may ask my colleagues that we do a moment of silence for the NBA legend Kobe Bryant on behalf of our future Navajo NBA stars. Sir.
Hi, colleagues. In respect for Honorable Chairman Yazi's request, please stand. To individuals in the gala yesterday, the nation lost former NBA basketball star, former Laker, Mr. Kobe Bryant, and his daughter, Gigi Bryant. So with that, recognizing a moment of silence, the family be in our prayers, and the family know that they trust a true American hero too as well. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, sir.
Individuals in the gala. With that, thank you, Chairman Yazi, for that again. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So. That day.
Good morning. That day, it's been I'll see so yeah for recognizing and prayers. It and his kid, the whole Argo. We got some young warriors that are deployed overseas. Especially the 82nd Airborne. This is the right hand of the President, Asiya Ed Hassan, be in the front lines. I don't Konachalchen bit nilni. Ja, niet is. I don't not dance good, not dance to. I don't bit nilni. Bits os ilia do Arona, bits os hollow ia. Arona na bits os the banilia. Nis ha sat holis na soche. As the year now, in times of danger, but it no a banilia. Arona. Het manani met stunning gate, so could always is key. It's not a deal yet only. Diego, it's not deep now. I don't need to team on it, so idea question at all. I was caught. That's a television. To Hoshi, Niga Suzushi, Niga to Sachi, the kid on large art. Your brothers. Anilia. I don't know. Liberty in Hardady. In the fog of a firefight, they will always be protected by these blankets of the island. And they'll always know where the back door is if it gets tougher. Hard or battles in the art. And you don't all chat, it all gunfire red hot shot in the hogo. That's to cause it all hasn't. Baby, see it all this, but yeah, Papa and she kissed up at the season. Even the area, or because still some relatives that has left or come now but not the needs and okay decon because any had a netto could have only state only better I showed it because it only at they all gave some and some gave all for those codes, regulation, laws. We found some case stories. Got all here,
Thank you. Moving on down. Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene Self, recognizing that for veterans. Moving on down, Honorable James, the floor is yours.
Yes, another speaker, Adol, Shanat Anna Shanigi, Quagidia, a Hishnahani Blanco, Adol Shekha, Sinko, Kodol, Hidna Sol Khanigi, Shadia, Ben James, and Chiedo, Todaji, the Sons and Ajay Bashin, Kia Anida Shido, Hanavani, the Shanale, Ado, Benat An Shanigi, Naneshish Enigi, the Ajay, Kindalachi, Lugante, the Trapiated at home. Kitlichi, Ganado, Cornfield, Steamboat, and Genito, the Aja, and Aishan, the Shish opens at the Shikon, the Shikon. Ado, Nado Kitla, Hayland, they Katin, and then Yas Kitla, Nate, a shit the Shikon, on behalf of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, a shit the Shnep, or Yat Airport, or what Adia, a down this Nikon. Ado Nana, Ado, a hit the Nisi, to all those individuals that get on the Navajo Transit System bus, our colleague, Honorable Elmer McGee, Nana Shamat, Evelyn Walker, go ahead, stand, Shema. Navajo Department of Transportation, Janat Nashto, War on Diabetes, ARJ Beside, Tada Tika, Aye Asazin, Adishaman Lanigi, Adonana, Kodor, Stop AA, Dida, Hizad Lanigi, the neck exercise, Begate Tiki, 8 dog, Begish, so Dipagi or Ali the Nako. Upon the has twin, his on it and Lenny the street out. The Nessad, Ahoyadash kill. Big can be Nasi Tani de Ila, Jokotan as uncle. Send the naked dash with out the neck at the side, no, ye, Yadash kill. I don't take consent, the naked, and Dr. Schweit out. Eya Banada is ne on Nihina, Eya Ekonza, Bito e and the Niki Bay, long dog consent, the Navy Nazis up. Set up as out the Taki, as Nito e what are Ehashin, so e. So there's an send the Nagin that it's in Honza in the college. Had I should out his out the Niki Yosa, his out the neck at Chipe Gate, as we are Yosa. Honza the horse just did the Laganic at Chidea Ebe, Yet kill Honza the horse just look at our just the name of Man's case. Ebik our aid lady, has twin his aunt is out of its eye. Badish and son hit the snap of the name of Ayat A from cherries. A corporate A son, the Niki, hidden his aunt, the Niki Badish and for here. Adonana Shaman, a stop hiking Haniala, a Melda James, a pretty A with A Bahonins and Shemazing, Shemaya Jet Ganado Daniel Ako A Beja and A Shananda Haskin, Maybe James Senior, the end date he had hardly long. What avocado is the lane called Hanela, Shin E. last lane called Ajaba way called Yatation Mafai, any Yako. Ado Kodoben, Egi, Yahe, Kodor, the Hachin and Leniki, Jokin Kiddisney has Anje, Aja E. Hashin, so a Benetni of Honza the Hordish, Ojkatnas Naliki, Do Kond and Hachin, the Ostkaigi, Ebik A. Kodor. Najayego, Juno, Cessna, Go Hornets edition, so additional Ganado, Go Ganado Hornets, Key Allen Bigay, Kodo, the mascot, that's a big Ashen so it's Archie Bill Wildcat, Sushi, the Hornet, no days. But Ella, all with AA. Sa Leniki, by Kevin, Zeniki, Jahastito, the Totti, and Tahodo, the God bless Navajo Nation. Yeah, I'll put it.
That, I don't see anybody else on the board. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, you didn't reserve your time. I don't see anybody else on board. With that, colleagues, going down on to the agenda. Review and adopt the agenda. Colleagues of 24th Navajo Nation Council, I got some information from the Office of the President and Vice President regarding actions that could possibly be taken on the agenda. With that, colleagues, this action could possibly go into potential litigation. And prior to going into adopting the agenda, colleagues, I'm asking for you the motion to go to a recess for 30 minutes to discuss this action and possible presentation that the President has sent over, documents that are sent over regarding the agenda. So it'll be going into individuals in the gala. What I'd like to do is go into executive session for 30 minutes, so that'd be from 12 to 12:30. After that, we'd probably go into recess for lunch for an hour, so we would actually reconvene about 1:30 if the executive session doesn't prevail. Motion to go into executive session no longer than 30 minutes regarding information that could be prevalent to litigation, possible litigation by addressing items on the agenda. Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newman, second by Honorable Otto Soap. Honorable colleagues. Somebody on the board, going once, going twice, 3 times, go forward. the North Conference Room, South Conference Room. Is any delegate, sir? Okay, roll call. Okay.
Yeah, we're working on doing that weather radio. Like right now, yeah, it seems pretty scary, but we just need to remind them hopefully, yeah, it's not an outbreak here, it's not a global impact yet, but it's here, but I hope that we can just be aware of it, like if it does spread rapidly. But it's probably more controlled than previous rabbits before, so I would say, I mean, they're probably restricted, they're likely already restricting travel from outside, from China and whatnot, and all of those areas. I think it's a lot better, but it's still, the symptoms are quite similar, and I think it's a cold, but we have, what is on Facebook, some people were commenting about how we have those tourists. They're gonna like, we're working already, you can't do that.
It's an option.
I'm not gonna say that. Okay. There's coconut, refrigerator right there.
Dina, did you take that letter back? That letter?
Yeah, well, they have roast beef. They have roast beef.
Roll call, colleagues, roll call. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Roll call. Let's see, Honorable Otto So, Madam Chair Crotty. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. With myself. Oh, you can add me on there. I don't know how we go. Hey, on turn. Three more. Anybody in the South Conference Room, North Conference Room? Eugene So is present here with us. Menez is here. It's 10. It's 11. Gazi. Okay. Washington, ring the bell. The big bell.
Outside.
Not your little bell. Smallest bell. Okay, with that, I'm gonna yellow hair. Roll call. I'm Chair Gotti. Roll call. I'm Brown. Roll call. Okay, we got 14. We got a quorum. Come back into session at 1:49 p.m. Moving on down, colleagues on our agenda here. Or the proposed agenda. We are at review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Patero, if you could please read the agenda into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, winter session, January 27 through 31, 2020. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, receive the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. 5, receive report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. 6, receive report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. 7, receive financial report from the Controller. 8, oral reports. A, Bureau of Indian Affairs. B, Indian Health Services. C, Attorney General. D, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. 9, written reports. A, standing committees. B, boards and commissions. C, Bureau of Indian Affairs. D, Indian Health Service Area Director. E, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. 10, old business. A, legislation 0238-19. B, legislation 0273-19. 11, new business. A, legislation 0330-19. B, legislation 0383-19. C, legislation 0001-20. D, legislation 0007-20. E, legislation 0008-20. F, legislation 0377-19. G, legislation 0380-19. H, legislation 0009-20. 12, close the session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that motion, Honorable Brown, is there a second? Second by Chairman Hino. For the record, we do know that we're streaming live, colleagues, on YouTube, Vimeo, and Facebook. U of A Tribal Governments class is streaming all day. Fort Lewis College Native American Center is streaming live all day too as well. With that, we do have a motion second. Chairman Hino. On the agenda.
And then also our Kadosh Natad, Nancy Tkonigi, and everybody watching on the World Wide Web, good afternoon. I'd like to offer an amendment to the agenda. My amendment is to delete legislation 238-19, 330-19, and also 0001-20 off the agenda for further consideration at a different time. I've spoken with the sponsors, and we've been agreeable to this amendment. Madam Speaker.
Could you say that again, the numbers again?
To delete legislation
Yeah.
under old business A, 238-19, under new business A, 330-19, under new business C, legislation 0001-20.
Okay. So that's under 10, old business A, under 11, new business A, under New business C.
Yes.
Correct?
Oh,
Okay. 0238, 033, 0-19, and 0001-20. The second by Chairman Nez on amendment number 1. Is that on the board? Good? All right, comments, questions on Amendment 1, Chairman Yazzie?
Speaker, members of the council, I was going to ask if the sponsor on the amendment could also include but this is not the regarding legislations, but reports. If we could have the BIA report right after the address from the president and vice president, which would be number 5, if it's okay with Mr. Heaney.
Is that a code? Honorable Hino, there is a request from your colleague to modify your amendment to also include adding in, moving up the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs report, right after the Chief Justice's report. Oh, actually, after the president. So that'd be item number 5.
for the record, yes.
Okay. Good? Chairman Nez is good. That, moving on down. Chairman Nez on amendment number 1.
Thank you. Yes, Nanta. Also would like to delete Chairman Henio under old business. B, legislation 0273-19. We are going to discuss a separate renewable energy office, so would like to withdraw that. And also would like to add the Department of Health to provide a report on the coronavirus. I don't know where we could fit that in, either before the president or at the end of reports. Okay.
Under IHS? After IHS? Chairman Nez, so you're saying after IHS?
During IHS is fine.
Well,
We'll just keep it as is.
IHS already has a report, but IHS, I think, has a report, but there's also a report from Navajo Nation Division of Health, Department of Health. So there's 2 different entities.
Which could provide the report on the coronavirus?
Department of Health? Department of Health is ready.
Okay.
So you could add that in after IHS then.
Okay,
good. So, Honorable Hino, request to modify to delete 03 or 0273-19, and then also add in oral report, under oral reports after B, IHS, update from Division of Health, Department of Health. Good?
So this item B under old business, to delete that too also?
Yes.
And then add the Abiga.
Okay. And after IHS. Okay. Chairman So.
Yeah, Satilla, Speaker Damon, Ado, Shanantai, Shastrisazani, Kudo, Ado, people in the gallery, Shikedo, Shidana, Shitezana, Kahasi, Lokwagi, Yat Eni, the Snido, Kudo, Eya, Sato, Shichedo, Satilla, Beans Kedo, the Behis Ani, Sato, Indashid Nesh, the core, under old business, A, legislation 023819. Legislation Nigi o Anibit Chianahot it a Kunde Sato Kajo ador nilo ea beach and the city to a quaggy at abi be is totally the agenda yield quaggy sha Chabito in Hinch Kdigi to Kuja main sponsor to Shido, I'm a co-sponsor, even a quaggy Sato Abi Sotoli. Without a Hinch K, Janamtai, with the main motion, without a nature Hasidoli. I'd like to request of the moving parties, Honorable Hino and Honorable Nez, both chairs of standing committees, to basically leave legislation 0238-19 on the agenda. We realize that there are the committees and folks within the legislature really feel like that this particular legislation has some discrepancies, and we'd like to address it in this council session so that we can make some changes so that the intent and purpose of approving funding of $50 million from the Citizen Fund to establish the Navajo Nation Scholarship Endowment Expenditure Plan. That we'd like to keep going forward and not delay any further action. That is the intent of my request to the moving parties. Thank you.
Chairman Hino, good? So that would be amending there's a request to modify your amendment to take off 0238-19.
Kaya sa Speaker David. Kodo Che. Request ilagim. Ado Che legislation yung lino. De dasi cow. And they don't hit the chin the lane. So she we got a hard on the lini. So we'll just put it back on the agenda then, and just leave the rest as it is.
Chairman Nez, you good with that? Okay, he's good with that. Okay, moving on down. Mikhail McGee, on the Amendment 1. Hold on, point of order. Honorable Eugene So, point of order.
I think there's somewhere there's something that says the president and then the chief justice and the speaker case in this. Doing not Mr. What age? That's my point of order.
Honorable Eugene So, it's a council rules, and the council rules can be amended. It's not in the code, so that's the reason why you're able to move the agenda around at this time.
No, it's not like that. It's rules of order.
It's in the council rules of order, which is Rule 6. It's up to the body to adopt the agenda, and up to the body to make amendments to the agenda. So in this case, there was a request by Honorable Chairman Yazzie to move BIA up after Office of the President and Vice President. So Honorable Hino, who holds a motion, indicated that that was good to modify the amendment that way, and Chairman Nez, who is the second holding this amendment, agreed to that too, Honorable Eugene. So, Honorable McKeon, Honorable Gay.
Mr. Chair, motion party item, Mr. Chair, Mr. So, Delegate So, Yiki, about this, and he's in there to write down 238, you write down that high, it's also, okay.
Now I got to stop over here to the code. Okay. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So.
Sure. I assume that the move was to address the money legislations at a special session, and requesting that sponsors of the money legislations, you know, maybe we could entertain that at a special session. And if that's not the case, I would like to ask the motioning party to move my legislation under that 0330-19. And I just assume that the council was going to address the financial issues at a special session, and that way we have more time. Once in there, but so it looks like it's sort of crashing and burning right now. But if that's the case, I would like to request that, I mean, if we're going to hear legislation 0230-19, I would like to request a sponsor to go ahead and pull my ATA legislation off of that. I just agreed to it because I thought that the sponsors of all the financial legislations were all on singing Kumbaya. So, but right now it don't look like it. So, therefore, I would like to request that 0330-19 be taken off of Amendment 1. Thank you.
Okay. Chairman Hino, request to modify, put 330-19 back on the agenda.
Solicitor Speaker Damon, I don't check. Requesting Nagi. The whole intent of this motion was to set aside the citizen legislations for a later date, so, because we don't know what the balance of the citizen money is. And I've always stated, and hopefully people are listening to me, that the 24th Navajo Nation Council will go down in history as the council that depleted the citizen fund. The ones that put a big old zero in here, that's what I'm trying to avoid here. Citizens fund, anything we want, citizens, what are we going to do now? What are we going to leave for our future generations? That's why I wanted to hold off on the citizen legislations until we definitely find out what the balance is, because we're obligating so much labor. And now, well, all three, I talked to 3 sponsors to consider, let's talk about it later. They, no, I said we're going to fix it, we're going to fix that. No, that's why I allowed the 50 million to go back on there. Saying, no, if that's not going to be the case, then so I'm not agreeing to it. No. So when we're being watched on the World Wide Web, we're trying to come to a compromise. If it's not going to work, then I withdraw my motion, Speaker. So let's just hear everything for the sake of time, instead of debating and arguing about this little amendment. Let's just move forward, and I withdraw my motion, Speaker.
Okay. Withdraw his motion. Chairman Nez, you want to withhold, keep the motion, or you withdraw too? As a second.
Honorable Henio, Honorable So, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. I would like to ask Chairman Henyo to stay with this here, and I believe that I'd like to ask Mr. Otto So here to go ahead and just let it, we could, we're not in a hurry, and let's just keep it as is, and Honorable Henyo, I just want you to keep that ashwara.
Chairman Henyo.
Okay, kudo respectfully to Chairman Nez, and who I respect a lot. No, Navajo Council that you need. Okay, I'll stick with my motion then.
So, in your motion that you're holding, are you in agreement to the modification then from Honorable Otto So, which is asking to remove 330-19?
No.
Or actually, removing off your amendment means it'll stay on the agenda. Or you just want to leave it as is?
I'm gonna leave it as is.
Okay.
My original motion as is. Original motion as is. Everything, all three legislations, four legislations.
This is the way your amendment is right now. Your amendment is, as of right now, you deleted 238-19 from your amendment. So right now you only have two legislations on there. 330-19, 0001-20 is what you're taking off. You're also moving up the BIA after BIA report after OPVP. You're actually deleting 0273-19, and then next you're adding on Department of Health or Division of Health, Navajo Nation Division of Health after IHS.
Yes.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Point of order by Honorable Eugene So.
If you think about it, you got a lot of people on Amendment 1. Why don't we go 1, 2, 3, 4, so we'll have our own say-so on each one of them. We can vote it that way.
Honorable.
In case, something yes, I can vote for no, something no, I can't.
Honorable Eugene So, it's up to the delegate and up to any, well, let me ask this. Honorable Eugene So, you request Honorable Henyo to modify his amendment? He's requesting you to modify your amendment and do all of these by themselves on an individual vote. Oh yeah, well it's on, because it's just recommendation from point of order. For that, moving on down, Honorable James.
Shisazindo on sponsoring for Ganado veterans and seniors CHSN funds. And based off that, my first legislation was UUFB funds. And when I took it over to Paulson Chaco at President's office, his advice to me was, President is saving the UUFB funds for the shortfall from NGS. Based off that, we changed our legislation to CHSN. At this point, now we're being told to put a hold on the CHSN funds. So Okwagi, I want to make it known, because I want to make my constituents know that I am fighting for them for this facility. We in Ganado are not any different than Western Agency. Just because President is from Western Agency doesn't mean that we have to go through this problem. So at this point, I'm going to make this known as well, that on January 23rd, 2020, we received a notice that indicated that we need to come to a PTF 5-year plan negotiation. And in that memo from President's office, it says, before our administration considers funding new projects. So if we're going to come to an agreement that we're going to put all the CHSN funds, legislations on hold, my question to you as the motioning party is, how long are we going to put this on hold? And how well and a definite do we know that if we put this on hold, when we act on it, that it will not be override done by President again at that time? So for me, I'm stuck in between. So, but I just want to let my constituents know of Ganado and the surrounding communities that I'm not giving up on them for fighting for this project. So I'm going to make that known, but if all three of them are going to stay on, if all three of them are going to be taken off the agenda, yes, I'll go for it. But if one of them is going to stay on the agenda, then I want mine to stay on the agenda. So it doesn't make sense whatsoever to act on one project that's under CHSN funds and not act on the other ones. We sit here and talk about discrimination. We are all Navajo. We are all part of the nation, the Navajo reservation, and we need to strive forward to making those improvements for our communities and Navajo people. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Okay, reserve your time at 1:55. Point of privilege by Honorable Chairman Hino.
On the board, it still says 238-19 is still overstricken. Keep that on there too, on the list.
Okay.
And then let's just go to voting. And if it fails, it fails. Let's just move on after that. We're just taking up too much time.
Okay. I'd like to do that, but we have time restrict, allocated time to each amendment, and this is council, so with that, I have 3 players still on the board. Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. My colleagues here, all of our relatives who are here in the galley and listening online. Something that would be useful, Speaker, is as we increase our transparency and allow live streaming, we also should provide education to our community members about what's going on the council. And so there could be opportunity to let them know why there's an amendment on the agenda, let them understand when we're talking about rules of order, and if you could add that as to increase so that our community members know what's happening. Right now, they just see delegates as just talking, but they don't have access to our rules of council rules of order, or what we're doing here when we're making these amendments and then asking for modification to the amendment. In that vein of thought, Speaker, I do hear my colleagues ask for efficiency or ask to go to the vote, or they feel that the issue has been debated long enough. I did ask Legislative Council, and yet there's not a rule. The rules are set there for efficiency. I'm also going to ask my colleagues here, the best way for us to be efficient today with all of these reports is not to ask questions. It's to hear the report, follow up, make an appointment with the individuals who are giving the reports, because many of us stay here late into the hours waiting for the reports, and it's dangerous. This is winter road conditions. It's not only dangerous for us, it's dangerous for our staff, but yet there's not a provision, because I wanted to make an amendment, that we not ask questions during the reports. We have to not only get the state of the nation from the president, from the speaker, from Madam Chief Justice, from the controller, from IHS, and so individuals who are watching online also want to hear those reports. So I did receive my report in writing, Speaker, but if I can say, colleagues, the only person that I could change is myself. And so I'm going to make the commitment not to ask a question. And if we want to be effective and efficient to hear all of the reports today in a timely manner, that's what I would recommend in this time for this amendment. So I wanted to speak on the amendment as we move forward, and to consider, Speaker, we always, and I think, should have a sit-down conversation with the president, vice president, prior to a council session. And maybe that's the Friday before session, so that individual delegates get time and ear of the administration, and that the president then has an opportunity to have frank conversations with the council. And I think that will go a long way in terms of communication, commitment, and all the people, the Navajo Nation, what Chairman Nez spoke earlier, is they want to see us working together. And if we look at this council as a home, and right here I'm grateful to be under the fireplace, then when we have chaos in our own home, that ripples out to our community. That's why we have the challenges that we have. And so if you could do that with your leadership, if I could ask that we start meeting or have these leadership meetings or engagements with the president so that individual delegates have time to sit down and talk about their issues, I think that will be helpful, and that will reflect in the state of the nation, rather than questions asking, where's my project? This hasn't moved forward. But I have chapter officials here, and so I want to recognize them from the Clavito as I use my time. So they're right here. If they could stand up. President Raymond Charlie was always praying for the nation, and Vice President Hazel Sherman. Please stand. And they're here, Speaker, trying to get a business unit number from OMB. So Dominic, if you're listening, please give this chapter their business unit number so we can move forward and spend their Sehasin dollars. Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
Okay, reserve your time at 39 seconds. That, moving on down. Honorable Daniels, on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. Amendment 1, the Christian legislation is going to be deleted off the agenda. This council session is scheduled all week, Monday, only Friday. Some of the legislation, these are very important legislation, like 330, 0330, legislation agenda we have been out so I don't know amendment الياقي وبنا إدشكال صيدي بنا أخذ تأجي تأجلنا بنا ناس بديلنا بنا نشتري نغيره إنداستي شو كده نغيره line up Navajo شو $1 million شو بنا أنا أوكي ده شو إيه شو هذا هذا إنداستي يقول ده إيه دي نورو يا شون هو so إيه ده problem هو ده بعد speaker thank you
That, anybody else on the board? If there's any more questions, back to the sponsor of the amendment. We go back to reserve time. Honorable James, 1 minute, 55 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Shinada. I still haven't gotten an answer in regards to the time frame of how long we're going to delete this, or when will it go back onto the agenda. Reserve my time.
Honorable James, as of right now, if this doesn't have a timeline on it, it would just be going to the next special session, and that's up to anybody who has anyone, yourself, or any of your colleagues to have a special session. The other thing is, if there is no special session, these items would be the first items on the agenda during the spring session, which will be in April. Unless Chairman Hino has a timeline that's different from that. Chairman?
Once we get the full report from the controller, as far as what the balance of the citizen funding is and what's available for these different requests, because there's other requests too regarding detention centers. So we need to strategize. How are we going to best use the citizen of what's available? So I'm looking at possibly a special session in the middle of February. If we do have the report quick enough that we can all come together. But before spring session though, because I do see the importance of these projects. So between, let's say, around late February, early March.
What a privilege, Honorable Otto. So,
My chair is not soft enough. No, Speaker, the Ledge Council, to the Citizen Fund, just wanted to get clarification. Citizen Fund is not restricted, correct? Doesn't have any bounds to say it can only be used for this and that. We know what parameters citizen could be used for, but what I'm getting from the amended party is that we can't spend it. There's no restriction on it, correct?
Thank you. Good afternoon. So if I understand the question, yes, the CSN fund can only be spent for certain purposes. They are laid out in the CSN fund statute. That's at 12 NNC 2402. The only thing that the CSN funds can be spent for is the planning and development of economic development and regional infrastructure supporting economic development and community development, including such infrastructure as, but not limited to, housing, commercial and government buildings, water lines, solid waste management development, power line projects, and transportation and communication systems within the Navajo Nation, and education opportunities for members of the Navajo Nation. There is no time limit on when it can be spent or when it has to be spent, but definitely there is a restriction on what it can be used for. That would not, in my interpretation, include funding government programs. Thank you.
okay. That went on down. Honorable McGee on the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. Out of the Navajo Nation Council. Maybe I could give another question to our Chief Legislative. So right now we're doing talk about the citizen funds. So how many legislations out there that's requested for citizen funds too? I'm pretty sure because I know that I requested some for some projects. So I wanted to know that right now we're just talking about two of them. There's more out there. So maybe what we can do is like being on the Budget and Finance Committee, I think we need to know how we should prioritize this funding, which would benefit the most and which one will be project ready. I think we need to have some project manager in this to look at that project for us. So my question is, how many is there that you know that's still out there that's still been drafted?
What?
Question.
Hold on. Honorable, hold on. Point of order. Honorable Stewart.
Speaker, point of order, because
We're talking to the amendment, not anything else. This is just what Shana requested was to vote on these already. Can we just do that? This is our amendment. Nothing else.
Okay. Honorable Brigade, the question is, I guess, is your question related to the amendment?
Yeah, to see how many is out there, because we're trying to, only 2 sales and funds that are being requested here, but there's so many that's out there that I believe.
How many? We can get you that written report within the next 30 minutes. Okay. That, I don't see anybody else on the board. Let me go back to reserve time. Mr. Crotty, 39 seconds.
Speaker, am I able to have a modification that we don't ask questions after the report? How do you go about that, Chair? Can you modify your amendment?
It can just be a consensus.
Speaker.
Everybody good with that? No questions? No? You can ask them. I don't know. I tried to do that last term. I tried last term, and I could not. There's no way that we can amend that, Madam Chair Crotty. It just has to be a consensus amongst the 24 delegates, and you can't ask questions. Moving on. Honorable James, 1 minute, 44 seconds on reserve time.
Yeah, no, it's nothing. My question, my second one hasn't been answered, and that was, maybe I should reword it. That question was, how well do we know that we are in a win-win situation? That when we do have a special session down the road, we approve these legislation, how well do we know that the President's going to sign our legislation? Or is he going to override it at that point? So we're just, at this point, it's just like a threat coming to us, saying, okay, here is my PTF plan, my 5-year plan. You agree to my PTF plan first, and then I can come back and support you guys with your legislation. That's the way I understand this memo that was forwarded to us on January 23rd. And that's why I'm asking that question. How well do we know that we're in a win-win situation? Reserve my time. Thank you.
James, who are you asking that question to? To the motioning party?
It is to the motioning party because in this memo it does indicate that my sonny boy, Chairman Jamie Hino, agreed to sponsor that legislation.
Chairman Hino.
Thank you for the question. There's really no guarantees in everything. Even when you get, as you noted earlier in our executive session, what we talked about. So even in, but from my standpoint is that aside from the legislation and the letter that the President had wrote regarding the legislation being drafted for the second 5-year expenditure plan for the PTF, this one we just need to find out what is available in CSN. That's my intent. Here, nothing to do with what the President had written. It's just based on what we need to find out what we have left. That's all it is.
Moving on down, no one on the board, back to reserve time. Honorable James, 53 seconds.
Okay, so with this, I'm going to go to legal counsel and ask this question. How well... Okay, the question that I'm going to ask is that, from my understanding, is that NEC has sent funds should not go across to the President's office. How true is that, and how well is that written in the legislation regarding CHSN funds? Reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. For a thorough discussion of my answer, I would like to go into executive session. But I will tell you this, that the statute could be interpreted in different ways, the CSN statute, but all legislations appropriating CSN funds, the council has sent them across for the president's signature or veto. They have done that since the first CSN legislation was passed by the 23rd Council. So it's a long, much precedent has been established. Thank you.
I don't see anybody else on the board. Go back to reserve time. Honorable James with 30 seconds.
I still don't believe that we should be preceding our CSN legislations. And if the legislation is written out that indicates that it stays here at council, then it should stay here at council. But, you know, if we're going to be nice and just fall for the bulliness, then fine, let's move forward with it. So that's where we're at. Thank you.
That? Don't have any more on the board or anybody with reserve time. On amendment one? Went once, went twice, went 3 times. Go to board on amendment 1. Again, this is to take off legislation under old business A and B, under new business A and C. Add on BIA report after OPV, and add on Navajo Nation Department of Health after IHS reports. That, see that everybody has voted. Went once, went twice, went 3 times. Lock it down.
14 to 9.
14 in favor, 9 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Amendment 1 passes. That, moving on back to the board. Chairman Nez. Chairman Nez. Oh, we're on the main motion. Honorable Slater, on the main motion.
Speaker, I make a motion to move legislations. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to motion to move legislation 0007-20, 0008-20 to a consent agenda to proceed item 4 on the agenda. So that's the Uranium Commission as well as the bathroom legislation, public restroom accessibility.
Honorable Slater. Lance Council has a recommendation.
Thank you. So, after a thorough review of the codes, the only section in the code that would be applicable here is 2 and NC 164A15. What that says is all verbal and written reports shall be presented to the council only on the first day of the regular session. That's what the code says. Your rules, Rule 6, set the order of agenda business, and they list the order that's order of your agenda. Right now, so that's your framework that you're working with. But right now, you haven't adopted the agenda yet, so suspending the floor rules to get out of the order that the agenda is supposed to be in will be awkward. So my recommendation is that you adopt your agenda, then you go in, if you so choose, suspend your floor rules, amend the agenda the way that has been moved right now. Thank you.
Honorable Slater, what you would do then is I wouldn't recognize your amendment at this time. I would go to the board to approve the agenda. Once I approve the agenda we have in session, I would come back to you. You would motion to suspend the floor rules. At that time, when you suspend the floor rules, because we already have an agenda before us, we would need 16 votes to add on the consensus agenda for those two at that time during that period. If you get those 16 votes and that consent agenda moves forward, then we go directly to the consent vote. Honorable Slater.
Speaker, at this time, I'll withdraw my motion so we can move along with the understanding that you'll come back to me at the end of voting for our final agenda motion. Thank you.
Okay. That. Chairman So, on the agenda, main motion.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Tenantai, Craigie, Sas Twisazani, Kurotato agenda about Wintinigi, Bansis case of Fashin so Kuroshi, the Wayoshlak bully in here, yeah? Joe. Put Asia Shin, also, I read the letter. And then just the other items. So you see, Tato Ninantai Alaja teaching the Niki press release Dani. So how she quaggy. Digi Tao another area, press communications. Leo Anawis Argo Andi Ko Anido Nietzsche email to President's report. It says at these press releases and this is the President's report. Without Elia. Navajo Nation report though, it's just I'm switching to English to say it's just a compilation of press releases. And for me, that's a major problem. And so in that respect,
I really feel like I would want to just receive, to eliminate the president's report from our agenda because of my reasoning that it's just nothing but a compilation of press releases. Major policy items are not even part of, or policy requests are not even part of this. And I'm really dismayed that we're going in this direction. So that would be my motion to delete the item number 4, receive the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. That's my motion.
Chairman, so there's one thing is that it's not in the code, it's on the rules of order, but we are checking the authority of the president right now under Which council will confer with on the request, Chairman So.
Thank you. So under the President's plan of operation set out in the Navajo Nation Code, Title II, Section 1005, number C5, it does say that the President shall report quarterly to the Navajo Nation Council on the state of the Navajo Nation. It does not indicate that that report will be verbal. So if you amend your agenda so that you are getting a written report from the President, that would satisfy Title II.
Okay. So it would be, Chairman So, it would just be receiving the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation as a written report. And then we just go to a motion, second, and accept the written report. Like you would just have to, that's a recommendation, Chairman So.
Thank you. Speaker Damon, out of Legislative Council. I will take the Legislative Council's advice on the wording from 2NNC. So I will modify that the report will be received as a written report.
read the amendment into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, Amendment 2 would be motion to receive item 4, receive the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation as a written report. Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Chairman So, good. There's a motion. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Otto So. Amendment 2. I don't see anybody on the board. Once, or twice. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you. Speaker. Amendment 2 State of the Nation address. Beta in the Shikito nan aj beta in the Shikito kwaje. Joy could have been Islan aj bet been done. The Shikito could have been ideal kilo. So it was this case we had a president. Islan told men so I could have done. A relation to the deal kill so you could have said that data. You only Islan. Oh, I would have shown that. It's not that much like So this actually getting in a house study the president like Iban Khalid I love that in the short I she could have getting in a house cover. Any of that this Speaker, thank you.
Okay, that will run down, Chairman Yodi.
Speaker, members of the council, so our guests who are here in the chambers, I would also agree that we need to listen and to hear what our president has to say on his State of the Union to the nation. I can only sit here and plead with my colleagues and President Nez and Vice President, I know you're watching, that all of us here, that we put our pride to the side, including the President's office, and us, my colleagues, and start working and start talking and working together. We're beginning to act like the craziness that's going up in D.C., and that's happening here. I always hear the word respect, the fundamental way, the traditional belief, but we're not practicing that. Do we go back to our chapters and say, this is what we did on the council? We're fighting with the president. We're fighting with the vice president. I guarantee you we say that, our elders would get upset with us. I always wonder if we can have them sit here and tell us how we need to do our job, including the president's office, not only us. I'm pleading President Nez, Vice President Lizer, and all to our members here on the council floor, including the speaker. Let's, in the future, sit down and talk, because this is becoming to get out of hand. It's embarrassing. And so, I probably, after we vote on this, make the directive that we have another leadership meeting, and hopefully we can all smoke the peace pipe and all sing Kumbaya and try to work together and move forward. But I know there will always be disagreement. But my colleagues, we need to give some respect to the President and Vice President to hear their State of the Union. My colleagues, the highest chapter on the delegates, only 8 chapters. That's on votes that we ran for office. Mine is 6. But the President of the Navajo Nation has the whole entire chapters that was voted on. And we should respect that. So my colleagues, I'm asking that we hear the President, and as another motion, I guess, or I'll just forget the motion, but Speaker, send a letter to the President's office. President Nez, please accept this offer that we want to sit down and talk to get things moving forward. You know, we're acting like the Democrats up in Washington with the Republicans here, and you can obviously see things ain't moving forward. When is this going to stop? Speaker, that's my request. I'm going to vote against this. You hear the president out. Speaker, sir.
Motion requested 이야기도 저들이랑 또 같이 기도는 계신 신이 또 아니게요. 다들 약 또 가있으면 we're being all elected to serve on this council and then to oversee the government. So 아기시 신도 니히 과연 히 Washington 타 안기도 니히 나타 Lengido, Eshinlo, Hidilzan Shinlo, we had to be very all in it to operate this government. Ako our Shadido, Halshin, our Chief Justice, he should be here too, as we say that we have 3-branch government to operate that. Yoshinan, Jot and we uphold that. So we swear it in to uphold that law of the Navajo Nation government. The president, if we do something to a government, I guess we make the government really weak, so anything can happen to us. So to prevent from happening that,
That, moving on down. Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. We set time for the Navajo Nation President to do a report. And we are being streamed across the nation. And I'm sure those that are watching us World Wide Web are wondering what the President's going to say, what kind of questions we're going to pose, where our nation is going, how the legislative, judicial, and executives working together. If we just accept this report, we're not communicating. We're not working together. This is a new decade. And what are we going to be doing this whole decade to help our people? So we need to understand that we're still in this 3-branch government. Our folks want to hear what's going on, to see where our nation's headed. The county, the state, the federal. I heard that we're going to be talking about the coronavirus. Where's the president on how we're going to educate, how we're going to have executive work with legislative? How are we going to address this? Those are the things that the nation is wanting to understand. How well are they aware of this? How well are they aware of the water rights? How well are they aware of certain issues that we should be pushing for our people? Many of our folks are still without water. Many of our folks are still without Beshlichi. As you see the inclement weather, I hope he supports the emergency funding and other funding that we're trying to help with our people, and not put a blockade across and saying, I'm not going to support these issues. We're playing hardball. What's going to happen in the next council session? What's going to happen when we're trying to get funding out there? Is everything going to be line item vetoed? Is things going to be going that direction? We got to think of these things. I think Speaker, we should sit down with the President and discuss these major issues for the betterment of the Navajo Nation, to help our people. They need help as we speak. The ones out there, Lidhat Egi, Ebaosna, Kala. We can't forget them, even though we don't see them on a daily basis. Navajo Nation, Yoslwotigi, Elijah, President, Do, Bishmasan, Do Hashkeja, Khalid Al, Do Ajol, Nasi Kata, Danzo, Akoshe, Ashwolana Okha, Co-President Hitato, Gato, Chopia, Do, Ebitendale, Ebitendalish, Ebikedo, Naidi Kid, Edat Egi. So Shananda, Shea Hota, Behatis to Ashwara Naoka. Think about it. Yeah.
Okay, moving on down. Chairman Ness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council, as well as the audience here. I want to say thank you to the gentleman that prayed for us this morning. What happened? That prayer has stuck to my heart. Every prayer should stick to our hearts. We should pray for each other, one another, our leaders, all the way to President Trump. We should pray for him because they're put in place for a reason. We may not understand it, but they're there for a reason. The Holy Scriptures tell us to sit down and reason together. What does it mean to sit down and reason together? Honorable Eugene So. Biga hate ego. Chiarachil Tiota Nizint Anita, Nabasian Tora. Oro Hidanitsanshla. Let's be careful. Let's remember the gentleman's prayer this morning and set our hearts straight. We all know our president is going forward in full force with renewable energy. Today, let us request a renewable synergy. Let's synergize. Let's listen to him. Let's respect one another. We have 3 years, and we know that our president is going to veto many legislations. Some will be passed, some will be rejected. But we as lawmakers will continue to move forward for our people. Not only us, but the 3 branches to learn and work together. I say we sit down and reason together with our president, vice president, and let's do this for our people. God bless you.
Okay. Moving on down. Eugene So.
Ahlane. All die kombina hat khani do kom be ani be klari ni kan go ani shida ni shida ne khada is de lempe benat bi ga be bani khage do bestela to ta ani shid ilia to eben gan shid ilia nani tlini khade la bogil alat onsen خاشت أشانت لي كنت أشيد أصابي كده نبيت أني هلون أني ته كهوليه بينه تبي خاوش نبي كسرت إيه بيشنا هالنصن أذانه هالشنة Eta, Enahat Ata, Besta Ete, Benaso Alte, Ita, Ayatito, the Ada, Message, any other of it, Ada. Anita, the Nepalese, or the Great Branch government. Kodasi, Obashina, Home, Adesjahati, das Gasona. Hado Ebenesha Isnila. I didn't ask to be here to hear this amongst you. What all Bantus case. Kidana had Ada Liana 10 system. Asad Liana Galo Hitnahadna. Aside Ali Nasi the car. It was our government. Beer to the house. Convena, Nasakona Nikai. He showed there because he'd done his age. Wait to them. What I want to case of on Saunders. Now, the Kiati committee out there. Bankia did art to it on Hidea as a council. Either I think navigation. We're not talking for the people from the Free Branch government. Het gaan die jaren zoals je net ziet, zo is het nou niet zo neppa, oil, pajassen, alleen halsen, genezen. Het is al je, our government, ik ben not aan de wereld zin naar huis gaan. Eet als no. Nog, klassiek, oil, wil ik de nek als het opzettende. They said they used to have interpreter in here. The neck as you key to the Navajos, they don't speak in Navajos or understand. I call all Bahnos, you can song the city, Nahatata, Ebit. These been out of these, he's a laugh. I can't chin it, torn and all, to Dalia. But I had to buy, was he or that? The but the Hadis in Spain down 6:30 yet down. I don't need Nana. Khalid Adol Nielsen, Khalid Adol to became the cut out of Ahlane Torkidi, is the Ashina Torkidi Nita. We got the president, and we got the DOJ, and the other Istata Ish, Asadi, they were working for the people, the net, Panay Nish. I only just to do, she had home. I talk with other arts, sister thoughts on the Lord, our sister thoughts on some of the heart. I ask for forgiveness. Idiot, share.
Hey, so moving on down on the list, Honorable Paul B. What a privilege, Honorable Chairman So.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Jas Twees is on. Oh, so the holidays then. Oh, Jono. Alia. Akunde. Some of the behind the scenes items that are taking place. Mitch letter Ilyagi from President Nez, January 23, 2020. The second part of the paragraph of the letter. Joe Quaggy, President Nez, Vice President Lizer, Bijay Kaila, Quaggy Katoisa, because case in the league, we respectfully request the honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council to hold off on entertaining any legislations that request funding from the UUFB, citizen funds, and other revenue sources until we have a plan in place to address our nation's comprehensive budget for the next 5 years. Joe Quaggy, Pedailia, with Amendment 1. Joe Quaggy, Isato, Nalsositila,
Beta Ilia. Each ito hisna nista. Oko sato eya shishitis aigi. Aita eya sato MCO Waligo eya beta nesh.
Honorable Daniel, so this is a point of privilege.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. Draw your motion. Honorable Otto, so you're a second. You still can continue?
I guess Mr. Daniel Silver withdrew his motion. I support that. I just second his proposal, so we can get out there and see where the delegates are at. So yeah.
Okay. Then there's the one on this amendment. Then we go back to the board. Daniel So, Otto So withdraws amendment number 2. I don't have anybody else on the board. Anybody on reserve time? I have nobody on reserve time. Going once, going twice. How about James? Does he have reserve time? Well, James. On the main motion.
On the main motion. Okay, Don, Speaker. I guess this would be legal, but I can't really say because we were in executive session. If needs of that nature happens after the address, then how do we go about it? Thank you. Reserve my time.
We just go forward. But Honorable Slater's, I'm coming back to him. It seems like there's recommendation from Honorable Slater. Pat, going once, going twice. All reserve time. James, 4:38. On the main motion. Waves it up. Have anybody else on board? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, there's the one amendment, which is motion to delete legislation 0238-19, 0330-19, and 0001-20 off the agenda. Also move up BIA oral report after State of the Nation address item 4 as new item 5, delete legislation 0273-19, and an oral report on coronavirus from the Department of Health after IHS as new item C, oral reports. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, go to the board. On the agenda. Terminology. Pat? See, everybody is voting, going once, going twice, going 3 times, lock it down.
17 to 6.
7 in favor, 6 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. We do have an agenda before us. We'll go back to Honorable Slater. Pat, hold on, Mr. President has entered the building. Mr. President. But, wait. Still going to you though. All right. With that, moving on down, back to the Honorable Slater.
Speaker, I'd like to motion to consider legislation 0007-20 and legislation 0008-20 in a suspension of the floor rules prior to item 4.
And that was a consent?
No,
No?
just
Okay.
regular.
That, the motion to suspend the floor rules, to suspend the, amend the agenda, by Honorable Slater, to move up 007-20 and 008-20, which would be before the receive the State of the Nation address from the President of the Nation. Is there a second? Second, by Honorable Daniel So. Comments, questions? Going once, going twice. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Navajo Nation President, speaking to the suspension of floor rules, legislation 007 and legislation 008. George Sevchin at the Kahana. We are Yashan, I and Anna Kadida. Jukudo Aita, Kudo Nisha, was there, course, which I don't let I want to Naja Ato Letico. We are Shan Lakodo. So Kudo the Gaba see, let's leave the agenda as is. The need that and the radar. One thing, and after I says Kudo. So, idiot speaker. Thank you.
Okay, that. Everybody else on board, going once, going twice, going three times, got on board on suspension of floor rules. This will be moving up legislation 007-20 and 008-20 right before State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. Just need 16 votes to pass. Chairman So, Honorable Yellow Hair, Honorable Walker, Madam Chair Crotty, Honorable Freeland. That. One has voted. One once. One twice. One three times. Lock it down.
12 to 11.
12 in favor, 11 opposed. Speaking not voting, motion fails. Needed 16 votes in order to suspend the floor rules after the agenda has been adopted. That, we're back to on the agenda, item number 4, receiving the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker.
there a motion? Once, going twice. Mr. Smith, is there a second? Moved by Homer Brigade. President, you have 20 minutes.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Hiela, kwa nakadahos ado ade shike shidna da isanalt agi the nebeke ka do nago ke bit inigi ado kwa yaho yagi hiela kwa nana khe the 2020 no ba hni tsinje kdo edien naha illa aro teach ya kwa asasodni do behas ani hadet ego ekodo lanje tasataki do kede tasataki kujahas ajishi kudo hanneto na hatashin hijash chane dilneto lehia ado binda den beshpas an Eugene so here Nihidini do les aro speaker na do binda kuja hitslal so Veterans Memorial Park has aje ya citizen baho aro Wilson Stewart do here kwa ya di hike do nihidna asasi clean do kudo citizen ada ilia do di kwa na nishigi ka nature to shishindel na no hada od zi bin ko the more bis kanako Monday when they quietly da danger quality and just hande clear bin ko hastra or kilo kodo citizen da il do kodo otlando kodo hadna dan denigi beslande itle kodo ni keni nava what's the deals and do kodo ni not ani ko has aji kwani be Navajo Nation not only hos do ha zoje yo to ha zo so le ha zoje aji na find and lenigi eba so deals and not only Washington that not find and lenigi do but so deals and kino leon ich beazen dort lässt jo kwa citizen bedeni ka anil squishing kino leni. You know, I wanted to mention, thank you for the prayer service this morning, praying for our military, our men and women in uniform that have been deployed to places on the other side of the world. And I want to thank Eugene So for his leadership in this and bringing both branches together this morning. So thank you. And then Delegate Stewart, thank you for being there with the speaker. You know, you have the State of the Nation address here. As you know, we only have 20 minutes, but I'm sure we'll get some more opportunity to specifically speak a little bit more on various questions you may have. We also handed out the quarterly report of our administration, the executive branch. As you noticed, it's a little thinner than what was previous out there. They've worked very hard to consolidate information, to get updates so that we can do this on a quarterly basis. So, the quarterly report. And the preface, I'm not going to go through this State of the Nation, but to preference discussion or letter to you all, pursuant to holding off on appropriation bills until we have a collaboration on dealing with the budget deficit. As you all know, $30 to $50 million is the shortfall due to the closure of the Navajo generating station and the Peabody mine up in Black Mesa. 2000 19, the fiscal year 20, this council, including the office of the president and vice president, covered that deficit by utilizing some UUFD dollars, some dollars that were allocated for the closure, and also Peabody. Those dollars made up to $167 million of the general fund. It used to be 172, so we were $5 million less this year. But as you know, our mandate to our divisions were stay home. We utilized Twin Arrows a lot, and then listen to travel, and also to tighten our belts in the administration. And so we're looking at covering that deficit for this year. But that only covers it for fiscal year 2020. That ends September 31st. So what do we do for the next year? $30 to $50 million deficit. And I appreciate the leadership of Chairman Henio and the Budget and Finance Committee members for their work in identifying various potentials of covering this deficit. And one of those ideas that we've had is to look at the second 5-year permanent trust fund plan. As you know, we approved a 5-year expenditure plan, and those are projects that are being developed throughout the Navajo Nation. So that ends this year, and it just seems like it's a good idea to allocate the second permanent trust fund expenditure plan for the next 5 years to cover the deficit. And that would allow us here on the Navajo Nation, $30 to $50 million is a lot of money. And if we don't cover that, you got, I'm sure, layoffs that could happen with the government and the reduction of direct services to our government. But with this plan, we're seeing that we could push that out 5 years so that we can begin to look at new monies for the Navajo Nation coffers. And I appreciate the Resource Development Committee in meeting with them and looking at ways to bring in revenue from this 500 megawatts of electricity, as well as more renewable energy projects here on the Navajo Nation. But let's keep in mind too, and I mentioned this at our last council meeting, that there are over $300 million of monies that were approved from the previous council, and a lot of those projects are in your communities. But at this rate, CPMD, we're not going to finish those in these next 3 years unless we have a plan by bringing in some help to assist CPMD to finish off these projects. So the way it is right now, one employee at CPMD could be juggling 30 projects at a time. And we need some help, and I know that there are a lot of Navajo professionals out there that can help us with these services. And so that would be our request. Our request is to hold off on any new spending until we figure out the direction of our budget in the future. If we do a 5-year plan, that would alleviate a lot of headaches for all of us, because we know that every year we can fund the government at $172 million for the next 5 years. And with that said, I ask for your support to do that, and I thank you. I understand that you deleted some of the funding bill, and I appreciate that. And so when we're going to get the permanent trust fund 5-year plan established, I know Delegate Henio is ready to drop that legislation and then support from the Budget and Finance Committee. We can get that across the finish line, and I think we'll be able to rest at ease for some time to develop our plan. A plan to cover this $30 to $50 million shortfall after the 5 years passes by. And so once that happens, we can entertain funding bills. And, you know, for Ganado, I know the Ganado Senior Citizen Center has an allocation for over $1 million. You know, I've always said to Delegate James that, and those ladies from Ganado who during the campaign said they needed a senior citizen center. You know, the need for senior citizens throughout the nation is there, and we want to be able to help in those causes. And so we are going to propose, after the approval of the 5-year plan, a $6 million proposal, and I believe Speaker Damon will be sponsoring legislation to give some dollars to CPMD to finish off these projects in our community so that we can make sure that all these projects are completed with this administration and this council. So I know it took a lot of time, but I'm going to give some time over to the Vice President. But you do have a copy of our State of the Nation, but I wanted to highlight the fiscal responsibility that we all have for the Navajo people in the future. So thank you. Vice President?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Is going to be here this morning. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. I apologize if I didn't shake some of my honorable delegates' hands. I didn't have enough time to come around, but I'll be sure to give you a shake and a hug here real soon. But I appreciate you. Yate Shea Myerlizer, Navajo Nation Vice President. Comanche Nishla Tohana, Bashis Chim. Ado Comanche Deshache, Klash Deshanela. It's good to be here, as I said earlier, and I think I'm going to take a cue from our president, and I'm not going to read from this, as you all can read very well. But one of the things I will talk about, you know, in a lot of the meetings here that have been held here locally, our president has been working with you all, our honorable delegates, and a lot of our executive directors locally on local initiatives. And just being honest, and I haven't even told President this yet, but I was going through this and I thought, man, VP's not even in here a lot. And but to a point, I've been traveling a lot and doing a lot of the health board, NIHB, CMS, TTAC, STAC, all of these things, traveling immensely. And, you know, for good cause. We were told that previous administration that we kind of lacked a little bit of that leadership wasn't, seen at a lot of the meetings. And so I took upon myself to labor to show up and to make sure that we're well represented, our Navajo Nation. And so, and at that, you know, I've also established a great relationship with this current White House. And I've always said from day one that I would look to enhancing our Navajo Nation relationship with this White House, only for the mere fact that, you know, instead of talking to a lot of department managers and the hierarchy that we call bureaucracy, why not take it to the highest level and advocate for our people and First Nations at the highest level? And so I've been about that, and have been, established a great relationship with this White House, and look forward to continue. And one thing I did do the last visit, just about 3 weeks ago, I did say, you know what, I got to share some of this opportunity with my fellow council delegates. And so I'm on record as being able to advocate to have certain individuals attend with me or go even in my place. And so I extend that to this council. Look forward that you would take me up on that and take the White House up on it, as they do wish to work with the Navajo Nation, the largest Indian tribe in the land. And they're waiting to hear from us. They want to hear from you. They want to hear what you're thinking. They want to hear proposals that you may have. You know what? They're just waiting for us to ask. And so without further ado, I think, Mr. President, we should probably give some time to the First and Second Lady.
Yate, good afternoon. It's been a year since we've been in office, and for Second Lady and I can say that it's been a learning experience for us, since, there's no precedent set in the office of the First and Second Lady, so everything's been trial and error and just paving our own way. So, but a lot of our efforts are centered around prevention through awareness and education. We've done in the last quarter the Honor Her Conference, which is a women's conference, a summit in Saley, the Strengthening Families Through Healthy Practices. And then, and so a lot of our focus and priorities focus around the home and the family, as they've always been. And so we'll continue to do that work. And I'm going to give over some time to Second Lady to let you know what we've done. We've also done and continue to do.
Ja, she Dottie Lizer Yanisha, Kiani Nishla, what you just gizi Bashashin, but Atni Dashachade, Hachitni Dashila. Good afternoon, and I'm just really here just to update you on some of the things that we've done. We've worked on some radio forums. We just had one last week, and it was really based around families and prevention and safety. I think a lot of our elders, you know, they take care of the children, and so a lot of it was directed towards them, and just to kind of give them some pointers on what to do. And so I think that was a really good thing for our people. We're also, on a monthly basis, we have videos that we have out there, and I'm sure all of you have seen them, and they are basically around the same thing. For October, we did that was our first month that we did this video, and that was based around safety, you know, because it's Halloween, and we just want to make sure that our kids are safe. November was dealing with Thanksgiving and what we should be thankful for around Thanksgiving, and then on to December was giving, and then January, of course, the new year. You know, we need to challenge ourselves with new beginnings because it's a new year. You know, 2020 we've been really talking about, and so that's, you know, some of the things that we've been working on radio. We're going to be having a heart-to-heart conference here this weekend at Twin Arrows in Flagstaff, Arizona. So I want to encourage all the women to come out and to be a part of that. And that's really to just bring some spiritual guidance, some spiritual uplifting, some encouragement, some prayer. And we have some great speakers. We have 2 speakers, and they're, you know, going to be speaking in Navajo and English. So, you know, we will have, I think we have close to 500 people registered. So we've reached a lot of people, and you know, First Lady and I, we sponsored 300 people to attend, and we wanted to save that for our Native women. And so, you know, that is even filling up fast too. So, you know, we encourage everybody to attend that. And so, you know, we look forward to, you know, to what happens this weekend and to see all your beautiful faces out there. And then we're also working on a Honor Her conference that we held back in October. And so this Heart to Heart and Honor Her conference we'll be having every year. And so we just want to be able to make sure and bring that to the people and bring that to the women and make sure they're uplifted, because we are the matriarch in our families, the women. And so that's who we're trying to reach, and that's who we're trying to encourage. So thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and everyone in attendance, and those that are viewing the World Wide Web. Appreciate the opportunity to do the State of the Nation address, and thank you for working with us on deleting those funding bills. In the spirit of working together, we also ask that you delete 007 and 008-20. And we are willing to sit down with the council and to you know, have more leadership meetings. I know some of you have come across the street, and that's evident during the debate today, that those are ones that come over to our office, you know, are getting updated, getting a lot of their projects done. And that's in the spirit of working together. And if I can do that more in 2020, I'll commit to doing that a little bit more at your committee meetings. So thank you, everyone, and God bless the 24th Navajo Nation Council and our leadership here. Konsoshi, ije hasti do anil sukla hierla.
Okay, that, do I have a motion and I have a second? Go to the floor. Honorable Keon Begay, Jay. 5 minutes.
Speaker do Kodoshnanta, Nasi Tanagi, Adoshik Eno Sengi Adet, and Hinasiki, Quake, Kodoni, and Allah Jessica Hagi, Quake, Hasnato, Kodonal Sosndi. So, Aisiki, So I don't know what that's a bit on it. I said, "Has what deals in hit need or can see case get the never not on the deed or a yet the what at the wings and door call halate out Diego a president an office receiving a document indicating that that restraining order in the gate dinas but that in Yago should then need a call a baby match sheshes in the geek what all Diego should be.
Point of privilege. Hold on, Honorable Keon McGee. Madam Chair Crowdy, point of privilege.
Speaker, my point of privilege is divulging information that was in an executive session.
To legal counsel.
Thank you. So the point of privilege is about disclosing information that was provided, legal information that was provided to the council in executive session. What you were told in executive session about the proposed temporary restraining order, and what I shared with you, that was attorney-client privilege. The fact that the documents were delivered is not attorney-client privilege. So if you can have this discussion without disclosing how you were advised in executive session, that's fine. I hope that helps.
Okay. Honorable Keon McGee, what was yours?
A codoti Diego should be Aki na connection is codot Salanado Cottonwood, not sauce. Based on Kodobish Bans on the Land Aslan, sits Aunt Vito and gets Aunt Vito in La 1.2 million for power line project for Salana Cottonwood chapter. Since then, again, it's just seems that the staff is just beginning to just creating more problems for the chapter to get the documents together.
Jay, hold on real quick. For the record, could I have everybody in Gala and my colleagues? Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation just walked in. Miguel. Sorry.
Okay, let me try this again. Maybe can I think we are losing some times on this. You guys didn't stop. The power line, I mean, raising kids, the value of homes, no, but this is the first time that a family was able to get a power line. And I know it's very all political, I cannot deny that, but it was because of the political maneuvers that we've done is the reason why it was vetoed. But I sure like to move forward, and I will continue, and I've made this my commitment to the community, no matter what, unless with whatever I said earlier, maybe with but I'm here for the next 3 years to do my best. This morning, I'll continue to fight for my community of what they need. Again, projects in the department. We've been bugging the Division of Community Development, the CPMD. As an RDC member. So what do we do? So yes, we have 300 million just sitting there. But how is it all so what really troubles me is putting all of your division director to focus on the energy policy, which is important, yes. But the main delivery of service to the people, in terms of grazing issue, the webinar, so the other senior centers, other veterans, you directed your division, your Navajo Nation Washington office to secure a meeting with the Veterans Office. As of today, nothing. You know that I'm doing my best, and I appreciate you coming to the Hopi Reservation for 860 in Low Mountain. See, and what that did because there's a lot of areas, and then bill number 20, Mr. Teller, about 5-6 projects down in the state of Arizona. So ended it seems that we're just looking at money that's available on the Navajo Nation. That's not right. We ask for funding at the state level, but nobody from the administration is really helping us. If you could direct your division directors, your staff at the agency level to do what they can to help us move these projects. So again, like I said, I think of this, because of the interruption, I've lost about 30 seconds. I'd like to reserve that time.
Honorable Keon McGee, we did add 30 seconds on there. Honorable James, on your, was it question? Question of privilege.
Yeah, Shananda Kodo, question of privilege, Islam. My question to Shananda, President Nez, is are you currently filing the restraining order against the 24th Navajo Nation Council as we speak, before we proceed more? That's my question. Thank you.
Mr. President, there's a question of privilege.
Thank you for the question. Do you want me to start with Kealan Begay, Speaker?
No, just Honorable James.
All right. Well, appreciate the question. And right now, our request to work together was honored. I mean, I heard you speaking about working together. So there shouldn't be no reason to do a restraining order, is there? I don't think so. So in the spirit of working together, I think we're all on the same page today to answer to your question. So no.
Okay. Question of privilege, Honorable James.
Padona Adish Kadigi, is this plain simple, Shananda? Yes or no? So the reason why I asked is because we received documents in regards to that. So
Point of order.
Question of privilege. Honorable James, can you restate your question of privilege?
my question was, are you currently filing the restraining order against 24th Navajo Nation Council due to the fact that we did receive documents this morning?
President.
Thank you, Speaker, and delegates here, and Delegate James. No. Okay. I heard the debate earlier, and I did have a request for this council to not consider those two override bills. I hope we can honor that. That's the spirit of working together, right? Not overriding any legislation. Let's talk these things out. And I'm looking forward to having that discussion with the council. So, to your question, no.
Okay, moving on down. Point of order. Chairman Ness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council, as well as our honorable President and Vice President. I would like to request that we go into executive session. Motion to go into executive session.
What is the request on the executive session?
Due to the nature of the discussion, that there might be some litigation going on back and forth, and I would like to sit with the President, the Council, and reason together and make sure that we're not hurting our people in the process, because our people are the ones who elected us into these positions, and I believe it is necessary that we sit and reason together.
And that would be with our colleagues from the 24th Council? Okay.
Council, the President, the Vice President, as well as their legal counsel, one, and our Chief Legislative Counsel.
Okay. Honorable Chairman Nez, we can ask if you do we do go to executive session. We can't force the President and his team to go into executive session with us. He would just have to go involuntarily.
They did say.
So I can recognize your executive session request. Was there a point of privilege? Point of privilege by Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kudod ani bekil na hoil na do ba hanitzi. Apendan so da hades zid no modo. Ba hitzi the nils no yat eto lelsen no you. Kudon khabat ses kishna ta shanigi. So far I haven't received anything in black and white. Just as zendo. Nothing on my desk here. So let's move forward.
Chairman Ness.
I believe that we need to refocus, and let's go forward, and as he said, let's work together, let's put it to the test.
So you don't want to go into executive session?
Withdrawn.
Okay, moving on down. Honorable Slater. Point of order. Hold on, Honorable Slater. Honorable Yazzie, point of order.
Point of order, Speaker, could you please remind our colleagues that what we talked about in executive stays in executive? And we heard the President saying that he will meet with us. And President, I hope you keep to your word that we meet on that on a separate day. But let's continue to move forward the agenda. And President, this week we got to sit down with you, sir, and Vice President before you visit Trump again. But we need to sit down and talk. Okay. So, Speaker, sir.
Okay. Okay. With that, Honorable Slater.
Before we begin, can we get some clarification on what Legislative Counsel said regarding the executive session?
Okay, let me go back to
Providence versus court.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Slater. Go back. Referring to, well, his question is, what can they not talk about regarding the restraining orders?
Okay, let me try to re-clarify that. The documents were delivered. You've seen the documents, so you can talk about the documents. You cannot talk about my advice to you. You cannot talk about my explanation to you of the documents. You cannot talk about any strategies. The documents themselves They did not come under cover of any type of executive privilege, and they were not attorney-client privilege. But what I discussed with you, what the other attorneys, advocates at Legislative Council discussed with you, that would be attorney-client privilege. That, gotcha?
Well, our Attorney General given a thought. Can you talk to them? Yeah, no, we'll talk to the documents, but that's what we got. Okay, almost later.
Thank you. I think we wouldn't be in this situation this morning if we weren't presented with documents this morning that said that the president was going to issue a temporary restraining order to prevent the council from considering legislation 0007 and 0008. All this talk about working together is good, and I've seen dozens of my colleagues, numerous of my colleagues go over across the street, as well as myself. And you spent at least 2 hours with me last week. And
Mr. President, Honorable Slater has the floor.
I was incredibly grateful for that. I couldn't believe that I was able to get 2 hours with the president to cover a variety of issues. And it showed to me that you're here to work with the council and you want to get things done. But when my colleagues and I are presented with a temporary restraining order the morning before council, minutes before it's about to start or in the middle of it going on, it seems like it's a political stunt to prevent us from thinking clearly, from working cogently, from coming together. And I don't want us to play games. I want us to work in earnest. And I think we were very hurt by that because these two pieces of legislation have been under consideration for months now. And during that time period, there were contentions made that, okay, it's not good to move the uranium from executive to legislative, and there was an unfunded mandate for the bathrooms. In that intervening time period, we didn't see any suggestions for how to amend it, anywhere to find a middle path. And that sort of middle path, I think, is very easy to come together on. And as a committee that supported the legislation, the Accessible Restrooms Act, it seems like it's a simple fix, which is just an unfunded mandate. Well, we could delay certain implementation of it. There's a lot of ways we could get around this, but instead that wasn't brought back to the committee about how do we move forward together. And I'd like to talk about 023819, which is the $50 million scholarship legislation. We raised many concerns at the committee level, at the NABI level, and at the council level. And the legislation was referred back to the Budget and Finance Committee. In that time period, I think there was a recognition that certain parts of the legislation were irredeemable and we'd have to amend it in order to move forward. And to that end, we started moving on developing new legislation. It was dropped, it's 11-20. And I presented it to you last week and asked for your consideration of how we could move forward together. And I haven't received anything except to say we're not going to consider any new funding proposals. But then we have this, and it says vote yes to legislation 0238-19. So what I don't know is there a carve out just for that and then everything else can move forward? Because as you said earlier, you said the delegates who were on the screen are getting their projects done and they're moving forward. So it seems that there's a political condition for moving your projects through the Navajo Nation government right now, which I think you can clarify and say that's not the case. But I don't think that's how we should be presenting things. That if you have a disagreement with the executive branch, that therefore your chapters will be disadvantaged by the Navajo Nation government due to political reasoning. And I think that that's what Honorable Kealan Begay was mentioning. So I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to correct that sentiment, but that is certainly what is seeping through my colleagues and my minds. Requesting at the last minute to have the items deleted from the agenda, again, we shouldn't operate by last minute. You know, I was there last week. I've heard you echo the sentiment about the permanent trust fund before, but this is a political advertisement right now, and here's the substance. And there's a lot of good work that your branches, that your division directors are doing, and I want to thank them for that. I've seen NDOT out there on N12, it seems like every day this week. And I'm sure you're pushing it there. But I don't want this to be an institution and a place where we permit doublespeak, where we say, okay, we're not going to permit this, but we'll allow this one to go forward. Or there was extensive collaboration, say, between the utility company and the Heidelkoth work group on the 200 megawatts. We know that wasn't true. If there's a strong rationale for the decisions that are coming out of the office, I would like to hear a little bit more explication and explanation, because otherwise it's left to us to just speculate that it's politics. In closing, I'd ask for your support for 4318, and I strongly support you saying working with the Arizona Corporation Commission on extending just transition. I want to work with you on that.
Hey, that, moving on down. Where we going?
Okay, Speaker, I wrote down Bishmas on the Nitland Auto. I don't chat here, I don't call now all yet anything. I was pseudo president, though, Hinani, though, Shideja coming in. I don't the vice president, though, I don't Hinani, though, coming in respectfully, she told you that, to come in as with your spouse, if you had Sinko. I don't the yard, we're all been elected into this office. I don't to take care of this government. I don't Shadido Chief Justice though. As a to take care of this three-branch government. To operate this on behalf of the people. This morning, I delivered a message saying that I was coming in. Some of the schools, the bus didn't come to our home without no. I need to know. Here you guys on the road. Way we can come out. Down no. They delivered that message to me. Not only than Lindy are there. Benashi recognized up at the letter. But not who the dean that could hitch and we still have the issue of roads. And our schools is still like that. Our kids didn't go to school till this morning. Deliver that message to whoever's going to be inside that chambers. Then he don't think, no, then it's a ziko. And that he now teach it on Neko. I want to deliver this message for them. So they said that they can't come out, they can't even, they don't have even have running water and electricity. But they can have theirs. So we've been obligated to serve this government course to those everything but most of all, this is all because on behalf of our people. They're looking at us every day. Under the Ligina, with Yagi, other Yakon, other Yao, and see case, Jano, or Yadati was south and the Nico, Day, Batis, so the Sneko, Ado, Hiado, you've been to Delcon, other day, just at Lincoln. On behalf of that, he died and laid the water rights bonded, you know, at the Delcon. Here, Situko, other day, you listen to people too, so. We need to focus in the downtown area or there's going to be economic development. We need a plan there. It's done your cabinets and it's been some case business their knowledge kozun ki o da ni ka o jansin ko chu ko da ne kha do ka de no da de kha ya kha ba cha sin ze zan de shin den yi da o da ye ni chu do de do da de ka pi cha e da ye de ya ko to ni de shi ko ban so do de amen.
Our brigade, run down, Stewart.
Thank you, Otto, Kadolo, colleagues in Finnegan, who's done with all stuff, each I can Finnegan, that's now Otto, Chief Justice Joanne Jane, Otto, Kadolo, his son Finnegan, the kid in Finnegan, class in Finnegan, Kadolo, President, Mr. Ned, Mr. Ned, the Vice President's advisor, it's on the joining media, it's not advisor, so yeah, thank you for your leadership, for your directors, your executive staff. Okay, I can't continue to live for coming over, presenting us your plans, your insight. Kids and without a juggling painting. So, a novel and general, his car nature to that, a house and door without a the not without painting, though, World Wide Web, the door so without not, but not without painting, so our kids and the Auto a leadership and the clinic, so without a yadate here, but now how G. Project. Citizen Lenigi, they think no. The Haikana without a Shitsu Lenigi, Mr. Hardy, and the Dr. Mr. Mark, should Dr. Dini, the Pendam, the Mr. Jim Padon, and he just scriptures and Lenigi, and each of those. Without a Yapan says, so I'll quit check without he gained on leading the hospital of sunset leadership and the Lenigi. General, he in the heart. Had all of it, and you can know when the hearts of the center. Every day, in Jonah section, out of the Ogi or a sad in Liniki, half a reason though, then so. Put out a says kids could all set out attraction to it, could out kitchen, and that's different. Oh, is this the sheep like? How they out a lot of people, so. Scripture Lenigi, each each and every day, social media video post machine. How she gave on to us kids. She had class and go on to us kids. How they double check now they out, she ain't got high. There is a leaning, she thought. Into that home, the elders are leaning. They go through depression, they go through loneliness. One of my community members expressed that in a chapter meeting. Widow Jolong. She goes through a lot. And it was really hard touching at that time. Because of what she said and how she expressed herself, because I have also seen that in my own home. And so, that day when I read the scripture, there was a thing in there that said VIP. Not very important person, but it said that VIP, you have a vision, you have integrity, and you have a presence. The presence of our deities, the presence of our Lord Savior. And I use that. I think of that every day before I start my day. Worldwide with this virus that's out there, coronavirus, to be as leadership, we have a lot of doctors and nurses coming in that are not even Navajo that work here. 6 months, we need to protect our nation. Let's work together on that. Yeah.
Moving on down, Honorable Charlene.
Speaker Damon, Yad Ehnan, President Nez, Vice President Lizer, Adult Shada, First Lady, Adult Second Lady, Shemaya Yad and Buddha. I got an email from a young individual, the Communications Director, Young Solzadeh for the Washington office. And this individual posed a concern to me. He said, Ms. So, can you review my application and my resume? That's if I'm qualified for this position. And one of the minimum requirements was a bachelor's degree, and this individual has a master's. And he did not get an interview at all. And he said, what is the problem? What can you do? What message can you send over to the executive branch? And this is a huge concern to me because we have high qualified individuals in the Navajo, but yet they're not given the opportunity to excel. They're not giving them a chance to get the experience needed or to share their knowledge with us. And with the 50% shortage of staffing in the Washington office, I can only imagine what type of meetings we are missing out with our congressional leaders and what necessary meetings that need to take place that are not happening. I don't know if you have a plan in place. The executive director for Washington office. We had a lot of good individuals that left that Washington office. And I'm concerned as to how that happened so quickly within the first year. And I want us to give our individuals, our qualified, educated individuals, a chance. I want to say thank you for coming out to Twitter chapter. It meant a lot to my constituents. My 5 chapters, you got an update on my chapter projects. I'm asking for your support for some projects. Money is the root of all evil, but yet it's going to be moving a lot of projects. So I'm asking that you please consider some future proposals on behalf of my 5 chapters. And I will go ahead and yield my time to Shiyash Ki'ala.
Okay, good. 1, 4, 3.
Yeah, the remaining time checking deep Kodo Tani not only Ishmaya Hatzi, the Nation Washington office, Kodo a lot of times when we go to Washington, we've got to educate the people up there. The aspect of how the Navajo Nation lives, the culture and tradition of Nubian. So how effective is our office up there? How much are we paying on an annual basis? If you send a simple request, but it's not followed through the report, how do you interpret that? And we did direct the Washington office director that they'll give did to secure a meeting with the Veterans Administrators, but that never happened. A couple in Navajo, Halit Behas Ani Dazad, Nahidayan, Lao Kiki, Hait Alani, agent, Nahakons and Lidika, Nikayaka, Haspaniki, how are they effectively communicating with these elected officials that some of them don't even know what the life of a reservation is? Haitian. Ako kishin ani ato hales ani net kishin da shin ko ni da di khajo to ni to kwa ke so shin ashura ale kwa ke ni no down
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Elijah, Mrs. Nez. Thank you, Speaker. I just have a few quick questions I wanted to ask about. We worked on a position statement for the Razi Martinez case as well as the impact aid. I was just wondering, I know that some of the delegates and the representatives and senators were asking if we were going to submit a position statement with an allegation. So that was my first question I wanted to ask about that. And then I have been trying to get in touch with your staff, and I think I talked to with Mr. Elijah about NAPI and the NIT project and the reimbursement letter that they were trying to get processed. And so those are two questions I've had, and getting the response back from the office yet on that. So I just wanted to know if you guys got a position statement filled out and sent to the state of New Mexico, and if not, why are we not working on that? Those are the three things I wanted to ask and make sure we understand where we're going with that. With that, Mr. David, I reserve my time.
Okay. Serve your time at 3:32. Moving on down. Chairman So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Dale, honorable colleagues, honorable Vice President and Vice President, and First and Secretary, and people in the audience. During the discussion on the motion about the Muslim Tier report, some of the colleagues basically said, "Yo no sobodeza." Then you even referred to it as being "Yo no sobodeza." Ante kharol shijo kuzeyai cheo. Ante iman sos. We came home sos. But no, they came on that. So quite even oil. I see the kissing so those amigo and I tried to eliminate your report. But again, I really do want to work together. Instead of us always going over to your office, maybe you should come over and come to our chambers. The one aspect, it just seems like both of these legislations that you don't want us to address, they're still on the agenda. 07 and 08. They're still on the agenda. It's just that we voted not to put them up front. So in that respect, just know that.
And I want it to be known that legislation 238, the $50 million scholarship, you basically asked us to remove it from the agenda. It was not the council. Let's let that be known. Because in the letter that was delivered also this morning, that was dated last week, you wanted all citizen UUFB fund legislations to be withdrawn. So that happened. It was not the council that asked for the removal, and we just abided in that aspect of working together. In working together, we seem to have a difference of understanding between passive enrollment, a major misunderstanding. The Navajo committee passed legislation to authorize Nautani Development Corporation and Malina to pursue the IMCE, Indian Managed Care Entity. And again, during that debate, I said, let that be known that passive enrollment would be in bold letters and underlined. I think, again, let's just face it, 80% of all the managed care organizations within the 48 states, all of them use passive enrollment. And I really feel like that's what we all got to be agreeing on and going forward. The other part is I'm really dismayed that the staff of the Vice President gives me a call saying that they're speaking with Catholic University wanting to start a education program. And they give me 15 minutes to get to a meeting, but I'm 2.5 hours away. So if we're going to do this, Mr. Vice President, I request that you come before the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Thank
you, Chairman. So, moving on down, on water, so.
Okay, so Speaker for this time, and Mr. President, and na sililat ko adi si and hadata ha ajta oyo tsancho ni oh nishanant da ad kosis illa ako we benda niyande ne laot ego ko haot zi جنون لا كيتا دي لشن صاشي شهجونية أنا خانات أشي أدين هو دست أنا أدين نخلص أندوش لنتا. And that conversation, you had to agree to it. Maybe the Vice President had to give a green light on it. Maybe your Council, General Counsel, to say, go ahead and write that up. I take it as a threat. Our job here as council is to legislate, whether it's to override or legislate laws. Bejmans andi schlechten go. Bejmans unbekannte deal what na khana go. De ekuja bejmans an na tani بخان الزيدي اي تحت ليه لولي اي بيش دشنا قا نخن اشوده كو جول كنا نشدن كدني ويا اخت اي هو ستوديل هذه زينه ويا ايك جولا جنولا جنون دا إنجا خات زيدو آدي بانا يندال نشأل صني كي هجي إيجنسان ده بندا شهاد كإيكا أو إيه أرو هذي آدي نيجي نان أشون إيه هاد بس أنا بكا إيه آدي بخين خاهي السين. It's our duty as legislatures. كون ليد ننخا اي نا بيش ماس اندا نيدو لكن كدين نيدو بناي نا دين تين تا نهات our duties not او بعد ناتكون داشين سبو نات سوستو ادي نكي نن يهيجي اودن شيدو دي training on سي كدي دا بكات نهلن. You see the ranch program. Oh, we tore Big Bakias Ranch. We fixed this many water troughs this quarter. We approved this many home site leases this quarter. We built this many homes this quarter. We granted so many right-of-ways to NTUA this quarter so such and so family could get power. So-and-so could get water. لو بكا ننت أشون هديت إيدات إيه تنن ليد هني نا بكا what sin أمان this case did تدي كاي ne. And I believe the earthen dam project that you're talking about in your book here talks about one earthen dam project. There in Tanani Lake. I'm from Western. Don't think that I don't know how many earthen dam projects was completed there. You effectively done one in Western. That's it, Shan Hishan. Now, Sana Tata or Zanda Bash Neta. Could it end Sana Dash a late la 80 in late the net. But Kata Ade, Hajo Ade, Hadat Ego Ade, and that was nations. Asian is actually short. God, Anna Nisha, which is Kai, which is Kado.
Yeah. Okay. The Honorable so with that. Moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay.
Shada Speaker David, Snat Alni, Glyn, Sla Ash, President Nez, Vice President Lizer, Hado, Bekino Nani, Kodon, Hano Ash, Hado Kodona, Bishmasa, Anna, Sit Hanagi, Hikinda Wheelna. Nage Odatane, Benet, Austed, and Ocean Nashata, Zilla. Dat neketje die dat het ego eden ging naast twee dat in de had no. Het ego eden naast dat ze kebes naast die hojongo het ego had net dat in de had no. Way before texting, emails. Okay, de net jongo ik is nou door net door ik is kit het wat kinsko. Wat ooit nachira. Ko even dat je een zaak is, zo je kan gaan naar huis, je naar het aanhandelen. Naar het aanhandelen is just you don't have to like the person, but naar het aanhandelen is dat je goed het is no olie. Dus dat was het beter dat je dus een deel gedaan naar het aanhandelen hebt men daar ja. De net dat is een deel je haskende. Even dat je haske wat ego nen hije na gaat desta. Door de san in zengi na pa die geven ben dat je tapje pa wat tapje. Ook als je haske dan hije in de ehge to da large don't naturally gi but just chinigi hat shay another was bears and dole hard hat space a tangi was bears and dole joy da ban si ha jo kisni nishko ya John got the other ada a hidden a skin this strong or ego a hidden the hotel now a bohnet a his kist eating ado there has stayed as if you have differences that's how you straighten things out by personally talking to each other not through email not through texting I hot and kodoban so kiss do lesen son gedishne dos the colleagues no sending easy bash hojonki we got here on time meeting was called to order at 10:04 do the ba hojon da hot ego do ye da ke ya hi ka these kids now ka ge we're just helping you guys ni ko ani ende do khande khako do korim le hadon hit on all hit do le on ko ba hin so on hit the shinti ko njon we started on time is called on at edo nas not only here but committee meetings but no join NGS I don't mind that they called they hadna beso yen o bestin hadna idea ovan so kiso the president and vice president so the year going to hit asan kishas on the way Western Agency tona haleto ado sana basabatin beshka ke kabi toklechi Forbes magazine probably the foremost magazine internationally that points people to where to visit. The top 20 was listed and released about a couple months ago. It covered all these areas like Italy, Portugal, Mexico, South Africa, Israel. The number one place to go visit is Antelope Canyon here on the Navajo Nation. To replace something like NGS and mine and the revenue, let's look at the tourism. Tourism I see whatever sitting on a gold mine over there. I see banan hosh khan corona sauce be had that yako motels at those niche the infrastructure that was niche that the nigo de yako shaban so kisto de isha ada kadero page days was a better than hitchcars aja de beso ya illa ko ele banan hosh khan not and vice president and president equal arabism nan yeah the in hisalo
That moving on down, Honorable Yellow here.
Good afternoon, everybody. Speaker, my colleague, Honorable Councilman, President, Vice President, I won't touch that one. If I not so see Yael Yanjo Bahan go, what you go. Or perhaps Anna about a husband could ego. The legislative could hint perhaps Annie here, long it or perhaps Annie. I saw a husband title 2 to be executive branch man and day is an perhaps Annie. That don't be dust. So I don't the judicial branch it all temperature law is there. But a judicial branch must be worded as independent. Stay away from politicians that way. The what's not this hinge about as only about that either. The law be put on Hadit on him it and hint not hardship. I need a citizen Italia, but not a which it
mkhansa kispe hatashi stolli citizen Eliabo ajan hot end bena anshajo ba hoin tsunite akot e ba this sihen sound space ba an kharsha hatan anado nilote hot eotash kon kharshen to nati kon the branch ana kiwa toni khasheto starole judicial it obas anikedes inkitesha sheyaro tsra khajitesh nishiye anulla kulotadeno ajigi shinigo telichi mare nasha ane niyaro ndata itai napaniya to 5 chapters epiniya yake chid athin as bench na hati ro improve siki kashe ata no school na ada chiniya ze ta hajon ta school osa ta hotel chon ada eu na kinada to chiltan so shin to kwande beta ye na stan himanal klo ya e parajon shingo ko tiniza ya beshna there's 2 roads already funds out there for 8031 chia on sashia pakat or 8031 you know we're short on the $8 million underfund on that one. There's already $22 million already allocated. Not 8066 though, $17 million, but we need $8 million too. Look at the out on the top and the surrounding area opinion. So that teenies at the chin hot just a chamber on the combined people. So that all than he not. At heart of the flat bill yard at the black mesa at the but as was as twin thingy for councilman. I say you are just a chin car or the height of the car torture. Even though no such unless it's little run in there, so it's a better thought. No, try it up in the end yard, the city, better thought. No, never caught this short so near. It would. There's a burnt corn on the there's a road really narrow. That road goes to the highway. 8030 to Katoshi, on the president or vice president. 8030. That road goes to Tachi to that road needs private lease. You know, let's say as we cut each bigger, but each distance. So out on that has been part of the vice chair's giving committee and Paul, and we'd like to put up a casino. As committee, and lay page game casino of it no by so that Jean Dollar would say, could you but about that in best of Shashari by LT. I wish I have another minute, but I couldn't say he just has state or not a kid. So she, president. The equipment the master lease can most 6 months is late. Chedan start then. Hey there, Shabansi.
Okay. That we're going down. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker, and Navajo Nation Council, and those that are here with us, President, Vice President, and First and Second Lady, and those that are here with us. Make mine real quick so I can reserve time. First, Shenandoah, is the requests, communication. It would be imperative for your division directors, executive staff to come down to the chapters, not all of them at one time, to hear our concerns, to hear the people's local needs, projects, they can bring it back to you, and that way you'll have an idea what has actually happened within these 110 chapters, and that's just a, hopefully that will help you. Adonana, I have a veteran out in Plagato, Hadana Bania. He says, come by Ashkoda. He's a Vietnam veteran, and he made a letter to you. He says, Mr. President, and he's requesting, he's got a home, he's got a place, but he just needs a little bit of renovation. And I think during the time the former President Begay had wanted to assist him, and he wanted me to relay this as we speak. David and I wanted to hear your report and bring these things forward to you, Shenandoah. Hakawashin, so Bakadi, well, he's a Vietnam veteran, disabled, and he's did his tour and he's did his job, and he's not considered as a hero. No, so I'll give this to you, President. The other one is Navajo Hopi Land Commission issues within the Newlands area in Hatatzil. Many homes are been built and they are falling apart. They tried to renovate them, they tried to secure them, but to this day, those houses are still falling apart. Nobody wants to live in a house like that. We need your help, President. I know that Luther Lee's here with us, and he's with the Office of O'Halloran, and we are trying to get the attention of Congress through the aspects of replacing those homes and calling it an emergency. There's many folks that are out there that are living in the cold weather. The weather is cold and it's blowing in. The other one is this document that I always get. It's this long. And there's over $200 million of federal K money that's just sitting there. And we're talking about citizen, we're talking about UUFB, we're talking about the shortfalls, but I think those K accounts should be utilized before they even start asking for UUFB and citizenship. Dito at Zayahadneta, the at Ayahadna, they K accounts from social service, public safety, you name it. It's all in here. And I see this since I've been sitting on BNF, and even before I was in BNF, I was looking at this document. I was like, I'm amazed of how much money we have, over $200 million. This is as of September. The other one is the Permanent Trust Fund that's going to be proposed for the citizen. That goes in line with this K account. We had that meeting. A, B, and C plan. A is to keep the projects. First, monies would go to the general fund. Second would be the same way, but it would either go to UUFB, and the third one would be citizen. The other last one, before I reserve my time, is we still have no police officer. And you know exactly where I'm talking about, Shananda. It's been 6 years now, and still no police officer at Nahatatzil. I reserve my time.
Hey, reserve time at 1:10. Moving on down. Honorable Vince James, floor is yours.
President Neds Quado Nadikit Liniki. I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the Arizona HB 2447? Tribes need to resolve the water rights issue. That's what I was looking to hear out from your report. Next one is in regards to the January 23rd memo that you forwarded to us. And in that memo, you have it lined out regarding the PTF, the 5-year plan. What are the plans? Can you please briefly share some information of that legislation with us on how to move forward? And in regards to that memo, when is it that you have time to meet with the 24th Navajo Nation Council? And then at the same time, how far is the legislation? Nana, we talk about communication, and I want to thank you for taking the time out last Thursday to meet with me, with the Vice President. And the outcome of that meeting, I texted you on Friday evening at 5:20. As of today, I have not received a response back from you regarding that meeting request. So, kwaiki haholado de kwadosh nali khatzi lahte itlasi tle khajo kwadodo lehne nejet nasonando lehti no ko haji shi na hinilk au kwadat elba na hinilk au do yashonda ko ado konna ikinana yan Hana or Zidik at emergency funds. Anahot e Haslin or base on our kid under the UUFB. But in later or the Vice President in the net beha'odzi. The chapter presidents cannot declare an emergency no beha'odzi. As the president, can chapter presidents declare an emergency to start utilizing the emergency funds? Thursday, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, 2 minutes, 3 seconds. Honorable James. Moving on down, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, kudo. Arenda kudo shnatana shenigi kudo. Ado kudo shenale. Mr. President, kudo kitla hasan ledonana. Mr. Vice President, First Lady, and Second Lady, kudo. Yeah, kudo. Ado nana quite did. Kudo also so yana hasna nagaita delegate Pavake. Ani ne kudo. Zai si kudo. Akitla lisho debi ga kudo ne lisho. Zada when Shwana will his name, Lisha Baby Gago, a tree not the name behind, tree not the name behind. Kachokatona Reba Bacho, NGS Peabody. They went away. $50. But then, Obohil Zato Leshkat. When I lied, Iliana, nation then, Jot Kadet Ote. Kodonet, the J, then Doleko. So even Nashiko Kodo, I use Kodo, Chokodo, Permanent Trust Fund. 5-year expenditure plan. Ajut kodo jobke na will net or less either. I see kodo another name behind the big hako. So kodo na gaita. Hare lay peso yanai atole, hele peso ni yanai ni tole, ibansa kestole, bansi kestole ko. Jope has the neko kodo na gaita. Delegate up, ke kodo ish hitche, ish jani ila kodo. Velegana, that the kako. Lagana bete tourists, traffic, Magay Highway 163, Utah down Yaitigi, Arole 160, 89, not 98, I know the 89. That's the traffic. Lagana bete every summer, the Quishi Mutts and Dale is not like it at all. And I agree with that. Delegate Paul McKay, the number one tourist attraction is Antelope Canyon out of Kegon Monument Valley. I call the permanent trust for 5-year expenditure plan. We can't now wait now. It doesn't have to with the nation so you could Haila basically out of Monument Valley down out of Antelope Canyon. I don't know other areas, I-40, Tiki, Nagation Nale, Ada Nagada, Nagada, Fort Courage, that I did, so you have a bansa case. Ade has no Bessia, Atole. Lashi, I need no legical. So you have in all Tata, Langilia, Atole, or you have a bansa's case, so Queen, they hit a wheel like that. Cat eat all day biga. Cat eat all day biga. All Senate, the great old Edo let go. So later, based on another National UFP adequation judge about now the Kidole. I don't know that old Egway permanent trust fund has about the cargo. So even Jay could on the great up Queen Hayashi, Judge, even mentioned Jago. Right now, Tagi, I can take it. Interest each will eat or let go. So every time I told you to buy this sequel. So the later could all the later 5-year expenditure plan, the later 5-year permanent trust fund. So the later quilty we get out here, for example, Shanto, first year, second year, third year. So yeah, I done it. Had Zadona, Katamitranada in this hotel. I don't say what Shiprock, Crown Point. Ni kudo da groundbreaker the ila ko so that the base of ila nai ato lehigi yes kudo but the kudo da is executive branch or legislative branch kudo na gai kedo na o ka be hitlei na sho
Juno that il needs, what only Trana, 3 years and needs ego. So it all, I see Bana Oshkado, I don't know who those that last that Tegi, I don't know who that Tegi, or we got a cat. Edo Ben Hata, the Dolto. So I see to Kodo, Papa Oshkado, Kodo. Juno, the next 3 years. So what I see with the car job by it's in the home. I don't know for the Zanchide, it will let go. So once over has zero let speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Moving on down. Chairman Diss, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Election Council, Honorable Nez and Vice President Liza there. John Neto, Mr. President, Ayo says that he got a daily. So I think for Nitro, Kuyaki, renewable energy, the nego, I say, non-shins and all Koro, Benakinate Kendla, Nanda. Ako, Banda the legislation 0273-19, the gay energy office, IFTK, not your shahadat, say the snow. Shanna Chafalia Hale, happen not just I see clean, Jan officer, but Ashana Natan of Gale Tio Bake, it hint no a renewable energy office, a gay on that old lake. Ashin Kodashin holds just all that I had an ashin old lake either black and white god or shaking it and then even Natchan should all honorable walker. Ashin hot abicat or let or jot or a old gale as though a hitna nation lenigi. And that the Kuro did a store Ayo White Ocean Vitolia even in a Kuro Dojo, his name is the Doleki Ashibada seat Huyat a hand a Netliki a call Halit what islands and Goya Khayla begat it ahish and nosh banha ash hotod nate gosh benina a cotina kiko legislation ki like a accessible restrooms ki da ish benina it can the chet nate dola hotera nso yoman sis case Aroa base or shimpa otole Peshopa hot sang of peso, the never peso chon edo, and it's coban today case. And later, chapter done, and out aban the Hilna. Could that the anant like peso pitching hole just not the Nisa. Yada Hansen, Hagishin had cast or lately, con Washington, the never Washington, be on Nashanshia, Nisa out about Otole. Out and the nitty has your Sahaban Sak, so she has on a big age to her Josh that it initial sheet Ensign. So other has Ange Annie, Beta seat, she not less. I don't have another in then again, a ray. Then and your told how it's again, I kick legislation bahatalia do Senate Shimbatan il Sosto the Chaco Canyon has 10-mile buffer zone no. Nikadan I guess Hachopa Navajo Lattes. A consent nana kid at June do November go il Zilko. RDC are Nenihagenda or Kanta Chadosa City Napis na. A core Nagay Aztec ruins, those Salmon ruins, those Mesa Verde, EA, you had then buffer zone, then Haleta Chaco, Gihut Ela, a slap 5 mile go to Nita, no A, des is given in a chan. So, and I, they marches the clean shibby, Ostenan hit Nito Nadina, the Don Vice President Ada, Nita Nadil, Ada, Nda Oka. Don't be a hot a shane staff, thank it, how stamp at the Dini so Ada Saton Hayat Kit Ole. A cotig, a quaggy, so your Pantan Hinne Koro, Nehidane. Hans, so she yeg of it, I keep in Nina. A coe a Bonson, Kestole, Ashora. I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time in 19 seconds. Going down, Honorable Brown.
Yate Speaker Ado Beshmasalan, Ado Shkedosh Kunkitan of Lanigi, Ado Kegi Alondas and Dunny, Ado Counts and Dunny, Ado First and Second Lady, thank you. I have a list of things. I think but these would be the initiatives that we're working on that's really important to the people who elected me. I was in Utah, Salt Lake City this past weekend, and there was a Senate bill, a HJR 10 by Representative Shipp, and it's the use of Native American mascots. So they want to keep allowing their schools, universities there in Utah to keep using this, even after the big lawsuit that's going on with the Redskins. And I know that in the Utah League of American Voters, founded by two of our own, James Singer and Moroni Benali, with their organization, they oppose this, and with Utah residents as well. I dropped a legislation this morning opposing this legislation. So Shanant, again, if we could work together, Shanant, from executive branch, that when you look at the whole world, we're merely a little speck in the globe, and as the Neni, as Ka Nejaho, and stand united in these ridiculous legislations by state representatives, even at the county level and also at the federal government, and where the ICWA law is being attacked by outside organizations also. So, this case, and the other thing, I understand that you want to be involved in some of these processes, and you said you can support these initiatives. I met with the dean of the law school there also on Friday, and we're working on a Indian law program. So I did deliver a template of the MOA that the Navajo Nation education has with ASU and U of A and UNM. The other thing would be, I've been in contact with the Dene Equality Organization, Mr. Alray Nelson, and we are working on a Navajo Nation Equality Act for the LGBTQ community. So, and I think from President's office, when those events are taking place around the nation, that we have your support and we have people from your office and yourself to be in presence also, looking the whole nation. And the other thing is, well, Yate to Chilchibito, Danahuto, and Kayenta community. The other thing is, we are hiring an energy expert, so we want to look at the whole nation and look at the resources that are out there. I know some of the work is already being done, but someone that's coming in from the outside. Ado, with the tourism roadmap, we've been meeting with the Tri-City between Danahuto, Kayenta, and Chilchibito on our tourism. The other thing with that would be, we've also been meeting an organization reclaiming our community on bootlegging, human trafficking, drug use within the Navajo Nation also. Although the Nebizad subcommittee, I've met with Navajo Technical University on Friday also, or on Thursday actually. So a lot of good work going on there. This afternoon we had a conference call with Army Corps of Engineers. So we're continuing to work on the many floodplain studies throughout Navajo, Ado soil and water conservation, and then we also, after the meeting with Crystal from Navajo Water Resource, we scheduled a date in April to have a high-level meeting with all the stakeholders on water settlement, water initiative, any type of planting, looking at Department of Ag. And they did just hire a young man also who will be working on flood, addressing erosion in some of these creeks, and some of the, finally, during the winter, already I had 2 phone calls on burnouts. So in Chilchimbito, we're looking to rebuild an elderly woman's home. Hey, Aji, and let's work together on creating, streamlining some of the Navajo fund to rebuild some of these homes. Yeah.
Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah, I usually take my nap in there, blah, horses. Keep out until you double, triple out 7 and triple out 8. I live in Navajo, Lalanso. The reason, yeah, not the skittles. I don't, shit about this case. I don't know. Maybe it's because I just went to 8th grade. Any kind of municipal, because economic development organization, your number 1 priority to me is a drainage system. We need a drainage system. I don't know how much it's going to cost. I don't know. The way the way nasty to see in 27 lay, Northern knowledge and leisure. We might start thinking about rerouting the tourist route because it's going to be, there's a lot of things that you can see along that route also. It's going to be closer to the Canyon Dish too. It's all it. I don't know, great only 20 down. See, 20 toen na het zo get up in later, got na knack I get a slat. We had a proposal going, 20 million, maybe from the CKR insurance, that's it, what does it do? So I can fix that irrigation and also maybe bird, the nibbits. There's a lot of people that are living in that area that's with CH or about the so it has to be done with the it's on the way. I got a big project. Maybe it's in the trillions. It don't need so I that we need to get our heads together to do it. I don't no peso. We need, like I said, we need to start listening to each other. To build, rebuild and build some more water spreaders and earthen dams. It was never maintained back in the 40s. The reason for this is because it's going to keep the water on the reservation. It's just not going to run off into Colorado River. This is I can see from the top. That's my, I want to start that as a project. One more thing that's really I don't know, just can reach in the leader. Quiz Kardashian Russell Gates they sign a memorandum of agreement or MOU regards to the Canyon Dish. A strategy plan. There's not a kubiji card. Mr. Russell gave it in the car in Laki, the national card from the Canyon Dish. So it's happening right now. We want a meeting with that, with you and me also Dr. Shabala. I really need that meeting because people are really, because those people or the offspring from the people that came, that went to Fort Summers and they came back. Some of them, they never made it there. on their way back, and they move back in there. They have Aboriginal ancestral rights with us about this case. So we need to start thinking about permits and leases versus the treaty. Permits and leases for Western Georgia, even Nago, see about some case on this, that one needs to change. I don't want to decompile with all three branch government to sit together and start planning. So for the people. I don't want that there's some things that really bothers me, even though it's in the treaty. We start out that the court, Indian hearings in the court, and in Washington, so we need.
That, moving on down. Thank you very much, Honorable. So, moving on down. Honorable Freeland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, First and Second Ladies, all those in the galleries, appreciate the time. Should I have a whole list, but I don't know if I'll be able to get through in 5 minutes, so I'll do my best. Mr. President, you mentioned the $30 to $50 million deficit off the top of your report. I always ask, is there an economic plan that you're devising? Or is there some sort of economic stimulus plan or some sort of efforts being made to recoup that $30 to $50 million loss without even looking at the PTF? How are we going to generate new future revenues? These are things we need to start thinking about. With our general fund continuously in decline, how are we going to bring monies back to make that an inclining factor each year? How can we bring new monies back to programs that are operating? Sometimes it feels like they say on bare bones. And with all due respect to the BIA, I always hear this term, work more for less. And that's always the concept with the BIA, and it seems to be the concept with the Navajo Nation branches of our government right now. And that's hard to hear, and that's one of the concerns that I continue to hear from various programs. You mentioned CPMD, you mentioned the Division of Community Development earlier. The concept of buy local and buy Navajo, we need to remind ourselves of that as well. I always say we have professional Navajo architect and engineering firms that we could utilize, that know the process, that know how to get projects done in the Navajo Nation government. Why are we not utilizing those people? Mr. President, there's four of them I could name right at the top of my head. The Capital Outlay Match Fund. There was a memo that came out from OOC back in October, and that sat at $3.1 million right now. That could really help out a lot of our New Mexico projects right now through Capital Outlay. There's a lot of projects that are still sitting idle from last year. And right now in Santa Fe, there's a 30-day session going on. This is the budget session. Our chapters are turning in new requests for projects right now. I have several chapters that are asking for heavy equipment, just to grade roads, to help the community members grade roads. I have a chapter that's been asking for a backhoe, Crown Point. And I'm also asking for simple things like a road cemetery improvement. And these are things that we should be able to address and help our chapters, fulfill those obligations. Mr. President, during the State of the Nation's address that was put on by the governor on Monday last week, she really emphasized education. She emphasized a lot of great things. And one thing that really caught my attention was the legalization of cannabis and her push for potentially legalizing cannabis. We have to ask ourselves, are we ready for that in the Navajo Nation? Hearing from my constituencies, there's concerns that it's going to turn into a bootlegging situation. They can go to Gallup, they can go to Farmington, they can bring that pot onto the communities and sell it out of their homes, just like bootlegging. Are we ready for that? And I had to really disagree with the governor, unfortunately, on that topic, because I don't think we are. Early childhood, the trust fund that's being proposed, there's a plan to establish a 1 to 2% permanent land fund to take out of the New Mexico permanent land fund and put into early childhood programs. We should be gunning for that and push that into Head Start program, our Navajo Head Start program for operation maintenance. The Wolf Springs Ranch situation in Colorado. Wolf Springs was the only ranch that was profitable of all of our travel ranches. That was the only one that remains profitable, Mr. President. So we really need to put some resources into Wolf Springs. And my chief mentioned the MCO. The MCO concept, the passive versus active enrollment. I think we have such a large opportunity here. You know, thinking about what I just mentioned at the beginning of my discussion about the deficit. How can we capitalize on that, on new revenues? This is an opportunity that we can utilize and put our people to work with. You know, if you think about it, there's 78,000 enrollees in New Mexico Medicaid. CMS pays $434 for each of them. If you multiply that through passive enrollment, if you passive enroll 25,000 of those, that's $10.8 million a month. Multiply that times 12 months, that's $130 million that the Navajo Nation could potentially get a year, just for healthcare. And I appreciate my chairman bringing up Chaco Canyon as well. We went up there, started in April, and we had 50 allottees. I had to take a lot of heat, and I told this to Congressman Lujan. We had to take a lot of heat for that day, Mr. President. We listened, though. We went up there again in June, and we went back again in November. All we had to do was listen. And if we can ask you to come up and visit with them and listen to them, you know, you don't have to support the issue or not. All we have to do, all they want to do is be listened to. Thank you.
Hey, moving on down. Thank you, Honorable Freeland, for that. Let me go on to Honorable Nika.
Thank you, Speaker and members of Navajo Nation Council, Honorable President or Vice President, First Lady, Second Lady. I just want to tell the Council this is the first report because it's 5 o'clock. When I have a concern, I go see the president. I go see the chief of staff. We need to give time to the rest of the presenters that's going to be coming before us. I'd like to defer the rest of my time to Chairman So.
3 minutes and 56 seconds. Chairman, good with that? Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Cecilia, this at a time I see about him that Cecilia, President Niz and Vice President Reiser. I guess the main thing is when a person's belief in a prayer is interrupted by a legal action or a threatened legal action, it just upsets. It upsets. It's almost like the request for blessings for protection is this upset. So that's the reason it still bothers me, but we'll go forward as best as we can. Number one, we have legislation HB 137 and HB 138 in the New Mexico State Legislature dealing with education. And I guess in that vein of thought, we sure need your office to be pushing hard for the adoption. The equalization, the changing the impact aid formula, we really need to change it. Even if we do it in a step-by-step basis to change from the 75 to 25 to maybe a 40 to 60, something in that manner, because it is, right now the
New Mexico public school districts that serve majority Navajo. They basically want to change it outside of the formula. So those are some things that really matters. The other is we really want to basically show some inroads with the New Mexico Veterans Program. How can they help us? How can we basically match funds with them to increase the benefits? Because most of the state funds aren't as rigorous as the federal funding aspects. So those are one item that we need to continue to work together on. And the other is one item that's really left, one division, Department of Workforce Development. They allocate positions, summer student positions and worker positions to the counties. How can we make it such that those chapters within those counties get these positions straight from the state allocation, rather than going through a county allocation? It's been done before, and we really need to work on that to increase the employment aspects. Again, thank you for working with us to name the 6 members of the Navajo Nation Board of Education. Immediately upon their swearing in, they became very effective, and we appreciate that.
Okay. Moving on down. Chair Charles Newman, floor is yours.
Speaker Damon. First, I want to quickly say that my clans, I always forget to mention them, but without Mr. President Nez a Shajat. So I want to say for coming here to present your information here. I also want to say that I represent one of the greatest towns in the nation, Shiprock, New Mexico. I say that all the time. And I want to recognize my brother Vern Lee, and then also my brother who actually stepped out, Wallace Charlie. So they're with me here today from Shiprock, and I just want to give quick recognition to them. But I really want to say that a lot of us talked about this morning's prayer, which we undoubtedly respect. But within that prayer, colleagues, I want to remind you that there was mention that leaders be guided with the decisions that we make, that God guide us. And I pray every morning for our leaders, and yes, Shajab, President Naz, that means you too. You know, we try to make the best decisions that we can with the information that's provided to us at that time. With that, you mentioned a few things that caught my attention. First, you mentioned the $30 to $50 million deficit. You've asked us to tighten our belts, yet we're looking to purchase a Navajo Nation embassy. And this is stated under the Washington office. On the surface, it may seem like it's a good idea, but what is the price we are looking to pay? Most of those properties around the DC area are in the millions. So if you could give us some idea of what we're looking to pay for that Navajo Nation embassy. I also asked last session how you plan to address the $34 million overspending that happened in the executive branch, that we, the nation, is still on the hook for. Your administration, you know, as far as I know, you know, your administration has been disciplining and even letting people go for committing far less acts. Yet, 4 years after the misspending, we're still trying to address the issue. So please, President, tell me how we can work together to a plan to address the $34 million overspending. This is money that the Navajo Nation may have to pay back. In regards to CPMD, you said that CPMD needs more money. Each division needs more money. On page 29 of your report, you state that there has been citizen quarterly updates. Those updates have not really been updates. What I'd like to see is a plan of action in place that helps each chapter address their citizen projects. In regards to veterans, our veterans need to be heard. You cannot continue to ignore the advisory council. You state on page 129 that because there was no director for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, the advisory council was left to try and fill the void and became accustomed to trying to fill a role that wasn't theirs to fill. The feeling is that of uncertainty, and uncertainty leads to fear and anger that nothing is being done. So I ask you, what exactly does this mean? What can we expect from your director for Navajo Nation Veterans Administration? Is there a master plan in place that we can expect or that we can look at to help us grow? Are we looking at 2 years, 5 years, 20 years for this master plan? What is your Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Director's priorities? Perhaps if these priorities and plans are unveiled to the veterans, we'll have a better idea of how we can direct them and we can address these issues that are currently in need of being addressing, namely the homes. I've also looked over some of the stuff in public safety, and I can tell you that I have a lot of concerns about some of the things that are provided in here. I know that you state that there's a plan of operation that was completed for fire and rescue services. Law and Order Committee has not been aware of any of the plan of operation changes. We are aware that internal affairs was put under Mr. Francisco, and we had questioned you about that and your thoughts on that as well. These are major changes that need to come before the committee as oversight. So I hope that when you talk about working with us, we can certainly do that. I know that the Law and Order Committee is looking to have a meeting with you soon in regards to some of the issues that we currently are facing, in addition to the post that you mentioned here with Navajo Nation Post, again, which has not come before the Law and Order Committee. So I'm not really sure if you're stating that the Navajo Police Department has established a Navajo Nation Post, but I would assume that that would come before this body.
That, moving on down, Chairman Henio.
Speaker Damon, President Jonathan Nis, and Vice President Lizer, First Lady, Second Lady, I see 20 tomorrow's headline, she has like kind of a cotton song. Restraining order, no more honeymoon of a cow. Vetoes. But the main thing is that I just want to say happy 2020, happy New Year's, and I hope this is not the way we're starting 2020. We're gonna bypass this and start moving forward, working together, and coming to for the benefit of our people, because that's what we raised our hand for. We want to move forward, and different things. But the main thing here I wanted to talk about, Shananta, is for my area, as far as your commitment, and I've heard you say that, make that statement before, is helping the communities of Alamo and Tochile. And those are two priorities I have, especially the road between Alamo to I-40, Adigi, and that's very important. And so maybe within our time together, we can make this happen. But just meeting with the, trying to get us set up with a meeting with Governor Torres with Laguna Pueblo. He wants you at the table too also. And he's waiting on your call to set up that meeting with him during the Basatano. So if that could happen, then we could get this ball rolling. And understand, so that the delegates have supported this to see if we can make this happen, to get road access to the people of Alamo. So Ede and Ninchkida, if we can cooperate in that manner. And then the other one is with Tojile. We've been working on trying to get water from the city of Albuquerque to Tojile through the intertie. And so therefore, right in the middle, there's private developers that bought land. And so with maybe 100 yards of land, this private developer is refusing to give it right away. Maybe with your backing, your support, that we can make this happen for the people of Tojile too. So indicate those to assist us in that area. But with this, I mean, there's many ways we can work together to make things happen for our community. So, I reserve my time, Speaker.
That, run down, Vice Chair Walker.
Yeah, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Though everyone that's here with us this afternoon, this evening, Tilani Lake, Tasin, the Libetadawisto, Adonana, Sanado, Adotsakoha, Gate, Edo Shlam, Bishmas, and the bunch. Ado don't end Shinigi Shin, Shido be between Bashishin, Tutsati, Chedat, Edo Tzadish National, Kut Eko, Ado Hek, Shaho, Gido, State of the Nation, Juiquet, Nugent, Nugent Willias, Linko, by Jensen, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, and First Lady, Second Lady. Thank you for presenting the nation's address. Each address like that, State of the Nation, is historical. The importance of that is very, very the highest importance. Junatani, the Neya Yalki, that's the voice of the Navajo Nation, Navajo people collectively. So this period, in this period of time, the state of where we are, our thoughts, our interests, our issues, our challenges, and so forth. In a small window of time, it's just a snapshot. I appreciate that. The responses and then the feedbacks, the questions to the President's address, that's included in the State of the Nation. Again, that's a glimpse or an idea of where we are. It gives our constituents, the Navajo people, an idea of our frame of thinking, our understanding of where we are, our challenges, and as well as our determination and ambition. As Chairman Ricky Nez stated earlier, that we did have a visit recently with Mr. President, and we appreciated that sit-down, that meeting. That was really, really encouraging. That's a good step we've taken. It's a step in the right direction. It's a clear indication that we really can work together. To go back to our statements and our understanding and our agreement there, I would take that with a sincere, with respect and honor. So let's honor that. Of course, it's energy and energy office and renewable energy. These projects, these policies that our nation needs, it needs it last year. So, had a good chance to meet Miss Navajo also. I greeted you as my niece, and from this day forward, that shall be the way we relate. Again, thank you, President and Vice President, First Lady, Second Lady, Mr. Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Hey, that. I don't have anybody else on the board. We go back to President.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and everyone here in the gallery. Those of you that are listening and viewing on the World Wide Web, your government in action today. Appreciate the recognition of those of you meeting with us. I think that that's important today. I think a majority that I've heard today was thank you for meeting with us. Thank you for coming to our community. You know, there's only one of me as the president, and there's only one of the vice president. But let me reassure you that we are working as a team. You know, I truly believe, as much as I can, as your president, staying here on the Navajo Nation. Because I think that being the vice president previously, you know, being out there and advocating, yes, on the Navajo for the Navajo people and the Navajo Nation is important. But when you do that, it seems like a lot of the work doesn't get done. I'm one of those that try to be engaged in a lot of these discussions, as you all might have noticed at these committee meetings. You know, I'm the one who facilitates some of the discussions for our division directors meeting. And I appreciate the work that our vice president is doing. This is a team, and working in collaboration together with our wives. They're taking on family focus issues, and they're doing a great job out there. This is what you call a unified office of the president, vice president. We haven't seen this in a long time, right, ladies and gentlemen? First lady, second lady, president, vice president, advocating for our people. Again, there's only 4 of us, and I'll recommit to do my very best to be at your committee meetings if you invite me to them. You know, a couple of times I had to go to a BNF committee meeting without being invited, so Chairman Henio, my apologies. But I think it's important that we advocate to take care of our dollars here on the Navajo Nation, and that's what we're trying to do here. I think the Navajo people, all of us here, you know, and for us here, 67% of the voters voted for this team here, this 4 of us team. When we were out there campaigning, they saw all 4 of us. And every community that we visited, and it included over 70 plus communities, and some of you were there. Some of you were there, and some of you were in support of what we were trying to do to make change happen. And change is happening with your help. I can list off a lot of projects that we worked together on to create that change. But it just seems like it's the negative, the negative part that we hold on to. And let me just ask each and every one of you, we are also charged to hold each other accountable, right? Not holding us accountable. That's what we're doing today. And so I wanted to lay that as a foundation for me to answer some of your questions. And I might step on your toe, but I'm just going to tell you the facts, right? And so starting with Key Allen Bigay's question, you know, working together. You know what, when I was a councilman, believe it or not, the provision in the code that says that the president should come over to the council to talk about any vetoes was my idea. I hate to say this, I'm not bragging. And I entrusted that provision to be honored. But when I came in, there was a vote And I was only allowed to speak on 2 of the 4 bills because you all voted and you didn't want me to say anything on the other 2 bills. And I came to Nabikia in the mind of working together. And I felt like, there was no honoring of me as the president or honoring of authority. And so that left me sad, let me tell you that. And then when we're talking about 00720 and 00820, we wanted to clarify the law. The law states this in Title II, Section 105C11. The president's veto shall not be subject to an override by the Navajo Nation Council after the end of the next regular session of the Navajo Nation Council, following the session in which the legislation was first passed by council. And that was the last regular session, right? So is this the regular session? Or was the special session a regular session? Because during the special session, you entertain veto overrides. So the question before us was that maybe it's time for the courts to clarify this. And is it true? So if the courts do say, okay, the action that was done during the special session shouldn't have taken place, it should have been at a regular session like today, then those 4 actions would be invalidated. Or is that special session where it says regular session? So if that's the case, then today's 2 bills on the agenda is invalid because we already addressed veto overrides. That is the question that we're pondering. And it's not an action. All it was, well, let me say this. It was an action to clarify
Hold on, Mr. President. Point of
the
privilege.
legislation. All these legislations.
So, hold on.
Point of privilege, Speaker. President is giving a legal opinion. And I think it should be addressed by the Attorney General rather than by the President.
Okay. Maybe that's something we can ask in writing from the Attorney General. The Speaker's office will definitely ask that question. President?
Yes, that's the question we want to answer, Chairman. So, but I'll move on. I'll move on. Where there's no action, but that's going to come up down the road again. Is this where we sit down and talk things out? Are you going to allow Are you going to allow your president to speak on all these without a vote? Since when did we start voting on having the president speak about veto overrides before the council? That never happened until now. I'll move forward. Key Allen, Talani Conwood veto, the reasons were explained to you, and we felt that is an important project that we want to fulfill. I even asked our Deputy Chief of Staff to help out in this process. I see some opportunities here. You got NTUA there. with some ability to fund some of these projects. I think we should talk to NTA about funding that project. And I appreciate you recognizing the Hopi 60, Kiala. I mean, that's a major corridor where you're talking to the state, we're talking with the state. We even talked with the US EPA the other day, tribal consultation. I know that somebody said, how come we weren't invited to the tribal consultation? I don't know. We sent the memo out. Your speaker's staff and the council staff were there in attendance. US EPA came for a tribal consultation, and we talked about Claim 28. We talked about RECA and the need to, clean up all these uranium sites throughout the Navajo Nation, over 500 uranium sites. And those discussions took place. But I know that you're working hard to elevate that key, and we elevated it too, with your help and with that discussion we had with the US EPA the other day. Now, with the Navajo Nation Washington office, people left. Right? We can't, hang on to them if they want to leave to do something different. But there is one position, there was some concerns, and DPM and Santee can talk to you individually about that because that's a personnel issue. But there's two new staff on board. So the question, the comment about are we missing out on things? No. And we are, I think with the Navajo Land Commission office, we're going to be going to Washington, D.C. next week to do a testimony in front of the Appropriations Subcommittee in terms of the Navajo Land Commission and also the dollars that come from the feds to the nation. Delegate Slater, the Scholarship Trust, Levon Henry is standing in the back there, and he has been the chief or the legal counsel for the Navajo Nation Council for many years. And that legislation that was drafted with our input and with his legal background. And we also noticed we have some questions with the one that you introduced as well. Maybe this is a time for us to sit down, I agree. And we mentioned this when you came over for that two-plus hour discussion that we had. How can we make it better? I mean, everyone in here and around the gallery and throughout the Navajo Nation have said they want more funding to go to our college, university students. And they told us to make some dollars and set aside some dollars for that. And so we honored that. We promised them that. Now it's before you, the council. So we need your help. But before then, yeah, let's sit down. And I'll sit down with you, Delegate Slater. And this quarterly report was printed out some time back. So with that $50 million, with that being set aside, all these money bills set aside, it got deleted out. We can come back. You don't have to start all over on a new bill. We can start all over. But like I said, I just would love for all of us to be on the same page. And you saw it was handed out to you, the Permanent Trust Fund 5-year plan. And this is a question that was brought up. What is the plan? Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, 40 to 60 million. Annual general fund revenue. Whatever's remaining, we're open to that discussion with you all. The access dollars. Does it go into the UUFB? Does it go into the CHSN? Do we develop a new line item, a funding source for revenue generating projects? I'm open to having that discussion. But I believe with the Budget and Finance Committee and Chairman Henio's recommendation is to put it into the UUFB. And if we were to approve this, remember we put $21 million aside for fiscal year 2021, right? If we approve this, then that 21 million and the other pot of monies will be opened up. It'll be in the UUFB. And then we can sit down, I'm hoping 3 branch, BNF, all of us, to see what projects we will support. New monies, Mark Freeland mentioned. What's the plan? This is a part of that plan, to bring in new dollars to the nation. If we can, like his hotel in Crown Point, revenue generating, brings money into the Navajo Nation. The C-Store there, C-Store up in Church Rock, Campaign Hill, you know, Hamburger calls it, Campaign Hill. Shoot, keep my poster up there. And to move on, Elmer Begay, appreciate your support and your advocacy on the Delcon Healthcare Center. See, that's a revenue generating there, working with the Delcon community, because that healthcare center is the anchor tenant. You build something there and then you put economic development around it. And I like the feasibility and the design that they have, that master plan that they have developed. Because you got at the junction there, you got the healthcare center, and then right across you're going to have the staffing quarters. And that is a big revenue generating opportunity for all of us. Same thing with Gallup Indian Medical Center. Where are we going to put it? Are we going to put it right in the middle of Gallup? Will Gallup take all that, our visitors' money, or our patients, our relatives' money when they go there? Because that's what it's doing right now, right? It's right in the middle of Gallup. So when they go there, they just spend money around there. Or do we have an opportunity to have it at the Fort Wingate lands that was returned to Navajo, or the other site? I want to say Rehoboth. Yeah, Rehoboth site. 2 sites there. Opportunities for economic development. So, Delegate Begay, thank you for your advocacy as well. Wilson, Delegates Wilson Stewart. That vision, integrity, and presence. I really thought about that, VIP. I think that walking in faith really got my attention. You know, moving forward and relying on a higher power to help us out, and with the many people out there that are praying for us and praying for our nation. That's the foundation for moving our nation forward, I think. I truly believe. And you know, Department of Health will be giving you an update in a bit. But our vision is to have a state-like Department of Health. Right now, with this virus going around, Dr. Jill and Department of Health, we've been telling them to keep close communication with the State Department of Health, New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona, and also the County Department of Health. Keeping a close eye on this virus. And I've gotten, I think Vice President as well, gotten a lot of comments from the people out there concerned, because there's a lot of our visitors, right? That right there is economic development, but if we close our doors, then there's going to be no money spent on our nation. But I know that this is a real concern throughout the globe, and we're closely monitoring that. Delegate Charlene So, in regards to the communications director, as I was informed, we are working with Dr. Fowler at Division of Human Resources, because they have, Nation Washington office has yet to get the, I guess, the go-ahead to move forward on hiring for that position. And it's on this side, and Washington is way up there. And I will definitely commit to you that that will be quickly addressed, but it's qualification based, though. Keep that in mind. I can't guarantee an employment. It's got to be vetted, and we'll give you an update on that. So that overall, we're reevaluating the personnel policies. So committee members, various committee members, especially the Hess, I appreciate Chairman So and Vice Chairman Slater and the committee for approving the plan of operation change or update for the Division of Social Services, except for the ICWA. But I'm sure the ICWA section, Indian Child Welfare Act section, will be revisited in the future. We have directed our division directors to bring some of these changes before you so that we can update our plan of operation. The tightening of the belt is also included, consolidations of programs. Remember, I think I did mention, and they're working on it, Yvonne and others are working on, maybe it's time to change up our divisions and maybe start a new division. Maybe calling it Division of Youth and Elder, as we said. Because as you may know, DOTI, under the DOTI, the programs, Office of Dene Youth is way at the bottom when it comes to funding at times. Auto, scholarship maybe. Then on the elder side, you got Department of Health and Daltex, aging, kind of down the bottom. If you elevate those, a priority for our youth and elder, I think we could really bridge that gap, that intergenerational gap. Because kon hima doni jani masani chini naladana. Kodo nakhalchin yeo inspector zando lestano. Kodo yadaltia. Ashita kodilni. Ashauna sahandatle. Ashauna kinsa agodatsa. Akhota eyan kodo nakhalchin. I don't know, right? You must say it chain, Nalado, Kodo, the Halchin, Zado, Idahos Atole, wins. And then we also brought on a new employee to help you, Delegate So, up in that region, because I know that we've been told that they're forgotten in Utah, and we're doing our very best to meet with those chapters. And you mentioned that we met with those chapters twice now, Mexican water and then sweet water. Then we got another one coming up, Tisnasbas. But we did bring on Davis Filfred for some assistance. So Edo Head, Davis for coming on board to help us out. And today is the opening day of the Utah State Legislature. So those bills that were mentioned in Utah, we are tracking that. And there's also lawmakers who want to meet us. I'm sure it'll happen soon. And then in Washington office, I mentioned that, DPN referrals. Delegate Halona, we'll be going to Santa Fe tomorrow. I know you all are in session, but tomorrow the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, Indian and something Affairs Committee, Cultural Affairs, will be having their meeting and giving tribes an opportunity to present to them. So that's where I'll be leaving. We'll be leaving after this session to give them some of the updates that we have, like you in regards to Yazzie Martinez, impact aid. You know, we've always had, our stance is always 100% impact aid should go to schools, just like Arizona, right? All those impact aid dollars go to Arizona schools. So that won't change, that position. But I know that there's some bills asking for 75% to 25%. So we'll be reiterating our stance on that tomorrow. Yazzie Martinez, you know, there are various proposals, bills that were introduced, and some we have supported with the help of Doty, Department of Education, and you all. So we'll be presenting those tomorrow in Santa Fe. Auto Nappy and Nip, we are going to be talking with Delegate Yazzie and yourself, and I think Chairman So is a part of the Eastern Navajo Land Commission. I know that that's coming up soon, to where we can have a unified proposal to, and I've been always saying we got to fully fund NIP, and also improve and expand NAPI too. So that reimbursement is something that I think we all agree on, and that needs to be presented to Congress, our congressional delegation. I understand that Senator Heinrich may be coming to Navajo, and this is going to go into Chairman So's questions about Chaco protection, and you all approved Chaco, right? So when Vice President and I spoke to the Alatis at the Veterans Memorial Park the other day, I was like, okay, so do you all support a 5-mile buffer? And they were thrown back and said, nobody told us about a 5-mile buffer. And then I'm like, I thought that's what the council was wanting to compromise on, a 5-mile buffer. And I don't know if they brought that up when they were here, but that's what we were told. Well, you know, Vice President and I were open to having that discussion, but, you know, council supported to oppose the bills in Washington, D.C. So see, that's a, do we move forward on sitting down and doing a buffer, even though the Alatis might not be informed of the buffer? I think this discussion that we'll have with the citizens there will clarify that. Auto, the deficit I mentioned. You know, in terms of the MCO, we need to also go back years prior. Some of you were sitting on the council during that time. I think Thomas Walker, Edmund, and Key, is when we supported and asked Congress to fund a Navajo Medicaid feasibility study, to make Navajo its own Navajo Medicaid agency. Not piecemealing it, but if we're talking about truly a sovereign nation, then we should have our own state-like Department of Health, and to take on this authority to have our own Medicaid agency here on the nation. And so active and passive enrollment, you know, those of you that don't know what that means. You know, passive enrollment is automatically enrolling people, and in this case, zip codes. So whoever's in a zip code, they get enrolled automatically into this Medicaid agent, the Medicaid organization. I'm sorry, the managed care organization. But we are talking about money. A lot of it is talking about money. But what about the choice of quality health care? The choice of an individual. That's why we said active enrollment. Active enrollment means that the MCO, the IMCE has to go out there and enroll people and show them that they are going to provide quality health care for our people. The other concern that came up at the governor's meeting in New Mexico is this. What if many of our Navajo citizens get automatically enrolled? What does that leave for IHS funding? 638 funding. They all move over there, and then we're over here trying to say that you should fully fund IHS now that they need it. We are the best, Ed. All right, Otto, I'll give some time over to the VP. I know there was a question asked about Catholic University. Brother, Oto So, my brother. Love you, man. Thank you for these questions. Don't worry, Autobahna. God is in control, my brother. Working together here, I think we can do a lot. And you agree. We had that meeting in Phoenix, Law and Order Committee. You brought up some good points. And I directed our division director, Jesse Delmar, and the chief and the deputy chief to begin to work more closely with you, Law and Order Committee. And so that commitment was made during that meeting. So the overrides is on your agenda today or this week. In the spirit of working together, let's talk about those overrides. We did have Oliver Whaley, our director, executive director for EPA, did have a compromise legislation to be looked at rather than this one that was vetoed. The restroom legislation, and I agree with many of you that, that was an unfunded, because we were confused. We were like, okay, does this mean that those of you that are administrative building 1 and 2, you need to get that keypad off your restroom door locks? Because that's restroom accessibility, right, for the public. Does that mean that it has to happen throughout the Navajo Nation? No more codes? It has to be accessible? And then there was the other saying, okay, we have to make it accessible. And that's an unfunded mandate, we were saying. Because it's going to cost probably millions of dollars to get a lot of our government facilities upgraded so it can be ADA compliant, right? Or do we begin to put that into these new projects where it's ADA compliant? So those are the questions that we had, and that was the reasoning for that veto. But we did get some clarity. I talked to Key, and he said it's about, the latter. So I said, okay, let's make it clear. Let's make it clear then. Back to my brother there. Yeah, I already mentioned, clarification of the two legislation in question, the override veto, so I won't go into that any further. Paul Begay, thank you. You know, I know Paul didn't mention this, but we really need to sit down, and I'm looking forward to that discussion with you all, is that what are we going to do with the quadrilateral agreement? That's all that initiative, all those approvals are coming up this year. I mean, that should be one of those high priorities with leadership meetings, to talk about that, because it affects the future of that whole area, Lake Powell. We should be saying that mid-channel. I know that previous delegates always would say we were had back in the day. I'm not going to say that. I don't feel like really I don't want to disrespect former leaders, but here we have an opportunity, right, to make that, if it's a wrong right, or advocate for our people. Paul, I handed out the 5-year plan that answers your question, and I agree with you. Tourism, maybe now's not the time to say it with this virus going around, but tourism is key here. And you, as everyone probably knows, that Monmouth Valley used to be the highest grossing tribal park on the Navajo Nation in terms of revenue. Now it's the slot canyons and the Chi. And how do we capitalize? We got to bring a lot of those visitors more into New Mexico. And back to Freeland's plan, to ask about a plan. JT right now is looking at this tourism corridor. I know Vice President's going to talk a little bit more about that, but there's a corridor that's available. And I've mentioned this before too, bringing more of our visitors from Arizona into New Mexico. You got a hotel going up in Shiprock, hotel going up in Crown Point. To be our own grand circle. I'm sure somebody's listening right now, probably saying, oh, there goes our revenue. Well, that's what Buy Local and Buy Navajo is all about. Delegate Smith, in terms of communication, working together, you know, we're there. I appreciate you coming over. Fort Courage is still, you know, on our radar. And the veteran that you were talking about earlier, just give us that info to see what we can do. I know that what we want to do in the Office of the President, Vice President, is also to do some community service work, meaning going out there to help those that can't help themselves. Maybe this could be one of those projects, Jananta. If we can get building materials for that renovation. We got some faith-based organizations willing to help out with that. Veterans, you know, we lost a matriarch, right, with Sophie Yazzie. So delegates, 105 years old, World War II veteran, and our condolences go out to the family. And we are in the process of doing our very best to help that family out, but it's a big loss for the nation. No police officer, you know, we'll sit down. I'll commit to you, let's sit down with Delmar. Not today, but later. Do that. I know you've been asking for a very long time. My apologies. I'll get an update on that. Vince James, emergency fund, chapters, presidents declaring emergencies. I thought, to my knowledge, we clarified that because it's always been like that. Chapter presidents have the ability to declare an emergency in their communities. And I think we're all on that same notion. And I think we just need to reevaluate that. That was a previous administration, you were saying? But I have always said local governance should be honored, especially if they're LGA, Local Governance Act certified, government certified chapter. Let me pause here. I'm at Herman Daniels, but I'm going to give some time over to the Vice President to add to the discussion.
All right. Yeah, Mr. President, Speaker, honorable delegates, thank you. In the spirit of working together, it takes a lot of work. My back teeth are floating. Some of you will get that later. Totally respect. I'm digging this conversation. I mean, this is when the rubber meets the road, right? I could use every cliche that's out there that's ever been used, but this is what it takes. You know, just trading ideas, thoughts, comments, and in the spirit of working together, we'll get to a solution. So at that, I want to appreciate Wilson Stewart Jr., your comment. I'd echo President's comments on the VIP vision, integrity, presence, acknowledging the higher power, Shidi of God, Bohonihi God, as we all, we pray. Today, twice, I've had the opportunity to address the coronavirus. And, my first response is to go to Psalm 91. He who dwells in the shadow of the Most High will renew his wings, and we will bask in his shadow of his wings. But much more than that, further down, the scripture says, though 1,000 fall at my left hand, 10,000 at my right, it shall not come near me. That's my prayer. And that's a prayer I would urge all of us to acknowledge and to pray. Psalm 91, prayer protection for all our people and our nation. So thank you for that, Wilson. Appreciate it. Yeah. Pernell Lona, President touched on it. NIIP, Navajo Indian Irrigation Project. After we met in our office there, we did subsequently get a meeting with the CEO, Dave Zeller. And we're like in the midst of trying to see what the next step is. And, as the President says, he's always maintained we should get that fully funded. But in the event that it's not fully funded, what's our plan? Certainly CEO Zeller did plant a seed to say, he has some plans for it. If they're not going to fund it, let's get something, whatever we can, out of the promise of all that money. How many billions of dollars it can take to further develop, or let me correct myself, to finish Block 9 and to complete Block 10 and 11. That'll take billions of dollars, a heavy lift, especially in this Congress right now. So what if, it's not, and so we get some consideration for that and allow the CEO there, Mr. Zeller, to implement a feeding lot and bring on Navajo cattle, to develop that contingent. So we just need to know right now. Also on the horizon is probably a future meeting with Secretary Bernhardt to discuss this. Many of you don't know, but I've shared with a few people that we've also were able to talk with Secretary Bernhardt, and he said in the White House, right before we went into the Oval Office, he said, what can we do to help with regard to land? And I believe he was very sincere in his quote. So we want to take up that discussion with him, and I would invite any of the council delegates to accompany me to take up that discussion with Secretary Bernhardt. Perhaps as they come out here to the southwest, it might be that soon, maybe in the springtime. So that's on our horizon. So thank you, Honorable Lona, for that. So we'll take that up. I also want to just talk about that Catholic University, the question, Mr. Delegate. So, and that was, we only got like 1 day notice. And should be known, they did come, we met with them, we were here local, we took it in, we invited you, you were out of town, my apologies. We took on the meeting. The next day, they issued a press release saying that they were going to take this up with the Catholic. Notre Dame, I think, is interested in this, the renowned Notre Dame University. Also, I believe it was it not Dexter? One of the Catholic universities there in New Orleans. They want to take this and build a Catholic university right there in St. Michael's. So my apologies, we just didn't have enough time, but we did extend that invitation. So hopefully next time we get more time that we're able to invite, and more timely for you. But our heart was in the right place, so I appreciate your concern on that, sir. Thank you. Paul Biguet, you talked about a travel agency. We've talked about that, and we really want to get that ball rolling on the travel agency. I think we would all agree in this chamber that tourism is it's there for the taking, right, ready for us. It's one of those things you don't have to recruit. You don't even have to bring it over because it's already there. We just got to take advantage of it. So we're with you on that. And also I agree with you that Antelope Point is the #1 destination right now that it supplanted Monument Valley, and it supplanted all the other region, and it's right on our footsteps. So we got to work together on that. I'd also want to let you know that we have been taking up meetings, ascertaining all the information that we can with regard to Antelope Point right now. As you know, it's been a tension-filled topic, and so we're working with DOJ and the Navajo Division of Economic Development towards this end. What do we do to go forward? Do we stop it, right? And so we have the powers that be certainly going down that road. I would also put on our radar Horseshoe Bend right now as a top spot for development if we do that, and so that would certainly be under the auspice of either Navajo Hospitality Enterprises or Navajo Gaming Enterprises. So we got two top-notch, I guess, entities that could readily help us to take advantage of that tourism in that area. So thank you, Honorable Begay, for that. Appreciate that. And then right down, Chair Ricky Nez. Man, you made my heart feel good. You made my heart go pitter-patter when you says renewable synergy. I looked at my wife and I said, that's my word. Synergy. I think we need to really do work together, and I love that term. I'm going to steal it. I'm going to say, the first time I use it, I'm going to say Ricky Nez said this. The second time I use it, I'm going to say somebody said. And the third time I use that renewable synergy, I'm going to say, like I always said. I'm going to steal it from you, sir. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Also, Eugene So, it was Nate Brown. Oh, Nate Brown's not here, but he mentioned something that also spoke to me. The water settlement and the water initiatives, we need to get back on that, getting with our Hopi leadership and further go down that road to some kind of negotiation where, we all come back to the table. I think the gaming issue, gaming compact that we've been so readily working towards has kind of taken front stage, but we need to get back to that. That's also something that's on my heart. I'd love to see Navajo develop a water policy where, and speaking of Mark Freeland's, who was it? Somebody said, it was Eugene So, keep the water on the reservation. Echoing your terms, sir, I do stand by that and will continue to stand by that. Every drop, all that rain that comes and goes through our eaves, our ductwork into our homes, it should go into a rain barrel, and we speak for every drop that comes onto the nation. That's how succinct our water policy must be, and so we want to help develop that going forward. So I'm with you on that. Also, Mark Freeland, you talked about cemetery, addressing cemeteries. I'm with you on that. Why can't we use some of that capital outlay funds to get or garner a backhoe and maybe a grader or a bulldozer and save it just for effecting change and enhancing all of Navajo's cemeteries? And we could use NDOT transportation to take these bulldozers and the heavy equipment to the various chapters all across our nation to bring our cemeteries, our much needed repair and enhancement. So I think that's a great idea that we should try to go down. Also, got 3 more points here. I appreciate your time. Thank you. Eugenia Charles Newton, Madam Chair, I am appreciating your leadership on the gaming subcommittee. Your leadership is very much, very impressive. So I thank you for that. And so on that note, what you talked about, the Navajo Nation Embassy, should we spend that money? Through the years, we've spent over I don't have that proper assessment or analysis over the years. It's been to the tune of millions of dollars since the 80s, the early 80s. We've spent money, we've thrown it away. Yes, we've thrown away all that money leasing. In business, there's this term that says leasing is the cost of lack of ownership. It truly is cheaper, but it's the cost of lack of ownership when you lease. And so, and certainly, with all due respect, Madam Chair, the cost of a Washington embassy, truth be known, would probably run upwards of around $12 million with the purchase of the property and enhancement, because we would want to affect change immediately. And you know what? It would be a formidable purchase. It would be formidable property for us Navajo to have that embassy in Navajo, right next to the halls of Congress. Right next to the halls of Congress. And so can you imagine the things that we'd be able to do, advocating senators and congressmen and the movers and shakers of DC, Washington, right at our footsteps. So I could imagine the possibilities. And so, Madam Chair, I appreciate your concern and comments on that. And that's this Vice President's best reply to your question. Jamie Henio, appreciate your questions on the road to Alamo. Oh, you spoke my language. Really thought since the campaign that we must, the Navajo Nation must facilitate an enhanced relationship with our Laguna and the Acoma brothers and sisters over there to finish that project. Somebody had good intentions way back when, and then politics got in the way. Politics got in the way. We need to enhance our relationships there and advocate for that. And so certainly with all that money that's there for transportation, let's advocate with the governor, our Governor Lujan Grisham, to free up money for finishing that road to Alamo. I think we could all work on that, and that would certainly need all of our support. So I appreciate you, and I enlist you all, encourage you to let's go down that road, to building that road to Alamo. And lastly, Honorable Thomas Walker, you made mention of the state of this nation is historic. No truer words have been spoken. Historic, we do have a small window of time. May I bring us all to see that it is a glimpse. It is a glimpse. And that we do have challenges, but you know what? We also have determination. And I do respect you all. I love you all, and I certainly honor you all. And I appreciate all the comments and the concerns that you had, because you know what? You're only advocating for our people. And I get it. President, I get it. First Lady and Second Lady, we get it. It takes a lot of sacrifice, and certainly a lot of emotion, because we were talking about our people. So I know you all are passionate about that, and we certainly want to join you in that passion and serving our people. So I appreciate you. Thank you, Honorable Delegates. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Vice President. Herman Daniels, thank you for your comments. I mentioned the revenue. Revenue generating. What I'll task the directors to do is respond to these questions as well in writing to those of you pertaining to their oversight or their division and programs, so that you have it. But I'm doing my very best to give you a general answer to a lot of these questions. So Herman Daniels about fiscal responsibility, we're all there, and I appreciate Herman and his work out there with the Utah Navajo Trust Fund and Delegate Charlene So. We talked about a project up in your area we need to brief you on, and opportunities with the LDS Church and also the state of Utah as well. So that just came really quick with the visit of the Deputy Chief of Staff from the Governor's Office, Utah State Governor, recently. And all transpired right there in front of us in the offices. We just kind of strategized, and we came up with a plan to the community up there. And we'll brief you on that. Otto Rickness, Vice President, said said it all. Appreciate your leadership, voice of reason, and we appreciate your faithfulness as well. That's always known. When you speak, people listen. In terms of the Energy Office, that legislation that got deleted off the agenda today, our discussion with Vice Chair Walker about maybe reevaluating that Energy Office within the energy policy. And Section 10 talks about the Energy Office or renewable energy. And maybe that's where the Renewable Energy Office could go. But I know that we can sit down and talk about that. And I agree. There's got to be a vetting office, a vetting entity, because we're getting many proposals, right, to do renewable energy projects on the nation, and we need to do our due diligence. Today we had another person that came up and pitched their ideas to us. And I don't know if you're aware, Delegates Charlene So, but it was in that Mexican water area for a solar project. And so we listened and we said, does the chapter support it? That was always my first question, because we're not going to do any project unless the chapter supports it. I talked about the veto override. We talked about the 5 mile. Again, we look forward to sitting down. I'm really hoping Senator Heinrich will be able to come and listen to that discussion with the Alatis there in New Mexico in regards to Chaco legislation. Delegate Brown, disparaging mascots in sports. Oh, he's not here. This council, or the council in August of 2014, we passed the resolution opposing, these disparaging, or the mascots, the Native American mascots. So I would say that still holds unless we re-entertain that. And I was one of the co-sponsors at the time. So I do fully support no Native American mascots, and then it was in sports. And then working with Kayenta with the Army Corps of Engineers about the erosion and creeks, that's an ongoing discussion with Delegate Brown's LDA. So, and to maybe reinstate the diversion dam there for agricultural use. But we got to first fix that dam there in Kayenta so that we can start diverting water. And that's one way you can put water into this diversion dam and replenish or recharge the aquifer too. Maybe I said too much, but in terms of those water rights discussions, I think I gave it away. Eugene So, we appreciate the comment and your work about fixing up those berms in that Canyon de Chelly area, all the way into Chinle. We've fixed some berms up there, but we haven't get to all of it. I mean, that's a flood zone when it comes to it, and people do live there. And either we fix it up, or they're going to be going through the same predicament with flooding in the near future. So we do definitely need to reevaluate that. And then for the MOU, we're happy, the agreement to sit back down. I wasn't part of those discussions last administration, but we're definitely willing to sit down and see what we can do for the Canyon de Chelly residents. And thank you to your LDA for keeping us updated on and the work that she did for the prayer event as well this morning. Delegate Freeland, as you know, February 3rd, right, is the deadline for New Mexico chapters to submit their capital outlay projects to their legislature, and we are hopeful that we can get correct update from the chapters, because a lot of the chapters go directly to their legislature, right? And they don't tell us. But I know Mark is a part of getting all that information tallied up so that CPMD knows. And other chapters should be doing the same thing, just at least letting us know of what their projects that are being submitted. So I appreciate that. And the cannabis, the cannabis legislation, I mean, even if the state were to approve it, it doesn't cover jurisdictions, tribal communities, right? We would have to make a law here on the nation to open that up. But I can see it affecting folks in the border part of the Navajo Nation, So, yeah, that was just recently announced during the governor's State of the State address on Monday. So we can discuss that during our leadership meeting. Delegate Wanika, the open door is there for all of us, and I appreciate you sitting down with us and talking about the issues, especially when it comes to New Mexico Veterans Program. James Zerline is here taking notes. One of the things that we're going to really push forward, and this is where I asked him today, and maybe delegates, I mean, when we talk about cemeteries, I know that's a really hard topic, a hard subject to talk about, but the state cemetery program from the feds have dollars so that we can establish a veteran cemetery on the Navajo Nation. I think we were really close last couple of years ago, but we didn't get the land designated, and guess where that veteran cemetery went? Gallup, New Mexico. So we look forward to seeing if there's any parcels of land that are open for that type of project. And Delegate Charles Newman should sit here. And I see Tom Chi here, and she mentioned Shiprock, the great chapter of the Navajo Nation, greatest city. Tom Chi always used to say that too, so it's good to see Tom Chi in the house. Now with the $34 million overspending, this was during the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, to where we constructed these jails. What is it? You got Tuba City, Kayenta, I want to say Rama, Chinle Ishtoya. And those were overbuilt. And that's why they're coming back to saying that those jails are overbuilt. Now, one of the things that we're proposing is that there are new projects in the works. Window Rock New Jail, Pinion New Jail, Shiprock New Jail, Shiprock, $60 million for that. And we don't want to be in that same predicament of overbuilding these.
It's not overbuilt.
So what we're saying is maybe these large facilities that were overbuilt are the ones, should be the areas where inmates are in there for longer term. While you make Window Rock and Shiprock not as large as the other ones. That way, we can justify that it's being fully used, these facilities. That was during the ARA dollars that came down from the federal government. So we look forward to having a discussion and maybe even doing another loan, because we did a $60 million loan, right? Using the sales tax for the Judicial Public Safety Fund.
Point of order, Honorable Seth Damon.
Mr. President, I would advise you to please listen to your advisors, Department of Justice, Mr. DPM Supervisor, who's DPM, our DHS, our Department of Public Safety. Who's his name? Delmar, please, Mr. President, do not use the word overbuilt. Please, Department of Justice, please advise the President not to use that in any future statements. Thank you.
Mr. President, you can continue.
And the $60 million loan that we repaid back, we could have a similar loan that we can structure, maybe double that, because when Key Bank lent us those dollars, they didn't ask for a waiver of sovereign immunity, right? It went through our courts, they acknowledged our courts. So I think we could do the same to fund Shiprock, to fund Pinion, to fund Window Rock, and Kayenta. I think it's in that order, right? Well, something like that, but those four right there. And then we also need Galcon to be looked at. It's falling apart there, that old police station. But that's something that I'd like for the Law and Order Committee to sit down with us, and where, you know, Jesse and Chief and Deputy Chief would like to entertain that or re-entertain that. I know you had that discussion here in the council chambers about the various projects. So, and we look forward to meeting with the chairwoman, Charles Newton, on those future projects. Arohenio, Governor Torres, I think Vice President answered that question, but we are ready to meet Governor Torres from, I want to say Pueblo Vacuna. Is that right? Torres. Yeah. So and Tohajile, that water project is a priority for us as well, because as you know, the wells burn out, and we're always trying to get water to that community in those times of shortfall or no water going to those communities, and we have to ship it all in, right? Water for the local community. If we can get the right-of-way, that's the biggest one right there, is the right-of-way. And to sit down, and then we're working on that, by the way, Chairman here. And that way we can get clean drinking water to the folks there at Tuajile. Delegate Walker, thank you for your leadership as well. We got the Bird Springs elderly group home approved. At least Inek Shea's gonna redo that. They can throughout the Navajo Nation. Need Dalia, Whippoorwill, the Ahata Jimmy, Yaltia, Jonago Kinit, Nidigi Kinit, and Osa, Antiquishinache, Whippoorwill, Aron lay Trito, the Ahata, Aro Kochisha Church Rock, Judo, Ashon, latex. Glove manufacturing facility, Kare Chon, Kare Chetagazi, Dutchishida, Edo, no, Pennsylvania, Edo here, and Hidini relation of $19 million for that latex glove manufacturing facility. Little Singer School, man, if you get a chance, you got to see that school. It's almost complete. Those folks, contractors, are doing a great job there. We got a chance to see that. And then Delegate Walker, your renewable energy office, I talked about that. Let's put it in section 10. And then lastly, the earthen dams. We want to do more. Brother Otto, Delegate So, we got 10 earthen dams redone in Cameron, 4 in Talani Lake and Loop. I saw it for myself. I went and visited with the water guy. Not Oktar, but the other guy. Tark. I went out there with Tark, and he did show us that these improvements were done there, and I saw it. They just need to cap it a little bit better. When I went over there, I said, this kind of looks shady, and I need you to go back out there. So we'll get an update, and that's in the former Benefreeze area. And thank you to Leonard Chi, where's Leonard Chi, and Thomas Walker for, there he is, Leonard. Yeah, for your work out there, showing them that those earthen dams needed to be repaired. So that gets me down to all the questions and comments I think that were asked today, and we'll yield. I think there's going to be some folks that have some reserved time, or some that haven't spoken yet. So thank you so much. And lastly, I just want to appreciate Delegate Yazzie, Edmund Yazzie. If you look at that gentleman there, councilman, he's got a mean three-pointer. And he showed us over there at St. Bonaventure when we, first basketball game, right? And that brand new gym that you all helped the community to do. And Vice President was balling it up too. I never knew I had a brother that was a baller here too. So our next schedule competition, friendly competition, we want to see if the council wants to play the office of the president and vice president. Are you guys ready to see that? Yeah. But you know what? You know what he called our team, Edmund Yazzie, since he invited us to Theru, he called us the Wild Hogs. So that was our name for that game. So thank you, Speaker.
That. We go back to reserve time. Honorable Kiambier. 13 seconds.
Quick seconds.
13.
Oh, should be.
It's 13.
Stop it. Reserve time.
Reserve time. 13. No, I added 30 seconds on while you were talking. So when you stop the clock, at 13 seconds on. I gave you 30 seconds because there was two times you were interrupted. 13 seconds.
Mr. President, I'm asking, pleading on behalf of the community of Salana-Cottonwood chapter. For that reason, could all the legislation be withdrawn? It's right here.
Okay, moving on down. Honorable Honor, 3 minutes, 32 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield my time to Delegate Eugene Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, 3 minutes and 26 seconds. You good?
Yes, sir, I'm good.
Okay. Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you. Shitala. Vice President Leiser, I want to say thank you for assisting me with the gaming compact, and I really enjoy working with you. I really like you. You know, we really have a really good relationship, and we joke around a lot. You don't scare when I take command or when I correct you. which is rare, but it does happen. So I just want to point that out. Only one time I corrected you. I also think that you're brave, and I tell you all the time that you're brave for using that Navajo Nation plane. For anyone who has seen Madagascar 2, Vice President travels in a plane that the penguins fly. So every time I always commend him for coming in on that plane. So with that, I do have a question, Vice President, since you did answer my question in regards to the Navajo Nation Embassy. $12 million with a shortfall, with the anticipation of a shortfall. My question is, where does OPVP plan to seek funds to make such a purchase? Because $12 million is a lot of money, especially with the shortfall. In regards to the veterans question, in 2019 Fall Council session, you provided us with a printed booklet, and in it, it mentions working with the United Brotherhood of Carpenters to develop housing, manufacturing facilities on the Navajo Nation to build homes for veterans. Can you update us on this plan and provide information on how many veterans' homes will be built for the Northern Agency? And I'm talking specifically about the Northern Agency because we haven't had homes built there for a while, so I'm hoping that we can at least get 2 homes built there in the next year. On page 133 of your report, you state that there is no communication between the Washington office and staff. It's very general in regards to what's stated in your quarterly report. To me, that sounds like it's an internal issue that should be addressed by you, Mr. President. Once that's completed, please remind Washington office that communication needs to be conveyed to delegates as well, because we have been having miscommunication issues with that office. I know that many times there's been public safety matters that have come up on the heel that I was not made aware of, and it seems like everybody's kind of pointing fingers about who should be informing delegates of any information. So I would appreciate direct information from the Washington office in regards to anything pertaining to public safety. President, I do want to state that you do have some good staff on board, and I would be remiss not to mention that. Dr. Jill Jim, I want to point out that she answers emails the same day that those emails are sent. And I think that that is really amazing, and I commend her for that. JT Willie, although it takes time for him to respond, he always does respond. So I do appreciate that in regards to the communication that you're asking for between your office and council here. In addition to that, I do want to point out that I look forward to working with you, Shija. I've said that from the very beginning, and I think it has been said already before, but I'll say it again. We tend to talk the talk, but let's walk the walk. Thank you.
That, moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 10 seconds. Once, twice, Vice Chair Smith. Twice, 3 times. Okay, moving on down. Honorable Vince James, 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Yeah, Donna, there was a question that you didn't answer for me. What's your thought on the Arizona HB 2447? Tribes need to resolve the water rights and keep it Nobel. Nana, in regards to chapter presidents declaring an emergency, I think the memo was done on January 3rd, 2019, and it states declaring emergency, but on this memo it states declaring state of an emergency. So I think that really needs to be looked back at to have our local chapter governments to move forward with declaring an emergency. Next one is, if we are all here to talk about saving monies of the Navajo Nation, I encourage you to enforce or make a directive under executive branch to have them expedite and use the federal funding right away. Because at this point, if you look at public safety, there's like 68 million sitting there of federal dollars that needs to be utilized. On top of that, I also have some issues under Division of General Service with different, of course, we're well known of this, of micromanaging, of different memos and directives going left and right. So, Edo, Naha, Banant Edo, they can so understand. Other than that, Ado such a Linigi, Ado, I encourage you to support and sign your name on legislation 001-20 when it comes before you. Somewhere down the future, somewhere down the road. Thank you.
That, moving on down. Chairman Nez, 19 seconds.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, would you commit to coming to Nayizi multi-purpose facility and meet with the allottees? I would really like for you to be there. Thank you. That's a question that
Chairman Nino. 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Dibs. Once, twice. Chairman Nino, 2 minutes, 3 seconds. Where's it off? Hey. Okay, with that, go back to Mr. President. Have anybody else who deserves time?
Thank you. I know there was some questions for the Vice President as well, so I'll let him answer those. I just want to conclude my portion of the State of the Navajo Nation address by saying thank you and Happy New Year, and we look forward to 2020. 2020 is clear vision, right? And there has been a lot of our leaders who had a vision for the Navajo people. And so we got to honor and respect that as well. I mean, a lot of these projects from the past are finally coming to fruition now. Vision down the road for what we want for the Navajo people. And Delegate Kealan Begay, appreciate you and you withdrawing those two legislations, 0007 and 0008. And I commit to you that we can work those issues out in the spirit of collaboration. I think we can do that. Sanata. Delegate Noon, yes, we will task the Navajo Nation Washington office to be better at the communication as they are rebuilding their office. If I may ask, Delegate Chairwoman Newton, can we also have the same communication, direct communication with your consultant as well? I know that you all have someone helping you up in DC, and sometimes we don't get that information when it comes to meeting leadership up there. So $1,000. And the person that's helping you there is Carlisle Begay. And we'll be doing the same on our side too. So thank you for that, Delegate Chairwoman Newton. Otto, Vince, Delegate James, we'll get you an update on the question that you posed regarding chapters declaring emergencies. I remember that was always like that. So chapters be able to declare emergencies so that they can open their emergency funds. So we'll reevaluate that. And
Question of public privilege?
Question of privilege. And Chair Charles Newton has a question of privilege.
Uh,
Floor is yours.
Speaker should select, I just wonder, is Carlisle Begay still working half and half with the president's office and our office as well? Thank you, that's my question.
As far as we know, Mr. Begay does have a contract with both the executive and the legislative. I know that he does have a contract with the legislative branch for sure. Hey, Mr. President.
Okay. Delegate James, our commitment is there for the senior center project. All we ask is let's get this 5-year PTF plan across the finish line and sign into law. And we'll definitely, we heard it, we were there. The ladies were, and the land is there. So what more can you say? I think it's project ready, correct? Yeah. Our auto chairman is, you have our commitment to meet with the Latis. Just give us, let's work on a date and time. I was hoping that that same meeting that we'll have with the Latis would have Senator Heinrich there as well. Because I know that you all requested the senator to come to Navajo to hear from the Latis. I think it would be beneficial to have it all at this one meeting. That would be my recommendation. So, thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Vice President. And thank you so much, 24th Navajo Nation Council, for going into the wee hours of the evening. I know you all sometimes stay here later than 10, 11 o'clock. I've been in your shoes before on behalf of the Navajo people. But I don't think I'm going to go back to being a delegate. I know that was a question that was asked earlier. I think it only goes one way, right? And we'll see where the good Lord has me in a couple of years. Next step. At the age of 44, there's still a lot of opportunities for me and my wife. But we look forward to working with you, and first and second ladies are doing advocacy out there, and I also ask you all to join them in these various events throughout the Navajo Nation. So thank you so much. God bless, and here's the Vice President.
Yeah, Mr. President. Honorable Chair, Regina Charles Newton, thank you for the question. To answer your question, where will we find the 12 million? Well, for starters, there's the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. And then, of course, working with our honorable delegates here as well. So that would answer that question. To the second one, how many homes or how many veterans homes will be built in Northern? As many as possible. Well, I know that's a vague answer, but it's the best answer that I do have. And obviously working with Director Jim Zwerlein would help us, and with you all as well. So nobody is discredited here. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you, nobody knows this. As I accepted to become the Vice President, I had to forego this entrepreneur's dreams of starting a lumber yard. And as I stepped away, the family members that took over as president of our company wanted to close the lumber yard down. Much to my chagrin. I was vague. I was naive, thinking if you just open a lumber yard and you sell 2x4s and plywood and CDX and cinder blocks and cement bags that the customers will come. You need millions of dollars in your inventory. Everybody wants the whole package. And when we couldn't provide them that, they went to Home Depot readily in droves, and they still continue to. Not a day goes by that I see flatbeds full of drywall, full of cement blocks, cinder blocks, every building material. I don't regret saying yes to President, then Vice President Jonathan Nez when he asked me. I was prepared because of my faith, everything I've experienced up to this point, to say yes. The final prayer with my wife to say yes. The overriding thought was, who gets an opportunity like this? And it was with that I said yes, and knowing that there would be tremendous sacrifice. And so, I say all that just to say this. I made sure, and I continue to make sure, and I'll need all your help, that I wanted that blue building over here, which was our former lumberyard, to fall into the hands of the Veterans Department. For that promise to be able to build homes in whatever fashion that we desire as leadership, to give them permission to build, whether they be prefabricated, whether they be hogans, whether they be, small homes, kind of like the Southwest Indian Foundation built, just homes readily able. And so, as my dream, as the sun set on my dreams of opening a lumberyard, the possibilities become numerous for the veterans of our great land. And so, out of the sacrifice of foregoing the lumberyard, the nation will be able to hopefully someday say, we built 1,000 homes for our veterans. So that is my wish. That is my departing wish of being an entrepreneur. Much more 100% owned Navajo business. So I appreciate the question, and no apologies for blubbering up here, but I am a passionate capitalist. I am a passionate entrepreneur. And it's my goal and dream to build and provide opportunities for many more of our Navajo Dene people to enjoy this same lifestyle. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That, I don't see anybody else on the board. I don't have any more time, but let me go to a point of privilege. King on the gate. Jay, floor is yours.
Speaker, President, Vice President, my point of privilege is asking the President's office to so my point of privilege is that how is it the administration will be assisting in lobbying for the passage of HB 2395 at the Arizona State Legislature, with several $1 million for the local chapter projects, including $300,000 for Celina Cottonwood for veterans funding. Then the other one is H60. President, you know that the IGA is still needs to be done. So the Hopi tribe has made a recommendation to meet on Thursday. Was it Thursday? So Thursday, so I don't know if that will be how your office maybe have the administration provide us update on those particular two initiatives on behalf of the Navajo people. Speaker.
Okay. All right, great. All the comments, questions? Yeah? There's nothing else. Go to the board on President's report. For the record, that we already did. Okay, Honorable Albert Gay, Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Madam Chair Crotty, Honorable Brown, Madam Chair Charles Newman, Honorable Hino, Chairman Yazzie, Honorable Yellowhair. Where's Chief? Honorable Herman Daniels, Vice Chair Smith, Crotty, Brown, Hino, Yazzie, Yellowhair. I'll get down.
16 to 0.
16 in favor, 0 opposed. Motion carries. Speaker not voting. Thank you, Mr. President. When did she actually send it over to speakers? That, moving on down. For a motion? Oh, Madam Chairwoman, that you think that we see it today? That, moving on down, colleagues. We're still in session. Moving on down to Bureau of Indian Affairs. BIA. motion to recess? Recess? Colleagues, we're still in session. Roll call. Roll call. Roll call. Roll call. I have 4 delegates. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Roll call. Gazi. Yellow hair. Chairman Nino. Brown. Slater. Honorable Paul Begay. Roddy. Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Walker. Honorable Wanika. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Daniels, Honorable June So. That, I'm gonna walk it down. Fifteen. That, moving on down on the agenda. We have the received report from Bureau of Indian Affairs. Is there a motion? Motion by Honorable So. Second, Honorable Paul Begay. Stevens, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I also want to thank you for your kind hospitality and the meal that was provided and the refreshments. It's always gives us a good feeling and good heart to be a part of the group and be offered those gestures of hospitality. And again, thank you very much. Honorable delegates, it's an honor again to be before you and give a report from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. As you can see, we've provided our written report that you all have in front of you. And as always, I look forward to questions and comments that you have to provide additional clarity that might not be included in the document that you have. So I'll give a quick rundown of some of the highlights of the report. And then again, like I said, we can get into the questions that you bring forward as a result of that discussion. We're going to just go chronologically through the report, but I'll start off with the Federal Indian Minerals Office, the FEMO office in Farmington, which works closely with all of our lockees in Eastern Navajo and throughout the Navajo Nation, ensuring that our fiduciary trust responsibilities are fulfilled and that they're getting the technical assistance and guidance as we move forward with developing their trust assets. And I'm happy to report that we are definitely advocates for our individual Indian allottees in doing just that. So the female director that reports directly to me is one that is passionate as well as energetic in moving forward with different things. And the biggest topic there, of course, is the Chaco Canyon area and the development and subsequent moratoriums and Senate bills and buffer zones and so forth. And we are readily available, and we have continued to provide what data, what analysis, and what land status reports and different things like that that drive decision-making made by all the decision makers, including federal. We are a co-partner with BLM in working through some of the work that we're doing there through Section 106, of which the Navajo Nation and other Pueblo tribes are engaged. And we believe that's an excellent working relationship that's continuing to move forward. We're also moving forward with having a lease sale for our Indian allottees. I know that Secretary Bernhardt, when he visited, issued a verbal moratorium on any new oil and gas development within the Chaco area. I referenced the Senate bill that also went through Congress, limiting what oil and gas development can take place in that area. But there's also language in that bill that speaks to Indian lands and Indian allotted lands specifically not being a part of that. So there are many different variables in needing to understand what's going on with that area. We are ramping up with the FEMA office, anticipating the expiration of that year moratorium that Secretary Bernhardt put forward when he visited Chaco, so that we'll be prepared and have all the legwork and groundwork completed so that we can again pick up the pace and again support our Indian allottees with their oil and gas development. I want to call your attention to page 6 of the report. There's a table there that speaks to federal monies that have been allocated to and awarded to the Navajo Nation for different projects and purposes and programs. As you can see, there's a chunk of change sitting there that has not been drawn down yet. We just would encourage some follow-up that as we continue to provide technical assistance and guidance in getting these monies allocated for the purposes of which they're intended. So that onto the next page with the supplemental funding that we provided. We've gotten this time of the year, back a couple months, maybe a month and a half, a lot of money from central office tends to roll out at the end of the year for many different reasons. Oftentimes it's at the national level where programs haven't expended their money in other areas, so they pull them together and then they roll out additional funds, which are typically project specific, so that doesn't give us a lot of opportunity to redirect those funds for things that we think should be a priority. So that small table with the blue heading or violet heading, purple heading is some of those supplemental funds that we've rolled out. Most recently, we rolled out additional funds to natural resources to do a resource management plan and get things in order across the Navajo Nation. I think the last award was $2.1 million. So these are some of those project-specific activities that we were happy to fund. We've also have dumped a sizable amount of resources into cadastral surveys. And we continue to meet with the Navajo Nation Land Department and others. We had a meeting just last week to talk about their priorities with getting the reservations surveyed. So we're happy to report that work is moving forward. And we continue to be engaged with the nation and other tribal stakeholders as well as other federal partners that are engaged in that activity. Can't say enough about our branch of natural resources. we've moved forward with some decision-making that oftentimes isn't popular when we're dealing with grazing permits, when we're dealing with carrying capacity and different studies that have been completed that drive our decision-making. I've had several meetings with some of you that reached out to me specifically to come to my office or invited me to your meetings, and we bring our team and we discuss the data and what that data reflects in our decision-making and what we're obligated to do within statutes and regulations. So again, I really appreciate those of you honorable delegates that have made that attempt to come or to contact me and ask questions and schedule meetings where I can bring a team together of subject matter experts and provide you the data and material that you all need to support your constituents and then understand the decision-making process and what different routes or different appeals or different things that can happen as a result of that. And I believe having current, accurate data to drive all decision-making is one that we can all stand behind and defend, for lack of a better word. Wildland fire, we had a busy fire season. The hotshot crew is nationally recognized, has been nationally recognized for different things for helping areas other than within the Navajo Nation. And we're proud of them, and we definitely commend them for the risk that they take as they travel. We even got a call to go to Australia to send a crew to help with those brush fires down there. We stood ready, we stepped up, and then just unfortunately we weren't called back to take part in that, but we were ready to go. I just got accurate numbers. It was a $2.6 million that we rolled out to the nation, and an additional 1.6, so a little over $4 million that came down outside of initial program funding for different projects and purposes. So again, that's reflected on those tables that I referenced. We're working hand in hand with forestry. We've met with Dr. Shabala and his experts that he has on his staff, as well as those at the federal level, with different projects with NTUA and others that are struggling with different right-of-way activities with high-speed fiber installation, as well as other utilities that we are working with to get those right-of-ways completed through the NEPA process and so forth. And we're making headway. A lot of this pertains to E-rate dollars that are awarded to BIE schools for connectivity. And again, it's the collaborative effort, I think, that needs to be understood. From the BIA region, that's my philosophy, is that none of us is as smart as we are collectively. And I don't mean any disrespect in saying that, but when you have, and I own that, I'm one of them. I bring my subject matter experts, the Navajo Nation brings theirs. We have a very, sometimes scientific and very exact dialogue to problem solve. And it's proving to be progressive. It's proving to get things resolved, getting things moving. Just last week, we had a NEPA training that we've contracted out. We've had this gentleman back twice now, but we held slots aside for the Navajo Nation for historic preservation. NTUA was also there. There were other entities within the Navajo Nation. And then I had all my people there. And not just the people that work on NEPA, because NEPA, as you know, is a process and it's sometimes delayed, sometimes takes a lot of time. Well, this activity that we had brings a new face to NEPA in terms of expediting and how we handle those federal actions, which admittingly it was cumbersome, and we're streamlining it, and we're going to be able to address those. And it starts first with bringing those experts together to understand what they're doing and how they're doing it. And as you may remember, a year ago I sat here and I told you I don't believe in the philosophy of just doing things because that's the way we've always done them. we have to constantly improve and educate ourselves to provide the best quality service that we can, and we are definitely making strides in that area, and NEPA is just one of those examples. While I'm on that topic, this spring we'll be sponsoring, or hosting rather, an activity that all of you, I hope, will participate, especially the newer delegates that maybe are unfamiliar with the federal processes that are in place, things that require federal actions and what my role is, and a bunch of other things. So we have a team working to pull that together. We don't like to call it a conference because that sometimes has a negative connotation with central office when we're all going to a conference. We want to call it a learning activity, which is a service provider, a gathering, where we're going to have strands specifically designed for natural resources, forestry, all within the Navajo Nation, and partnering with our people, and a strand for council delegates and everyone else in leadership that can come together and learn and better understand the process. So when we come together, we're able to understand the directions that are rolling out and how that's moving forward. So that is an exciting piece that I'm anxious to get out. We've accomplished a lot this last quarter through that exact process that I just referenced, by pulling those collaborative teams together and understanding each other's work and role and responsibilities. We've done some great things out at Sonosti with getting a health hazard figured out with the sewage issue that was going on up there, which resulted in the closing of the clinic there. And it's, again, bringing everybody together, and now we're making headway with N2A and getting that corrected. I just use that as an example. We've done a lot of things in Shiprock. We've reached out to other communities, and a lot of it is, and I was just asked this morning how I prioritize what's urgent need and what's not. And my response was simply that I really don't, because everything is a priority. Because it's a priority to you all, it's an urgent issue for community members, tribal members, and that's what I take pride in. And what I've committed to, and I've said this many times, is I don't want to be that bottleneck. The term was used earlier, we're not the BIA of our grandparents. We're the BIA of one that's serving Indian country and fulfilling our responsibilities to get this work completed in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. So I pride myself on that. We continue to, if you haven't, and I'm sure you have, we avoided a shutdown. The 2020 budget was passed. Unfortunately, it is still held up in Washington, D.C. at OMB. Then it will go to Indian Affairs budget, and then they will allocate the funds and they'll roll down. And when it hits Indian Affairs budget, we're told that we'll have our funds in our coffers within 3 days. So the holdup is at a higher level within the Department of Interior at OMB. But we're told that we should have something in place by Friday. And then, of course, our distributions will begin immediately. And that's one thing that we do, is we get our resources out that go to the tribe just as quick as we can. And I've authorized overtime and comp time to get this work completed. So you have my commitment on that as soon as the 2020 funds hit. We're very appreciative that it avoided a lapse in appropriations, which would have shut the government down. We did a lot of legwork and prep to make that happen, to prepare in case that did happen. But again, we're fortunate that it didn't. So we're anxious for that. We continue to remain engaged with the Navajo Nation OMB with ISD, Indian Self-Determination, and those 638 contracts that we award funds to, and monitoring and all the pieces that go with this. Where I met with Dr. Shabala very briefly last week, just coming to a head on some of the issues that we're dealing with. We're mediating them, at least one of those issues, and we hope to have a result. We're ready to negotiate and do what we can within statute and regulation to make that happen. Our transportation, again, we've had, as you know, NDOT has a large part of what we had before, and we've talked dollar amounts with that before. I think 57 million went to the nation, and when that was 638'd from federal highways, which left us in our coffers with lower amounts. But we're still having that collaborative effort. But part of one of those strands that I talked about was clarifying not just a route, whether it's a BIA road or a Navajo route, but who has the responsibility to maintain that road. And just because it's a BIA road doesn't always mean it's BIA because of that separation, the 54 million to the other 7 million that remained at BIA. So, but this activity that we're having this spring is going to bring that information forward so that we're all on the same page and we can ask questions and we can better understand why it is the way it is and then where we reach out. But our relationship with NDOT continues to be very productive, especially when we get to snow and ice removal. Fortunately, we haven't had any, well, fortunately, unfortunately, because we certainly appreciate the precipitation, but we haven't had much this year, so things have been going pretty good with snow and ice removal. And as always, if we did shut down, that does not take away emergency services that we provide. So, I don't know how much time I have left, but
2 minutes and 40 seconds.
2 minutes, okay. Another thing that I wanted to share, I was invited recently to this very table, which brought back memories of sitting here to do just this and talking to the NABI group to talk about the Justice Center plans that they have. And we're always looking forward to that opportunity. We have another meeting follow-up scheduled for February 10th to bring DFMC into it so we can talk about those O&M numbers that were brought forward at that meeting. So we stand ready to do that. But at that meeting, and the reason why I'm referencing it is there were law enforcement officers sitting here, and for literally decades, within the Bureau of Indian Affairs Navajo Regional Office, there was a policy put in place where we didn't offer any quarters, that's government housing, to anyone outside that didn't work at a BIE school or worked for the federal government. I've since lifted that, and we're allowing law enforcement officers in the community, which are Navajo Nation tribal employees, to apply and rent government quarters. We're working out the mechanism of how non-federal money gets into federal coffers, but we can work that out. I just think that we need to get our law enforcement out to the communities. I think it's a win-win for both the BIA and for the Navajo Nation, make our communities safer, and accomplish a lot. Plus, offer, because as you know, quarters are limited, housing's limited when we bring new officers on board, when you bring new officers on board. But we want to be part of that solution and offering them. It's not the best places to stay, but we do have funds that we renovate from time to time. You get a hot shower, roof over your head, and the heat works, and electricity, and sometimes that works best. And I live in government quarters out at Wingate, so I understand how that works. But again, we're happy to be able to offer that to Navajo Nation police officers and correction officers. I think we had one several months ago that made application, and so we're happy to provide that service. And again, we're here to again work with the Navajo Nation and better understand your priorities and meet your needs. So with that, I'll finish speaker and take what questions you might have.
You have 20 seconds. Good?
I'm good.
All right.
I reserve my
I don't know
time.
if you wanted to sing a song to us or something. All right, there's a motion. And a second. Motion by Honorable So, second by Honorable Paul Begay. On the floor, Vice Chair Smith. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for letting me speak here. Kat, and Otto, Mr. Stevens, for being here. And your report. Looking at the cover of your report here, shows a lot of roads. And I was just thinking about the roads this morning as I was traveling from Lupton up to here. There's a lot of potholes, and they need to be fixed. And I was wondering if NDOT would be doing that, or if you guys would be doing that. But it's getting to be where it's dangerous, especially up there by Hunter's Point. You guys patched that one area. Now it's got a big old pothole, and folks going northbound are trying to avoid that and trying to maneuver around it. So I hope that after this winter season that those potholes will be repaired. The other one is there was a chapter meeting out at Wide Ruins regarding grazing permits. And they passed a resolution. You were wondering what that was all about. The Bureau holding back grazing permits or not allowing grazing permits to go forth. And I mentioned that I would bring this to your attention because the supporting resolutions to have the president, the Navajo Nation Council to look into that and see what's going on. I don't know if you know anything about that, on the permit. The other one is, thanks for opening the door for law enforcement to have a place to stay. That's a plus. We need officers to have a place to have residents within the communities. Speaker, I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
2:50 on reserve time, Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Otterso.
Okay, I have a couple of issues, Bart, and number one, Tuba City, the Federal Health Facility Tract, which was withdrawn for BIA, and there's a road that lies within the facility, within that tract, called Warrior Drive, and the BIA leases or subleases the land to the school. So if BIA is subleasing the lands to the school, BIA is the facilitator, the landlord there. And we need that road to be addressed because that road, that lease is held by BIA, your office. And we need that road to be repaired. It's not on INDOT's inventory, things like that. The other is the secretarial order within Tuba City. There's issues that the earthen dams in that area that needs to be redressed. Because when it rains or snows in Tuba City, a lot of that water just washes down into the junction there. So those earthen dams that existed inside the secretarial order, which is solely BIA is the tenant there, you need to repair those earthen dams there so that we don't get downtown Tuba City don't get washed out almost at every drain or every monsoon season. The other is the issue about unauthorized transfer of $638. When you have an entity transferring $638 without the lawmaking body's authority, what happens? Our $638, about $1 million, had been transferred unauthorized. Transfer had occurred without any amendment to the 638 contract. And it's an issue. The executive branch is brushing it off, but it may come up as an audit finding in future audits. And how we came across this is at a committee meeting, and their financial person blabbed it out. So that's what occurred. I don't know if you were, since you're a BIA regional, you were informed. But these 638 contracts are done with the Navajo Nation and approved at NABI. Any amendment to the 638 contract requires Navikiati committee to vote on that issue, whether you are transferring dollars from from one 638 entity to another contract. And we just want to know if you were notified regarding that transaction. The other is our post-certification. Right now, the Navajo Nation don't have our police officers that are being brought in, new recruits. When they graduate from the academy, they are not post-certified. So since you are our trustee and regarding our 638 contract, how does that affect our contract with no post-certification Because these police officers that are are going through the Navajo Police Academy is not even getting the BIA certification. So that's an issue there. And just seeing if you could clarify anything, because the information we're getting from the executive branch is a really nice picture. Oh, we're sovereignty and so forth. But we want to know how it's going to affect the 638 contract from BIA standpoint. Thank you very much, and I reserve my time.
Okay, remember time, 35 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Paul McGee.
Thank you, Speaker, Presenter, Mr. Stevens. Quickly, three points I wanted to make. It's almost questions. Gray Mountain, Arizona. A couple of years ago, there was a number of horses that got stuck in the mud, and a large number of horses died because the place was drying up. It appears, with reports from residents in that area, we might be headed in that direction again with all the snow melting and the rain, but the water is not accumulating. I don't know if the dams, earthen dams in that area has been has any improvements been done in that area to take out all the mud. I'm assuming that as soon as it gets moisture on it, it becomes very muddy. And then, of course, the animals, I'm starting to have competition here. But anyway, the residents in that area are very concerned that we might end up in that situation again. And before that happens, hopefully something will be done to address that. Number two, sheep units. I know that there's the 50 eligible permit holders. Just a few of them have been have regained their permits, but the number is still 10. There are a lot of questions on how long this number 10 will stay in place, and if there's going to be a change, what procedure needs to happen to for that change to get it to a higher number. Because 10 is not, in the Navajo way of thinking, the Navajo way of living, 10 is just next to none. You can't do nothing except just watch the 10 sheep there. You can't use it unless you have 20, 25 heads of sheep, a higher number. Because we use it, a lot of these ceremonies, you use a lot of these sheep, and by the time you're done to the end of the year, close to fall, you've used a big number of sheep. So 10, you're going to use it probably all up by summer, and then you have no sheep. That's just the way the Navajos are using it. So they're just looking at each other like, how do we use the 10 sheep? And then, of course, the numbers goes up higher if you own a horse or a cow. One horse is 5, I'm assuming, and then 5 heads of sheep. The numbers is not comfortable to the Navajo way of living. And that's why, people are just asking a lot of questions about how long is this going to be in place, 10 sheep? How is it going to change? The other is earthen dams. I know that here again, lack of water in the summer creates a lot of problems for animals needing water. If you could travel from Tuba City Junction, 11 miles west of Tuba City, all the way to Page on Highway 89, west of Highway 89 between Gap, Cedar Ridge, and Bitter Springs, there is no windmill west of Highway 89. So people depend on earthen dams to water their horses and their cattle, sheep. So if you don't have no windmills or anything to depend on, just the earthen dams, you're praying for water. How do we help those people in that area? All they can do is haul water. Maintenance on the vehicle, fuel costs and everything adds up, having to do that. And you have to just travel to Page or to the city to get water. And that's 50 plus miles to do that. Those are situations that we have, issues that we have in the West. Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
With that, moving on down, Honorable Stewart, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, Mr. Stevenson, thank you for being here, providing your report to us and for being with us this long to provide your report. I have two areas, Mr. Stevenson, to ask, and one of them is within the Navajo Times last week, there was an editorial in here to the letter of the editor from a Nels Roanhorst regarding the Tucson Gas and Electric in 2012 when they were hired to do a forestry work. And this was in between Gallup and Zuni, the borderline, and that at the time there was funds that were supposed to be brought back to the nation, but there was nothing. This funds that we're speaking of, he indicates, is $975,200, and that there was no report ever given back. And that was one of the ones I have that came, that I seen in the paper. The other one is that within District 18, I do attend the grazing official meeting, and they meet once a month, every Tuesday. And there's been a major concern from our grazing officials under District 18 as far as the grazing permits go and also the agricultural land use permits go. And it has even gone to where now we have several, a lot of permits that are just between BIA or Department of Agriculture. And they want to know, what's the status on these. And some of them have been waiting to be transferred over to either another relative, or they've been probated and they're waiting to be have the other person's name put on there so that they can use these permits. And I do understand that there is a what do you call it, the conservation plan that needs to be submitted. And I think this is an area that I believe and I think that the people don't understand this area, this section, that they need to do a conservation plan. I've been in talks with Mr. Curley regarding this conservation plan that these permits need. And I hear the people that say, they don't have, they can't do any much with the 10 units on their permits. However, the way I look at it is that, the land, it's tired. We don't have proper irrigation. For District 18 that runs through here from Crystal all the way down to I-40, that water just runs in the spring. There's nothing down that Black Creek wash. There's no way to stop it. We have fields along the wash bed, and there's no way to stop it, so that these lands can have some type of vegetation for our animals. And also in regards to the windmills are out there as well, some that are not even operationable, and that they're just there, and families do have to travel. These are the complaints that I hear from the community members when I attend these meetings. And the other one is the feral horses. We have now animal activists out there that look out for these individuals that are gathering up these horses, standing in front of these horses with guns, telling them, you cannot load up those horses. If you do, I'm going to shoot you. Well, if they're going to, the way that I view it as well, if you're going to stand in front of these horses, then you take them home and you take care of them. Otherwise, you let the nation do its job and try to reduce the horses because we have other wildlife out there as well, other animals that depend on the land as well. And these grazing officials are doing their best. They're trying to enforce their policies. They're trying to enforce what was given to them. Yet they get no support and no reinforcement from BIA and from the Department of Agriculture. And I voiced this as well to the Department of Agriculture. So what assistance can be given to our officials out there, our grazing officials out there, from both departments, from you, and you talk about teamwork and whatnot. What can we do to assist these officials out there? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart, for those comments. Now, we go back to the floor. Chairman So, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Damon, honorable colleagues and legislative staff, Mr. Stevens. The first thing, and it's a conflict of interest issue. Regarding the, first of all, most, probably 99% of the allottees have passed away. And now they're just the heirs. Let's call them allotment owners in the proper term, because they did inherit those shares. They're not the ones that got the allotment paper that has their name on it. So that particular language correction. The other is, I have a draft of the oil and gas leases. Just the first, I think, 6-page double-sided. It doesn't talk about there's going to be deductions for the transportation of natural gas from these. It doesn't talk about there's going to be deductions to what the price of oil is for that day that it hits the wellhead. And I think that that's where the FEMA really needs to educate the allotment owners that there is that difference. The other is, in your report, under natural resources, you don't have a separate designation for Eastern Navajo. You only talk about the other 4 agencies, and I'm wondering why. The other is the Bureau still maintains the BIE facilities at Natneljin Jeolka, and this request is coming toward the Bureau. The gymnasium, the floor is basically cracking and not very conducive to athletic events within that building anymore. The other is we have at the old Torion Day School, and there is an old dormitory that has been deemed having asbestos. And many years back, the school board there has asked for that facility to be demolished. And it's just not, could I say, not in the crosshairs of the Eastern Agency Superintendent. I'd like to see how we can get that particular building removed. The other is just the fact that, yes, there is still a question on, it's labeled as a BIA road, but the maintenance or even the repair, if we could just sit down with each district representative in the particular where the roads are applicable, we could get that clear and definite information, because, you know, we don't want our citizens to be tearing into the president when it's really the Bureau's responsibility on the repairs. And we do appreciate your becoming more involved in that resource management plan amendment. And before, as I used to say, the Bureau's still waiting in the shadows, and you've brought that issue out to the forefront. Appreciate that aspect. And there was many other items that we could talk about, but I will ask that we set aside some time so we can basically cover the other aspects of your report. Thank you.
That, moving on down, Honorable Keon Brigade. Floor is yours.
Mr. Stevens, one area my colleague, Mr. Paul Begay, had mentioned, the Resource Development Committee is scheduled to meet at Pinion Chapter on February 19th to continue to discuss. There was a agency resolution passed by the Chile agency several weeks ago requesting for the range management plan be excluded for a certain part within the Pinion area. But at the same time, they're continuing to ask for have the BIA and the Navajo Nation get back together to reconsider the 10 sheep unit. So I'm making a suggestion to the RDC that we will be introducing legislation to see what is reasonable. I mean, what is the amount? I believe that a lot of our Navajo people weren't really informed on this particular issue. So that's, I guess, have the BIA continue to be in attendance at the meeting on the 19th at Pinion Chapter. Right of way, I appreciate you responding back, but I think NTA hasn't received any document regarding the right-of-way process for the Solana Cottonwood power line. So that's another area that I think I've asked and made recommendation to the BIA how the nation can assume the responsibility of granting right-of-way for roads, power line, water line, and even for transportation, because a lot of time there's a lot of some of these projects continues to be at standstill, especially for a lot of these 401, 404 applications. So that's another area that I think RDC and BIA would need to sit back down and strategize what is the process and how we can move forward in getting projects going rather than having us wait. Because I know one time you made a statement that it's not BIA really is not the holdup. It's more of like having all the documents at one time being brought up to BIA is very is how that the BIA want. But we continue to try to strategize how we need to find ways to get things going. HIP, Housing Improvement Program. How can we help in getting additional funding for a lot of our Navajo people that are in dire needs of housing? I know your report only indicates you're getting $1 million. I think that's being distributed for a certain amount to each of the 5 agencies. So how do we help getting additional funding? And I don't know, NHA, nobody really mentioned NHA with the president earlier. NHA still continues to be sitting on a certain amount of funding. So I don't know if NHA could be of help to help give housing to some of these housing needed on the Navajo Nation. 860, TTP. We did have a meeting at your office in your region several weeks ago with the Hopi. I guess I need recommendation how we can continue, because that 860, 13 mile, almost 1 mile of it is on Navajo or NPL site. So we're trying to utilize that portion for how the Navajo Nation can contribute fundings for 860. Road maintenance is another area that I think we need to continue to ask for, I guess, an increase of getting like inclement weather like this. They really don't have much funding for doing road maintenance on a quarterly, if not on a routine base. And then the last one is a lot of these schools in the area, Nazlini mini farms, getting fundings for quarterly for the quarters. We appreciate for BIA continue to help moving those fundings being established, and how we continue to help.
Okay, that, moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Duggan, floor is yours.
Yeah, Shatzilla, Speaker Damon. And thank you, Mr. Stevens, for presenting your information here on behalf of BIA. I think the last time you presented, actually, I don't know if you even presented to this 24th Navajo Nation Council. I think it's been about a year. I think you missed a couple of times because we didn't get to you, so I apologize for that. I wanted to talk specifically about your branch of transportation. I want to give you positive accolades for what was done with Indian Village in Shiprock. It was finally addressed. My understanding is that road has been on the chapter project for 13 years. And so we managed to sit down and we came up with a plan and we got it addressed in just a few months. So I appreciate your willingness to meet with me to develop a plan and to get this done. There's just that one part, that one section that needs to be fixed. I'll be on top of you about that. But I also look forward to our meeting on Friday to discuss Shiprock roads as well. Per your report on page 28 regarding the budget amount for each agency, the $284,900 that is budgeted in for that amount, can you tell me where that money will be going? Have projects already been identified? If so, can you tell me, or can you share that information with me? I also appreciate you including the letters that have been sent to our President, President Nez, and then also the letters that have been sent to leadership. Oftentimes we're not included in those conversations, so I'm actually going through and I'm reading some of these letters to get up to date on what's happening. So I appreciate the presentation that you've given. I'm going to go ahead and reserve my time, Speaker.
Okay, you reserve time of 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable James.
Yes, another speaker. And then Mr. Stevens, yeah, good evening. In regards to N15, potholes, real big issue on that stretch from Burnside all the way to Greasewood. I really don't know what else to say, but that road is really, the road itself, I think it's depressed at this point because there's many more potholes occurring. And I know that the next project is that 8-mile improvement from Burnside to Cornfields Turnout. So with that, please address that as soon as you can. We are at the point of where vehicles are starting to go off 15. We don't want any accident or anything to happen in the near future on that road again. So with that, moving on to N27, fencing materials. You did indicate that fencing materials were there, but it was just a man work that needed to do, that was needed. And so in regards to that, N27 from Ganado to Nazlini, that fencing, we've been trying to come to an agreement of when to meet. Maybe through you, we can meet soon with Ganado chapter and Kikichi chapter to utilize some of the workers from the chapter budget to put up that fencing, since you already received the fencing material. We're going on year 2 now with the materials just sitting there. So if you can address that. My next one is the 638 contract. As LOC, we've been requesting for this 638 contract for public safety for the longest time. And as of today, we still haven't received it. Through LOC, we even tabled their budget in regards to receiving the 638 budget. We still have not received that as of today. I don't know if you can do anything from your office to forward that information to us as the oversight for public safety. My next one is going to be on page 8 regarding the sheep unit are based on the vegetation studies in 2018 Agriculture Resource Management Plan. For me, I haven't received what kind of study you guys done. I don't know if you forward that to RDC, but it will be very helpful to forward that information to me, since I do serve on the Navajo Land Commission, and it was addressed to us by many individuals from Western Agency regarding that 10-sheep unit. Going on to page number 9, in regards to the feral horse part under Fort Defiance Agency. What happens to the horses? What happens to the funds that were retrieved regarding the roundup of those feral horses? Next step, the district boundary fencing line for District 10, District 17. I also want to thank you for assisting Steamboat Chapter on that. Moving on to page 13, the branch of forestry. You have a cooperative landscape conservation that's in place. Where is this located at? If you could share that information with us. Moving on to page number 21, under the branch of probate, you do have 26 that are in probate status, but then the caseload, you have over 4,000 that are in probate status. Is this statistic information that you provided, is that for the grazing permits and the farm plots permit? And if so, what kind of strategic planning do you have in place to move forward to address this issue? Because it's an ongoing issue that hasn't been resolved, and I believe we need to resolve it as soon as possible to put ease to a lot of our Navajo people throughout the Navajo Nation. With that, I'll go ahead and reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, with that, reserve your time with 32 seconds. Honorable Vince James. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Brigade.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Stevens, I have a question, but right now, currently, I'm on emailing your co-worker here, Ms. Curley, recording water wells out in Greasewood area. So we know that there's illegal wells which was operated by the BIA there. So there's currently about 3 wells that are there, and only one, there's actually 5, but NTA is using it. And this water is being delivered to Dalcon, Tisto, Indian Wells, and White Cone area. So right now, the plan of that is there's a drilled well in between Cornfield and Ganado. It's a deep well that we're using the sea aquifer, and it's being connected, the NTA and OEH. They're connecting the water line between Greasewood and White Cornfield. So once that happens, that well will be turned over to the deep well, which is being drilled, which already has been drilled, and which will be we'll be using the sea aquifer well. So the alluvial well in between Greasewood will be, nobody will be using it. So we wanted to know that how can this well be transferred to nation to maybe explore for farming. So I wanted to, to start using this to obtain the claims for water rights. So this the plan that I have. So I wanted to know if you could assist me with that. So, but right now I'll be emailing that information to you. And the next one is I think there's a lot of permits that the council already asked, but I wanted to know that to see that I know that there's between you, the BIA, and Division of Natural Resource, I know that they wanted to know when the transfer will happen, but I know that from the BIA, you're saying that too, DNR is saying that they haven't done their environmental study yet. But DNR says that, you haven't turned in all the permits, printed permits for that. So we don't know where the holdup is on, so maybe we could, I don't know how we could get an answer for these people that are waiting for the transfer permits. So, and then the last is on February 10th, we scheduled another Navajo Part 2 Judicial and Public Safety meeting here for a work session. I wanted to know that how I asked you that, but I wanted to know, I can email you that too, regarding I can send you remember that I told you that Delcon, the judicial centers there, they already did a appraisal and assessment study for that area for detention facility and public safety, and which was being paid by U.S. Department of DOJ. So I wanted to know that how can we use that to leverage, if they can, how can the BIA to maintain or maybe help out with the operating costs. So if that study can be used towards that, so maybe I can send you more information about it. Okay. Speaker, I'll reserve my time.
Every time at 32 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So. Floor is yours.
The speaker always wakes me up. Yet, I don't want to spend all my time saying hello. My biggest project, the Navajo Nation, well, no, it's the biggest project I feel is the Navajo Nation will ever see is to redo the water spreader in the earthen dams, and they will replenish the groundwater again. Also, the windmills are for range management, and it should be set that way. Every one of them has to be working. Otherwise, we don't have range management because they're so many miles apart to take care of the land within those areas. Within those water spreaders and the earthen dams that were all in the valleys, that was to keep the water on the Navajo Nation. That was the main idea, but it was never maintained. They're still there. During the Bevan Grazing Committee, you had to re-identify them because they had the authority, more authority, and they're the subcommittee of the Resource and Development Committee. They had to be understood that way because 25 CFR Report 167, their job is to conserve water, forest, and land, and to build up deteriorated areas. And that's where BIA, BNR comes in, NRC, SUG, USDA comes in, and now the CKR, Navajo Nation drop insurance. That's where the money should go to rebuild the Navajo Nation. And then they have the mediation, and also there should be peacemaking, enforcement of Navajo Nation grazing lands,
and also enforce encroachment and education. They had to be given that authority. They just already have it. It's already written. I don't, grazing committees are the front lines. They're there at the development of the Navajo Nation. All the lights out there, that's how the grazing committee is the one that put that lights up. And all the roads and all the economic development. Everything that's being built out there, developed out there, is because of the grazing committee. Then next thing is, I don't know why and how, but my time is running out. CFR 25, Port 167, range utilization studies. That should have been done by the BIA every year as it says in the code. It was never done for so long that now we saw there's no grass but too many sheep. They're supposed to monitor the grazing permits like you're doing in NPL. It gives you one more or one less every time you do the studies, every year. So that has never been done. And then the forestry, they never withdraw land with consent. And the Fish and Wildlife needs to tally up their animals also because it competes with the grazing permits sheep units. And also the Parks and Recreation. They are taking the people's rights away by taking the money away from their pursuit of their sustainability, whatever they have, they're trying to sell, like in the Kennedy Shade. I went to Chinle BNR. I don't know what's going on there, but they need to re-recognize the grazing committee there. Somebody there is telling the grazing committee to go and shut the door on them. Or talk to those people over there and let the door open both ways. I'm very concerned because they're supposed to be working. They have responsibility for, and also they have a right to make recommendation to the superintendent or his designee. So they have that right to work with the BIA, BNR over there. Really, I got more to say, but my time is running out. I would like to see this thing done, and I want the grazing committee to be re-recognized so we can rebuild the natural resource out there. They have the power, the authority, the money is there. We need to work together and get that thing back done. I don't know if you understand Navajo, but all of us are not Navajo here. Some are Shi, some are Maijeshki. Those are not Navajo, and then there are some Zunis in here. So we're all are not.
Okay, with that, moving on down, Honorable Alana.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yes, that are still here. Staff that are still here, thank you. Mr. Stevens, I was reading your deal here on the Navajo Indian Irrigation Project from the funding that you had, that they used to do water repair maintenance. That was for 2019 and 2020. You know, I just want you to, want everybody to know that's money that's well spent, but it's like only 15 or 20% of what we really need up there. And in the future too, it's getting worse. As all that, as the years go by and all those center pivots, the pumping plants, you have them all listed here. Those are just small numbers of the amounts of work that need to be done, and that was done over this winter time. So I just want you to know that we need to do something more there to really get the farm back into shape, because it's really falling apart. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on a lot of the canals still. And you know, we already went through that siphon breach, and that caused a lot of problems for the farm, and we had, you know, lost a lot of money with that. And there's potential for that to happen again. So I just wanted to bring that out, point that out to you, that we need to do something different there and get more funding in place for that. especially if we want to move the farm into the next phase and finish it out. I know it's going to cost a lot of money to do that. So that's one. The second thing was I've been trying to work on finding out the bridge that that was scheduled to be replaced in Tohatchee. I was told there was funding, it was in place. The only thing they were waiting on was a right-of-way. I guess the right-of-way it wasn't completed, and the way I understand it now, when I looked at the maps with NHA Housing, they had moved their right-of-way, they moved their land, they got their right-of-way taken care of already. But where is that project at to build that bridge there? That's what I need to know. I know it's been planned for, I don't know, 10 or 15 years now. But I understand there was money there, and I haven't been able to find anybody that knows anything about it. So now that I have you here, I'm leave that question to you to find out where all that funding is at and what it's going to do, what it's going to take to finish that project. Because I know the right-of-way's been done. I've seen the maps in the land department. So the other thing would be is that the money that you had set up here for the districts, I think it was page 28. There's, I guess I'm asking the same question that Honorable Eugene and Charles Newton's asking about that funding there. Where is that $340,000 going to be spent? Because I'd like to find out where it is so I can get my hands on some of that. I need some repair and maintenance out there in Tohatchee and Nosh Chitty, especially Nosh Chitty. There's a lot of roads out there that need to be worked on, and they are BIA roads too. So I just wanted to let you know that too. And if you had an answer for me on that, on where exactly that money and how it's going to be split up, I'd like to know so I can start planning with my communities. Thank you, sir.
Okay, that. Put on down. Let's clear in the docket. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker Alashanata. It's getting kind of late, so I have to wake up too, just like the Tutsoni Gia Korea. I guess he didn't hear me. But Mr. Stevens, thank you for the report. Really, I'm trying to find out, particularly on the natural resources part, on Eastern Agency, there's no mention of the feral horses. Chapters have taken upon themselves to start roundups. I have 3 chapters right now who are working on getting roundups, looking to start roundups again. The issue, of course, is jurisdiction. Some of this does fall into BLM and other jurisdictions, state, private. But, you know, I really, that's a big challenge for us, as you are well aware, is the land status out there. But really, to continue that, you know, that discussion on feral horses is going to be real important. The other issue is in Crown Point, the downtown, old downtown area. It's kind of like a ghost town. It's all, as you're all aware, it's executive order land. And there used to be a KFC there, used to be a bank, it used to be really thriving back in the day. Now it's like a ghost town. And the buildings are there. It's under the jurisdiction of the Bureau. And we need help with the demolition because there's issues with abatement as well. And this further discussion with the chapter, looking at maybe working to get those executive order lands, you know, turned over somehow. With the chapter, working with the chapter Club C and the administration and the officials. But you know, that would be really great to start as a project. But really, you know, that's one of the big things for us in Crown Point is executive order lands, and see how we can work together on that. As far as the FEMO office, thank you for the information and sharing that with us. Being open and transparent about that. You know, just thinking about who has the most to lose out of this whole thing is the Navajo Nation. And, you know, we have trust lands, but also fee lands out there too, around Chaco. So the most allotments belong to the Navajo Nation. So with that, Speaker, I reserve my time. Thank you.
To 2 minutes and 35 seconds reserved for Honorable Freeland. That, we go back to our Regional Director. Stevens, floor is yours on the response.
Thank you, Speaker.
If they're not here, you can pass them.
Okay. We'll start at the top of the list. And some of these, my responses, because some questions, especially about roads and grazing permits, were asked a couple of different times. So either I can repeat my answer or we can cover it with one response. Honorable Delegate Smith about the potholes and the roads getting worse and the issues with that. That really falls under the auspices of transportation, as you know. And as I explained in my initial report, transportation is the most understood area since NDOT has taken a large chunk of the federal highways, well, they've taken all of the federal highways funds and left BIA with what was remaining, which is nothing in comparison. So the best way to understand this, and I apologize, Delegate Charles Newton, for using you as an example, but again, it was an educating moment for all of us when we had that discussion last week in understanding. I had my transportation branch manager there as well, and explaining, and it applies to some of the roads issues that were talked about. That's a BIA route. BIA is responsible. That's not always the case, depending on what the project is, what improvements, what maintenance, what signage, what things need to happen, and which involves, as Honorable Delegate Mr. Ness knows, the RDC's role in that approval of those improvements. So there are many different variables to roads improvement. Just to point the finger and say, well, this is a BIA route, BIA is responsible. That's not always the case. But we have to pick it apart. We have to come together, like Honorable Delegate Charles Newton did, and asking specific questions where we can sit down, we can throw up maps, I can bring my subject matter experts, you can bring yours, we can even buy NDOT. I'd actually suggest that we do that, and then we can all get on the same page and get a better understanding. Then you're able to go back to your communities and explain why it is the way it is. And as I said, it's the most understood process, well, one of the most understood processes with roads, and it's our most critical because it deals with emergency routes, with safety, with the safety of the community, and so forth. So really understand that. Grazing permits. Honorable Delegate Smith, you brought up the grazing permit issue, and those of, I'm sure you all understand the history with grazing permits. There are many. One that's prominent in my mind was the BIA's responsibility in grazing permit and the subsequent litigation that took place, which the BIA lost for overgrazing or not taking control, from what I understand, of how many animals are grazed on specific land that can't sustain that amount of livestock. So I'm committed to not making that mistake again. So we depend heavily on those vegetation studies, which tell us exactly what a piece of land can sustain in terms of sheep units that reflect into they also equate to cattle and horses as well. So we're bound and determined to allow the land to revegetate, to bounce back and to get to a point. I'm also interested in, and I had a meeting with Dr. Chabal, as I referenced before, and we want to talk about it, and it makes sense to me, is those that supplement or corral their animals and feed them hay. I mean, we all see the hay trucks everywhere selling hay, so I'm sure there are a lot that do that. And how does that equate or calculate into that decision? That's going to be the immediate rescue, if you will, to increase those numbers. But how do we enforce that to say, well, who can afford or who has the means to go to Nappy or to down the side of the road and buy hay? But definitely, I think that's something worth discussing. But in terms of the sheep units, it was based on those vegetation studies, and that's public information. I mean, you can request that, and we will provide it of what that study looked like, and we invite you to take part in that. So I'll get into more specifics with grazing permits, and again, our commitment to law enforcement, Honorable Delegate Smith, with allowing those officers in our communities. I'm glad we agree on that, and I think it's something that needs to take place, and I was able to make that adjustment. Honorable Delegate Otto So, talking again about the federal health facility tract, Warrior Drive. We've had conversations on this in the past, and you're saying that the BIA is the landlord because it leases that land to the school. We need to delve deeper into that. I'd really encourage you to again, contact me. I'm not the subject matter expert on it, but I can direct and guide that discussion with those experts. So let's throw up a map and let's get a better understanding. We can do land status, because land status issues are prominent everywhere, not just Eastern Navajo, but throughout, because of the different things that apply, and we can figure out how that happens. The dams issue with flooding in Tuba City, that's another one that we really need to better understand. I have to admit I'm not the expert on that either, but I can get that information for you. But what works best, and I encourage you all, like I said in my opening statement, or my report rather, well, I'm not in court, so it's not an opening statement anyway. It's getting late, right? What I said in my report is, please reach out to me. If you don't have my card, if you never sent me an email before, it has all my contact information. I have more cards here that have my current cell phone number. Please take them. Please call me. Please hold me accountable. But I don't know what I don't know. And hitting it here is one thing. Coming to my office and let's sit down around a table and have that dialogue, I think is what's going to really bring solutions to this.
Stevens?
Yes.
Hold on real quick. There's a point of privilege by Mr. Honorable Otto So.
Did you say you're bringing a suit to us?
A suit?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you.
Unless you want a new Calvin Klein suit. No,
It's one suit a day.
No, no, I'm not. And in response, to clarify, I don't know what part you might have misunderstood, but the BIA really isn't in the practice of suing tribes. It's usually always in reverse. So just a point of clarification on my part. And again, I was just referencing a past litigation that resulted in an overgrazing issue, of which we were held accountable for, which we should be. And I take that. These unauthorized transfers of money within a 638 contract is a violation of Indian self-determination. And I'm not aware of any money being transferred. And if you are, I need the specifics. Because obviously, it's always caught in the annual audit that they're all required to complete. So that doesn't happen. It's illegal for us to take money that was set aside for a specific program and arbitrarily make the decision to move it to a different program. We would end up in federal prison if we did that. So if I need specifics and not vagueness, so maybe we can have an offline conversation, because now I'm obligated to look into it, because you're making some serious allegations that millions of dollars disappeared somewhere and went somewhere else under 638, and that is prohibited by federal law. So please reach out to me. I'll be contacting you if you don't, but I need the specifics because I need to investigate that, because that doesn't happen. And it shouldn't happen. And if it did, it wasn't under the BIA that did that. That's why we go out and we do program monitoring. We do the annual audits. We find findings that same year. Everyone's required to complete it 9 months after the fiscal year for that funding year. And then we make management decisions on on those audit findings. So I'll be in touch to get more information on that. The post-certification with law enforcement, that's not under my purview, but I can certainly be that liaison with OJS on how that happens and why it's not happening, why they're not leaving the academy with post-certification. I don't know if it's an accreditation issue, but allow me to be the conduit with OJS to get the answers that you need. They're the keepers of that fund, and they actually give us the money, and it flows through my awarding official to the tribe, and then we monitor the spending of that money. But as far as the requirements of the criteria for a licensure, for credentials as a law enforcement, that's their issue. But if we need to get some answers if that's not happening with the academy that you have here. And I don't know if you've reached out to OJS already, but we can certainly facilitate that discussion. Honorable Paul Begay brought up, again, issues with the feral horse issue. I know I learned when I got here that tragic situation about the horses dying in the mud before I arrived. And if we need to go out and do a study, I need to gather more information on what's been done to prevent that from happening again. And I can have those conversations, and I will follow up with you to get you those answers. And then identify what improvements have been done to prevent it from happening again. Back to the sheep units with the permits. We work in coalition with Department of Ag, with the Navajo Nation. We also meet regularly with the RDC, and they meet with my natural resources people. And when I'm available, I go with them to get a better understanding and give some direction in getting things completed. But we are moving forward. I just signed, it's been several months where we reissued permits that hadn't been issued, that we publicized in the newspaper and did everything that we're supposed to do, that haven't been issued since the 70s, some older than that. There are issues, and I'm jumping into another question that was asked in another area with the probate piece. There are things that are pending with probate. Again, that's handled by the Navajo Nation, but we certainly want to facilitate that moving forward. I already answered the piece about how long will these limited sheep units be in place. I agree wholeheartedly that it's not, as you referenced, Honorable Paul Begay, that it's not culturally appropriate to minimize that. And that's why I want to get into the dialogue with Dr. Shabala's shop with figuring out the supplements, how we're supplementing feed in these areas so that we can support that moving forward. And then we can work out the bugs with enforcement and how we hold those permittees accountable, because enforcement is a very big issue on how we do that. The earthen dams, I spoke to that already. I'm going to take this information back and meet with my safety of dams people and get a better understanding of all those pieces that are out there. And any of you, not just Honorable Paul Begay, but any of you that don't hear back from me, please reach out to me and to Cheryl Curley, my tribal liaison. We want to keep things on the front burner until we can close them out and you get the information that you need, and we're completing the work that we've done. So please do that. I know annually, the BIA puts hundreds of thousands of dollars towards windmill repair. It's an ongoing issue. Some areas are more problematic than others with vandalism and other things I'm sure you're aware of. Fencing is another. But we literally put hundreds of thousands of dollars a year funding repairs of windmills. So if there's issues that exist out there that we're not reaching or we're not correcting, if it's not a lack of resource issue, we want to be made aware of that. And again, I'll take that back to my team and get some accurate information to you. Honorable Delegate Stewart, I'm not familiar with the Navajo Times article. I would like to read it. Usually letters to the editors aren't verified for accuracy or dollar amounts. You referenced $974,000. I don't know that. I'm going to go back and I'm going to read that article, get a better understanding, and then I'm going to ask some questions on what that's about. I too like to participate when I can with grazing official meetings. I spend most of my time in the field coming to where I'm invited to provide information or direction or leadership to explain the BIA's role, and I still look forward to doing that. So, and I will continue to do that, even though sometimes I'm seen as being absent from my office because I'm busy out in the field doing things. So, but still, that's why I would encourage you all to come get a card so that you have that at your fingertips. We too work closely with Department of Ag, like I said, in those conservation plans. And that's another gray area that's going to be covered in this spring activity that we're planning to bring everybody together. There'll be a strand for grazing officials. I hear from a few grazing officials that come to me with their challenges of being assaulted, of being roughhoused, if you will, for enforcing the rules that they need to follow. But we also on the BIA, the Navajo Nation law carries a lot of weight with the work that we do to support our grazing officials, your grazing officials, as well as the RDC and Department of Ag and everybody that's engaged in that direction. So we are definitely engaged with that. Windmills, again, we'll get deeper into that. If you want to share with me specific locations that we can map out and figure out exactly what needs to be done, we'll jump on that. Feral horses is a touchy subject across the board. Unfortunately, well, fortunately, we received a good chunk of change last year to do roundups and try to get a hold of feral horses, but there are literally tens of thousands of them out there, as you know, and these herds are growing more and more, and they are causing a lot of damage. Unfortunately, that money wasn't used and had to be returned to central office because of decisions made by the nation to not use those funds. And that was unfortunate, but if we need to go and advocate and get additional funding, and if that's something you all want to support and move forward, then we can certainly approach that. As always, I hate to give money back. We'd rather dole it out and get problems solved than give it back. So certainly we can reignite that conversation. Again, enforcement is an issue. We've offered a few $100,000 to award to the nation to hire more rangers to get out there to do enforcement. And we're still working through that, and especially as this new budget year rolls around, that will come to fruition if it's, again, accepted on the other side. Honorable Daniel So had, I don't understand the comment about conflict of interest. Maybe you can explain that to me later. Under the federal government, when you're an heir to an allotment, you actually become an allottee because you have the rights to give consent to what's done on that land. You have a vote. You have a dog in the fight, if you will. So we refer to them as allottees because it would just get confusing if we started naming them something different, because federal law recognizes them as allottees. What you choose to identify them as heirs, that's fine, just as long as we understand each other. When the oil and gas leases are negotiated with individual allottees, the FEMO office provides technical assistance and guidance and seeing that through and making sure that there aren't things put into the lease that shouldn't be and vice versa. So if there are deductions being made, we do a ton of outreach out of the FEMO office. We have Navajo language speakers, which, like Honorable Delegate Eugene So said, we're not all Navajo, me being one. But we make it a point to have Navajo speakers to go out and speak to our allottees through outreach. And outreach is one of the biggest tasks out there at the FEMO office. So we want to guide them through those lease agreements before anything is signed or agreed upon so that they make sure that they're getting their fair deal. BIE schools, Honorable Daniel So mentioned about a gym floor needing repair, others needing demolishing. BIE is a separate funding, but it's a little tricky how it works because BIA signs off on what they spend their money on. I know it's confusing and I'm getting used to that. But nonetheless, we go on because BIE has their own facilities. They report to Dr. Rena Yazi up in Shiprock, and she manages all the facility managers and their crews for all BIE schools. So we report to them and say, hey, you have $21 million sitting on the table for school repair. We need a plan. You got to get this money spent. We guide them through that. They submit the plan to me. I approve it, and then we give them the money, and they do it. So what I'd really encourage you to do, especially for these tribally controlled grant schools, is to elicit the support of Department of Dene Education, who oversees the tribally controlled grant schools, and those school boards that make those decisions, and then encourage them to, because they do have funds sitting there at different locations. So as soon as those roll up, I don't delay on them because I understand the needs, and plus I'm kind of have a passion for students and helping them to get what they need to be successful academically. So that's how that part works. For demolishing, and we're having that follow-up meeting that was referenced a couple of times on O&M. That too is handled by DFMC, and we're inviting them to the meeting on the 10th to talk and explain about how that sum of squares that I talked about at the NABI meeting, on how O&M is calculated. And we're inviting them to join us at that meeting to go through their piece, because that's what they handle. They also handle the funds for demolishing. We're working with the Shiprock chapter, Mr. Chiliazzi, on moving some things forward with making those requests, advocating on their behalf to get federal dollars that are set aside for demolishing buildings, to get them demolished, abated and demolished. We're also doing some things in Tuba City, working with the healthcare corporation up there, and just engage with where these pieces are. And again, advocating, because they're the keepers of that pot of money for demolishing old structures. And I'm with you 100% with cleaning up our communities, including Crown Point that was referenced before, with the old KFC and those other areas that we've talked about. Appreciate your support with the RMPA work that we're doing. We've kind of taken a pause with that, but with BLM, but we're partnering. As I said, we're a cooperating agency with them, and I think we're making headway. They've really embraced BIE to be a part of that discussion, and that's something new for me, but it's definitely welcome. Honorable Kiel and Begay, I'll put that February 19th meeting on my calendar, and I'll get my team up there to be of whatever help we can be to provide information. I probably need some more information on the resolution that you spoke about. And then again, back to the sheep units, I've already, I think, explained that. NTUA, we're talking about right-of-way issues, and this comes back to the whole NEPA process that I referenced earlier about expediting that, streamlining it, getting it through quicker. A lot depends on that, and we're well on our way. And we're working with Vita Becker and others at NTUA to move those projects forward. And some documents were received. I'll double check on that, and we're very close to crossing the finish line on those pieces. Same with the right-of-way piece, because a lot of the right-of-way work depends on the NEPA process. And if we can streamline this, we can get to this point quicker, and we can make those approvals move forward. HIP, there was a Honorable Delegate Kelby about HIP. He asked what can you do to request funding or additional resources, and we certainly welcome that. And kind of the language that comes out of any federal employee's mouth is that we can't lobby Congress, but you certainly can, and that's really where it lies. We just spend every dime as efficiently as we can with what we're received, and that's a central office decision that says this is your chunk of change that you have for HIP. I know when I was in central office, oftentimes that would be set for zeroing out because we knew Congress would restore it. So it was one of those things that we were able to get additional resources, but I'm not familiar with where that stands now from the central office. We just efficiently use the resources that we get for that. So any help with any funding line item, I'd appreciate the tribe's involvement with their congressional delegates. Same with road maintenance and the funding that goes with that. School quarters. Quarters is managed a little bit differently. I don't know if you know this or not, but maintenance and repair of government housing, it's not a line item in the budget. It is all covered with rental receipts. That's the rent that people pay to live there. Goes into an account and then is used to make those repairs. That's why we're in the condition that we are with a lot of our quarters. So again, any assistance with getting a line item in there would be great. Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, with the accolades. I know that little section, we have to talk about that because we figured some things out, because that's actually another entrance or exit into the community. So we need to figure that. I have some information to share with you on that we can talk about. The meeting on Friday, I won't be able to be there because I have to go meet with BLM in Santa Fe, but I'm sending a team to be there, and they're going to keep me informed, and then so we'll keep that work moving. The letters to leadership, absolutely. Anything that we put in writing, any document or report or anything we produce is always FOIA-able. I don't necessarily like to go the official route. If you are missing something or need information, just get a hold of me and we'll do our best to get that to you. Delegate Vince James, we're going to skip. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, there he is. I apologize, sir.
You have to be sitting in your seat.
Oh. A lot of issues with roads. I'm going to take these route numbers back and we're going to figure that out. The same response applies to what I talked about of what's BIA, what's Navajo, but let's figure this out and hold whoever. If it's us that are accountable for it, let's hold us accountable. If it's another entity like NDOT, let's come together and figure out how we're going to make those repairs happen. You also wanted to see the vegetation study. Absolutely, we can share that information. You had a question about the 638 contract for public safety. I need more details on that. Take my card, give me a call, send me an email, let's talk about that. And I can be your advocate with, again, OJS that provides those fundings for those public safety contracts. And I have it in with OJS. My wife works there, so maybe she can help me. Feral horses, kind of the same answer, ongoing issue for us. The cooperative landscape plan and probate, different variables apply to that. Ms. Curley here is taking notes for me, so we're going to gather that information and we'll get it right back to you, explaining those pieces. Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay, again, those wells issues, kind of the same answer applies with not just the resources that we commit to it, but which ones are we missing and how do we do that. As far as transferring a well, it's going to depend a lot on the land status. So I'll get my realty team assessing that so we can get you the answers to identify what type of land it is and then what our options are to do with that land if it's no longer being used for that purpose. So I can get that to you. But I need the details of the location and different things. So if you can send me an email or Cheryl an email with those details, I can gather that information for you. Again, the permits, transferring permits. We learned in this NEPA activity that it's not all federal actions require NEPA if it's a transfer. And we just learned that. I mean, we knew it existed, but we were taking the long road around. And that's part of that streamlining. So we'll look at those transfers. And we're already pulling a team together Wednesday to meet to discuss how BIA is going to do business differently to get those things processed quicker after our training that we had. I know I'm getting and long-winded here. The February 10th judicial meeting, I will be there and again, bringing DFMC to provide their knowledge to the table and answer any questions. And they're going to figure out those operating costs that I've talked about, all the O&M of operation and maintenance, and how they figure that out, and what's doable and what's not doable. Honorable Delegate Eugene So, again, windmills, already answered that. Grazing committee, what 167 says and what applies, it carries a lot of weight for us with what we do and what we follow. We're in constant, we have a pretty good working relationship, I believe, with not only the RDC, but Dr. Shabala's shop and everybody that's involved with that side of things. I went to a meeting, I think it was in Crown Point, about the drought insurance part. No, it wasn't. It was in Shiprock. And we talked a lot about that. But again, Cheryl will follow up and touch base with you or whoever you direct her to. Let's get the details and we'll get you that information.
There? There?
No, oh, sorry. No, sir. Honorable Delegate Alona, NIP O&M is a significant issue. I read the document that you provided me earlier during the break, the resolution. We've suggested to NIP because their operation and maintenance costs are exceeding what the contract identifies by about $4 million. So we can't just go back and modify the contract and say, okay, because you're short $4 million, we're going to just find $4 million and give it to you. That, again, is additional appropriations that needs to roll down, but we can talk more details about that. But there are other solutions because Indian irrigation programs across the country actually bill water users for the water that they use. That's another way of raising funds. It could or could not work with this because they would be billing themselves because they use the water. So it's a touchy issue, but it needs to be resolved because, you know, we can't let what work needs to be done or that has been done fall by the wayside. So we'll talk more about that. The Tallahatchie Bridge replacement got my attention. Well, all of it gets my attention, but that kind of light bulb went on. I got to figure out if there was money set aside, what happened to the project, who has the money, all that. And I'll get that information from my roads engineer. Honorable Mark Freeland. Natural resource at Eastern Navajo. Oh, I want to reference that. In the table of contents, Eastern Navajo has their own section. So if you look, I can't remember, page 28? Okay. Something like that, but they have their own section that covers all their pieces. Their own natural resources, their own probate, all that. So it's a set aside in this book. 29. So read through that, and if you have any questions, you know how to get a hold of me. Text, email, phone call, everything, all of the above. Again, feral horses is the issue there as well. The downtown demolition I already talked about. Executive lands, or executive order lands, hot topic. I'm dealing with Wingate and a bunch of other places where we're figuring this out and digging through the records that we do. And then, like you referenced, FEMO office and getting technical assistance and outreach to them is a priority for that office. And that's all I have, Speaker. Thank you.
That. We good? We want to go to reserve time. Autozo. Vice Chair Smith. Hey, you're going back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I know we're all tired, but thank you, Mr. Stevens. My question is down in Hatatzil. they're asking a specific question, and I hope they're watching. They're wanting to know what's going on with that bridge. It's holding up their animal sales. They have to drive several miles around to come back to the sale barn and vice versa. And the bridge is at a standstill. So they're wanting to find out if that's going to continue, when the project's going to be done, and what's the holdup. Specifically, the 14R ranchers, they have that Navajo beef program. So that's one of the questions that I want to ask, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Come on down. Honorable Otto, 35 seconds.
All right. The issue that I was raising in Tuba City is particularly in secretarial order lands, where the earthen dams are within those areas. They're solely in your jurisdiction. They're secretarial order land. They're not on travel trust land. If it was travel trust land, Tarek shop would be able to take care of it. The other is the contract on the Tuba City road striping, BIA maintenance. You guys.
Madam Chair, 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Raise it up. Honorable James, 32 seconds.
Thank you, Chinale. Again, in regards to Honorable Raymond Smith, Steamboat Bridge, Kitlichi Bridge. Thanks for the reminder, Raymond. So if I can have a feedback so I can provide the information to the constituents during the chapter meeting. Thank you. You can have.
Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Brigade, 32 seconds. One. Honorable Elmer Brigade, waves it off. Honorable Freeland's up next. 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. What up, Mr. Stevens? Real quick question. What are your thoughts on carbon credits? I want to yield the rest of my time to my brother, Keelan McGay. Thank you.
Keelan McGay, 26 seconds. Oh, I mean 2 minutes and 22 seconds. 26 seconds. Sorry, Shay. 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
Mr. Brother, Mr. Freeland. I just forwarded the email regarding the 860 meeting and also the resolution that I was talking about. So I gave it to Ms. Curley. I mean, I know I wasn't really saying to lobby, but I guess the recommendation specifically how, I would guess this is going back to the Tribal Interior Budget Council. I know there's a listing where we participated in prioritizing of the travel allocations. Obviously, the nation was outnumbered in the social service area, and I think it was housing. I think we came in number 4 with the public safety. Navajo had public safety as number 1, but as an overall, it became a number 4. But transportation, the other area that I would ask, being on RDC, I missed the first Tribal Interior Budget Council Transportation Subcommittee. And I guess my recommendation is how we need to continue to push for additional funding for the funding allocation that the Navajo Nation receives on an annual basis, which is only about 52 or 54 millions per year. But justifying
That, including the maintenance, road maintenance funding. I believe the northern tribe, with Mr. Gishi, they're trying to allocate additional funding to the road maintenance. How will that affect the overall funding allocation that the Navajo Nation receives of the 54 million? And as you know, 54 million doesn't go far. We got one a road going through Noslini right now, M27. So once that's done, I think they're going to Saley Wheatfield. And then after that, I'm hoping it's 84 in mini farms. So those are some areas that I believe that why we want doing one road at a time, but more multiple doing road construction is not an issue. Any other speakers?
Hey, that. Everybody else on the board, no one with reserved time. Let me go back to Mr. Stevens.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, Honorable Speaker. Delegate Smith, the bridge project, I didn't catch the name of the community. Let's see. Sanders, Chambers, Navajo. Thank you. I will go back and get some information, find out. You said it's stalled or wondering where that's at. So let me, I gotta go ask some questions. Rich. Honorable Delegate So, with the striping, again, it comes back down to my conversation about just because it's a BIA route doesn't mean that's what it is, but we'll figure that out. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Delegate Vince James, got the names of the bridges, same applies. Let me get some information and we'll follow up with you. Honorable Delegate Mark Freeland with carbon credits. We are 100% supporting carbon credits, but let me explain. It's been a while. We met with Dr. Shabala's shop, I want to say a year ago. It's been a long time. Okay, last quarter. And they brought forward that they needed a letter from BIA saying it was okay. So I told them, well, write me a letter and then I'll respond to the letter with the document that you need. We have not received the letter. But we met with them again and I told them, we've researched this already. We got ahead of the letter. And we have a draft ready to go, just waiting for them to ask for it. That says that essentially BIA doesn't have to approve carbon credits because precedent has been set at another BIA region. Yep. So we're ready to go with that. So yeah, just waiting. I did get your email, Honorable Delegate Keelan Begay. Yeah, the 2022 formulation, we've been meeting with Cordell Shorty and his group and getting that finalized. The due date is that we have to submit. Our due date has passed, but we have to submit it to central office by February 3rd. So that's gone forward. The subcommittees with transportation, with TTP funding and how that all works, that's federal highways. So, we're working right alongside with Leroy Gishi's shop and again, using whatever dime we can get, but through TIBIC, which we'll be at again here real soon, we can bring that issue again forward to the larger group. And realistically, it's unfortunate, but there are so many tribes, and when everybody's chiming in, sometimes specific tribal priorities don't always make it, or I don't know actually how TIBIC weighs them and rates them and how they come up with the top 10. That's all I have, Speaker. Thank you.
That. See anybody else on the board? No one with reserved time? That. Once, twice, 3 times. Go to board on accepting the report from Mr. Stevens and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Motion by Honorable Otto So, second by Honorable Gay.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, we're voting.
I just want to express my
Your plan?
appreciation for you all with getting me moved up on the agenda. We always have critical, I believe, critical and valuable information to share, so I appreciate the opportunity to be able to report to you. Thanks.
Elmer Begay. Honorable James. That's it. Honorable James. That, going once, going twice, going 3 times, lock it down.
14 to 0.
14 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting, Speaker not voting. Thank you, Ms. Stevens, for that report. That, moving on down. Receiving a report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. Is there a motion? Motion by Honorable Stewart, second by Honorable Freeland.
Oh, yeah, good evening. Yeah, thank you for being here with us this evening. Yeah, she ya to Anjane she. To hatch in the AI is the other she ya ho. Tapa henschling can ya ani bashes chin to the genie dash a che ado ya tapa head dash another. I would like to introduce also my our staff that's here with me. On this side is Raquel Chi. She's the acting administrator of courts that's sitting here, and she would be able to answer questions. And then also on my left-hand side is Sharon Watchman. She's a director for the Human Resources Department. What I wanted to say at this time was thank you. I want to thank everyone that's still here with us. Yeah, thank you. I want to also thank everyone that is here. I want to thank the 24th delegates, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, also President Jonathan Nez and Vice President Leiser. I want to just clarify that today when Mr. President and Mr. Vice President came in, that when the subject came up, that it may be something that the judicial branch should not be hearing about, so I left. And so I just wanted to say that there was no disrespect to any of the members sitting here or also to the president and the vice president. And I just wanted to make that clear right now. And so, you know, sometimes we have to make those decisions in regards to making sure that we're independent in this check and balances system that we have here. So I just wanted to say that, make that clear up front. Wanted to also say that we have our Navajo Nation Judicial Branch first quarterly report. And I wanted to say that there is a lot of information in here. The way we get this together is all of the employees, all of the districts out there, they get together and they put what they want to have you listen to, or they want to put together what they believe is their best. It's not all of what they do, but they want to share what's in here with you. And so I wanted to say that because there's a lot of information in here. There is a lot, and it's only a part of what we do. So I want to thank the employees. Some may be listening to us on Facebook or on YouTube who are still with us tonight. And so I wanted to say that, yeah, thank you for all of your work, all the employees. Then I wanted to also thank my family that's been here all day. Shema, Dorothy Bitsili, she's been here all day. She got here about 9:30, and so, yeah, Shema. Anyway, she's been here. She's someone that I want to, be like her. She's strong. They still have to drive 30 miles. Once they get off the highway, they have 3 miles of dirt road. And part of that is clay. And so you know what clay is all about. Clay, you're going to sink. Or if it's not frozen, maybe, you can be lucky. If it's frozen, then you don't have to, get down into the clay. So I wanted to say that right off right away. Wanted to thank you very, very much. We have 3 new judges. Yay! We have 3 new judges. One of the goals that the judicial branch has always had was getting judges. Even though we got 3 new judges, we still have 7 more vacancies. So our job is not over. Our job is always ongoing. Today I talked with some students that were here in the council session, but I met them down outside of here, and they are at Diné College. And so, we're going to be talking to them, but just made that contact today, so wanted to bring that out. Also wanted to let you know that after 10 years, we now have a candidate for Associate Justice. And after 10 years, I believe that process and legislation is on this session, and that's what I will say about that. I also wanted to thank all of those that have helped through the years. When you take a look at the judicial branch, you can see that we have expanded. We have outgrown our facilities. Now, there's about 3 of them that are still out there that are bigger, according to the Department of Justice, saying that they're bigger than what we needed. But we have outgrown our facilities, all of them. Window Rock, Alamo, Shiprock, Rama, all of them. We have a lot of numbers, but yet we haven't expanded. And I wanted to bring that out. Through the years, we have had an expansion. We have had more cases with less judges. With, again, like I said, in the last 10 years, we've only had a 2-panel for the Supreme Court. And so we are grateful. Yeah, thank you very much for helping us, council. And for the last 2 years, the first year, we were very lucky for the Budget and Finance Committee, and then also Law and Order Committee. And then for the council, the 23rd council, they allocated us $1 million more than we had. Last year, we were able to get $550,000 more. So thank you, Ahiya, for that too. We have grown our cases. If you look at them from, say, last quarter to this quarter, we're pretty much the same. We're like at 20,000 cases that we have. So when you take a look at that, we have about 6% of our Diné people have gone through and either had a case, maybe they've had multiple cases, but there are that many that are out there that we have as our brothers and our sisters out there that need that service. I also want to thank out there the probation department. We want to thank the other parts of the executive branch, social services, the Department of Justice, the Department of Corrections, all of these other Department of Behavioral Health. All of us have been working together so that we can be successful. And I wanted to bring that out because I think that as we work on a day-to-day level, sometimes we forget who are the people that we work with. We work with you here. Wanted to mention also at this time our oversight committee. Our oversight committee is very, very essential in what we do with the judicial branch. We have delegates. We have Madam Chair Charles Newton, who has been very instrumental. We have Vice Chair Otoso, Delegate Heha. Thank you for teaching us and helping us, guide us through this. We also have Delegate Eugene So, Heha, Shija, Ado Shitsila, Delegate Vince James, Heha, Ado Eyan Shitsila, Alto Edmund Yazi. He's also on the Law and Order Committee. And then also want to thank our 23rd Council Law and Order Committee. They helped us a lot too. They helped me in my first year that I was here. So with that, members of the 24th Council, and then also Mr. President and Vice President, Speaker, and all of us that are here today, thank you very much for helping us. One of the items that I wanted to cover tonight was the independence of the judicial branch. What that means is having no political activity that we have as a judicial branch. We are very, very strict on that. And that's why today, you saw today when I left, and it was also Legislative Council also came over to me very kindly and said, I think we might be getting into an area that might be bordering on maybe some information that the judicial branch may not want to be in on at the moment. So I know that the branches are helping us maintain that independence, and that's what we want to do. We want to always keep that so that people, when they come to the court system, they're going to know that when a judge is making their decision and when the Supreme Court is making their decision, that it's going to be impartial, and that we stay away from any political interference. And that's not to say that there has been anything. All that I'm saying is that we keep that very sacred, and we want to just acknowledge that and thank the council also, and then the president's office for maintaining those branches being separate. So just wanted to say that. Right now, what I will do really quickly is turn the time over to human resources. Human resources are a central part in what we do because, again, we have 7 vacancies for judges. We still have that. And so I just wanted to give a few minutes to Sharon. And then also after that, very quickly, wanted to talk about our budget, and then also what we need in 2021. Because we need as much money that we can. We all know that we have less money coming in. But when we take a look at the numbers, and when the branches are leaving unspent money, we wonder, well, we could have used that, or we would like to have that. But I understand that we're going to have less monies. But in any event, so here's Sharon.
Thank you, Madam Chief Justice. Good evening, members of the Navajo Nation Council, guests, audience, and staff from all three branches. We have 3 new judges that were confirmed by council a month ago. The associate justice is on the council's agenda, and we have 4 more applicants that are in various stages of completing their applications. So hopefully by spring session, we'll have 4 more applicants. If not, we'll have more during the summer session. And we're also going to, one of the drawbacks is housing. Housing is really critical. There's not very many houses. As you may be aware, Navajo Housing Authority has what's called essential housing, and unfortunately the judges aren't on there. Just the by statute, congressional law, only the police officers get a house. So we're going to work with NHA to see if we could get some housing designated for the judges in each of the communities. The vacancies are in Rama, Crown Point, Pueblo Pintado, 1 more in Window Rock, Zizlagene, which is also known as Pinon, Tuba City, and 1 in Shiprock. So housing not only for our families and our community members, but also for our judges that we would like, that we're anticipating on recruiting and president selecting, and you're confirming them. So we're busy working on that as part of the recruitment. We're also not only abiding by the NPEA in recruitment and selection, we're also working with law schools in the area, and all of the law schools that where we have a high number of Native students, we're working with them as well. And we also have Diné College that has the law advocate program, because the district judges are required to have an AA degree. The justices are required to have a BA minimum. The preferred is for all the judges is to have a law degree. So we're working with the Diné College in their advocate program, and as part of our recruitment and selection. So I just want to touch a little bit on the highlights of recruitment and selection, and that we will have more recommendations forwarded to President and then on to Council. Madam Chair, or Madam Chief Justice.
Good evening. Thank you, Sharon, and thank you, Chief Justice. Good evening, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. I'm Raquel Chi, and I'm the Acting Administrative Director of the courts. And I wanted to report to you all the status of our grants and about the corrective action plan that the Navajo Nation is currently under. Currently, the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch has 6 federal grants from the United States Department of Justice. And all of these 6 grants are in a hold status. The funds have been frozen and are on hold for all 6 of these grants. And we also have 1 pending grant for 2019 that is also in the same situation. This prohibits us from performing any of the grant activities or accomplishing any of the grant deliverables, goals, and objectives that we outlined when we requested for the funding. As far as I know and have been updated, the corrective action plan report was to go in on time from the Navajo Nation to the US DOJ regarding the 2015 audit of our correctional facilities. So that report, we have been, in the last calendar year, we've been on time with our reports. And just note that Navajo Nation, the branch, the judicial branch, just submits their portion of the updates to that corrective action plan. So we've got some sprinkled within that plan, but the brunt of the findings are being taken care of by the Department of Corrections. So In the back of our report, you will see the total amount of grant funds that we have that are frozen. So there were some references to a report, the financial reports, where there were dollars that were that were on hold. Our 6 grants are among that list of funds that we aren't able to access at this point.
We have 2 minutes. You going through?
One of the duties also for the judicial branch is education, to give education out to the public. One of those initiatives, some of those initiatives are going to be coming up in April, and those are Justice Days. And basically, those are Justice Days that are held at each of the courts. What I wanted to also bring up is that because of the less amount of funds that we're going to have coming up for the 2021 budget, it is really important for, at least in our mind, the judicial branch to be efficient and to make the best use that we can with our funds. And one of those is my observation in 2018 was that we would be sending our judges off the reservation. We would be sending them to the National Judicial College or to some other outside off the reservation area. And judges have to have 14 hours of training every year. And so in 2018, what I did was we collaborated within our judicial branch so that all 14 credit hours, the judges were able to get on the reservation here, and they got them all from our own Navajo legal experts. So those are initiatives that we can do. And so we want to continue doing that and one of the collaboration was with the Diné College, with their College of Law. There was talk with them about, can you provide some training for our judges?
Hey, that colleagues, we do have a motion. Honorable Stewart, second by Honorable Freeland. We're aboard. We can't all be gay.
Good evening, Shada, Madam Chief Justice, Sharon, Swatchman Adams, Chief. 2-3 areas. There's a legislation still pending, that business court. I want to continue to encourage the council to continue looking, although maybe with the help of the judicial branch. It's not really, it may not be called business court, but more maybe a specialized court because the nation is talking about economic development, although all these litigation that comes up, a lot of time when the nation is being asked to go into contract, they waive their limited sovereignty just so that outside court are being utilized. Earlier, you've heard the president saying that the notion during the time for the building to be utilized, we're talking about having our Navajo people going off the reservation to attend federal court hearings. Any county court hearings. In certain areas, maybe they could travel to the Navajo Nation I get that court hearing that now. It's just so that Navajo people don't have to travel too far. Johodat heki bohot chehaisens a coco hit alaben hat hit alaben da a codik at obese of Bahanten, the obese otten, oh no, a hit ala eight and then Diniki judicial branch kitchen chores, Indolese, Johuins, Nikit, a call Ebebe Nashatika. If with the nation is able to say that, well, we have a court system over here, we don't need to waiver our sovereignty. I still would like to push the specialized court or business court, and I still want to sit back down with your court solicitor. But the other area, what we've been pushing, and I'm sure the Law and Order Committee has been doing this as well. We're trying to push to have, the last Law and Order Committee, we try to push to have prosecutors at each of the district, public defender at each of the district, staff attorneys at each of the district. How much is it? Halane lae kodo biga beso inil ko judges that niniki ko hashne la so kodo nlede de kwidshi bahatasi zito an hikodo kwidshi bahanasi, because right now currently your whole budget, almost 100% of it is general fund. How is the judicial branch is looking more for other avenue of funding? Could any of these personnel could be utilized to establish a 638 contract? That the north behatasi zin do hohot and hit nida or base of it need well, I can hear you guys saying that, well, we have no choice but to start letting go a lot of these essential staff. But 638 contract. Could judges be on 638 contract? Could prosecutors be on a 638 contract? Could staff attorneys be on 638 contract, and so on? So maybe up to the next council session, maybe provide us a report. What will be the general budget for one district court if we're going to go into the 638 contract? Speaker.
Okay. Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Shadido, Ado Shirando, Ado Michelle. JD Nash Hans, 42 buses, sit down in this tree, ask you this another. My question is, I've been thinking about this for a while. I don't know how to put it in words, and I don't know how to question it, but it's going to be relating to the net fundamental law. So I've been asking your judges in Zindagi about the fundamental law, how much they know about it, how to use it. You have a peacemaking courts which deals with the net fundamental law. If you read the net fundamental law, in there it states that this government that we're operating under a three-branch government, which is executive, judicial, and also legislative. The fourth one, so on there is national security. So you're under under your branch. You call yourself the So what does that mean? Like right now, you're talking about a Bogart of it out on the day. shield in a gate early. Around the equator, a spear or lens, a tempest on, around the equator, a arrow, araquajo, bow gate, teen at early. I would add the height. Today, looking at there's a legislation coming up which is pertaining to Supreme Court Justice. I'm not against women's right or any gender. I'm looking at the fundamental law. You can ask maybe we can ask your Attorney General, Khalid Kwake, Sha Akwake na Gedo Aranda, na Gage do Aranda, Hashkaj na Ako Khalid that Nesbin and Kaya Lachil Netla, Khalid Ne, Jot not Edo Lisan, Johnson the Bansas Kisiko. I said not that Kidosh Khalid so they Bansas Kisiko. Job you the Bukats, it's a national security. Deacon told Lisan, Akabas and Epigedo Nine, Jot Aya Bansas Kisiko. Khilab Nabador Kitlan so today. Khalid Kolan order passed the Yila. Hado does Hadid el Eid and some Kaki. Ebansas Kisiko. Khalid Khila Nabador Kitla has Anige. I'm talking about the fundamental law. That description. I don't have it. Khalid it says in Khalid we can go back and review that Khila. I know that I was talking to Roman Bitsui about it. Khalid he's coordinator for peacemaking court. Khalid Erdogan Soya Osh, Shadeto, Ade when a son gig he opened that Hiddish Kito, maybe hard not tonight. John Bayelki, that maybe we could look back into that. Maybe it's time to look back into the federal law. The Yagi idea that need so yes. Again, hear that it's Title 1 in Cuba has on it that need so yes, the G the bedding need a call. They open night this kid on this call. Kodoya, I Banses case today. Halin out now to this kid or your snun. No, you never get to sleep that Allah clean that day that's tweak. It out the dance on the Banses case. Ede Yako, a cat, he's from the sun geek of Winston.
That moving on down on Auto so.
Yeah, Speaker, I know I did, Madam Chief Justice, yeah, I don't report, I don't go ahead has Anje, da Inish has Anje, Panayaki. Understand that we do have a few judges that are that were appointed and confirmed, and we have 7 more judges left, and I'm sure you're not getting applicants left and right every day. And is this a time that we start looking at contract judges to start filling those vacancies that until such things occur, such as a person applies? And the contract judge could be issued on a contract base, maybe just to hear some of the cases that really need attention, or to help a certain judicial district catch up, because you have your lists running log every day. Every day somebody's filing something. Every day somebody's filing a motion or restraining order or whatever. And AD Gibash now. Is this the time that we as leadership need to amend laws so that we can insert the provision of allowing contract judges on Navajo so that these judges could help with the judicial system out there, and particularly the families every day. You know, the other is that we have a, I think, one temporary or small judicial district, or it's not even a judicial district, that's only open one day a week or whatever. Do we need to re-look at that district to make sure that maybe we need to close it so that we can redirect those dollars and redirect it maybe into Crown Point or redirect it to here, Window Rock? And the place that I'm getting to is Pueblo Potato. And what is it costing the judicial district on operation, administration, O&M, the yearly cost? Is the amount of cases that are going through that very office? Is it good business right now? You know, if the case loads are high and we only have a judge that gets there one time a week, you need to get another judge out there to service another day, not just one time a week. I know the Pinion, I'm not too sure what the numbers are, but Pinion is another area that's in the same scenario. I'm not too sure how many days a week it's open. If we get a traveling judge, a contract judge particularly, so that they can help the judges across Navajo on these cases. Onsen, the Title 7 you can issue the contract and hire that judge on immediately. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 30 seconds on the bottle. So, that moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, floor is yours.
Speaker Jamin. I just want to point out, I remember one time my brother Rick Nez was sick, and I remember looking at him, and he sat through the entire proceedings that we had at that time. So I'm not feeling well right now, but I think he's kind of pushing us to be better, and he's always encouraging us. So I'm trying to get through the night so I can say that I was once sick just like Rick, and I made it through, so everybody is good. So if you're sick, you can make it through. So I just want to point that out. I'm trying to stay awake here. So I apologize, colleagues, if I'm not at my 100%. You mentioned that there are a couple of grants that you're not receiving, and you said it's at the end of the report. Can you point out which grants that are currently halted, and can you tell us why they're on hold? One. Two is, I know there's been comments about how Law and Order Committee has had the chance to make recommendations or to move legislation forward regarding the judges, but in actuality, Law and Order Committee is not part of the selection process. I just want to make that clear to my colleagues and those who are still watching us. The Law and Order Committee was removed from the process during 23rd, and we were not aware of any of the judges until I came before Navi Kiyatke. we were not sent a notification or a heads up to say that these judges would be going through the process and they were selected. So we have no, we're not a part of that selection process, so I just want to make that clear to everyone. And this is also in regards to the associate judge position, which we learned about actually when the legislation was dropped. Again, we were not given a heads up about Tina Sinajini applying to be the associate justice. We didn't learn about it until the legislation passed, or was actually up for the 5-day comment period. So I just want to make that clear right now to my colleagues, and again, those who are watching on the World Wide Web. I really wish that, I guess maybe we have to look at the process again, and looking at the federal, the process, the executive makes a decision and it goes through to the legislative branch who does the confirmation. So perhaps, we need to look at the selection of judges once again so that we can try to determine how this process should work, but more importantly, how we can work together to select the best judges out there. I know that we are short on the amount of judges that we currently have, and we made it clear to Judicial that we are here to assist them in anything that they need to try to make this selection process easy, but also to try to help them to recruit as well. So I just want to make that clear, colleagues. I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Show time at 1 minute, 20 seconds. Going on down, Honorable James.
Ikia Shinale, Ado Dan Shade, Aden Hitlasen Clay, Oko Kodo Shinata, Notleniki, Kodo Hitlanas Tani. Motion does it is schlicht to seize the bait. Ado Nache, Kodo Ndata Kidigi, to see if it's okay that Chief Justice James responds back in email to your questions. With any of the council sessions, with all these written reports that we receive, we never put it on record to approve those reports that we receive as written. Debate and then vote on this, move on to the other written reports. In this case, thank you. I make that motion. Now the Speaker sees debate.
What is it? 2/3 of the delegate? 2/3 of the ones voting, so how many is that? 14 out of 14. Honorable James, I recognize your cease debate. With that, and knowing that you would have to get 2/3 vote of the voting members on the floor. Since we have 14 members on the floor, that means you had to get 10 votes in order to cease debate. So a motion to cease debate by Honorable James. Is there a second? Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Non-debatable. Go to board. Yeah, but it'll get a response from Chief Justice. Is that correct, Chief Justice? Respond to them if this does pass? You would respond back to them in writing? Okay. Ten votes. Mills, Karate, Walker, Wanika, Yazi, Yellowman, Bel Air. Inyo, Brown, Slater. That, going once, going twice, going 3 times, lock it down.
14 to 0.
14 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. That motion carries on the cease debate. Back on the board on accepting the report.
To accept what? What was it? Oh, motion to accept the report?
Yes.
Chief Justice? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, that going once, going twice, going 3 times. Lock it down.
14 to 0.
14 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. For the record, we have the sheriff in the house. Devin. Northwest side. Sitting at burning the midnight oil at 10 p.m. Time now is 9:56. Chairman So. One coming up here. Chairman So.
Members of the Navajo Nation Council, so on to the table is to receive the report from the Honorable Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Raymond Smith.
You're going to do a motion for the report?
Thank you, Pro Temp. Honorable Speaker. With all due respect, I'd like to just make a motion to accept the written report and maybe go to the next report, if all possible. That's my motion.
Thank you, Cecilia. Speaker Pro Tem will recognize that motion, and then with the second coming from my chair, Honorable Vince James. Anybody on the board? No? Going once, twice, 3 times? Go to the board. How does the speaker vote? Speaker votes green.
Can I say just one thing?
Oh, yeah, sure, go ahead. You're the speaker.
Colleagues of the 24th Nomination Council, I really want to just refer on page 5 real quick. This coming Friday is a kickoff for the Navajo Nation Council working together with Pisti Fuels and Intech and NECA to distribute coal to each one of the chapters within your region. Working with Melinda, that coal delivery is going to start on Friday. Those first 24 chapters that you worked and gave that listing to Melinda, those chapters are getting delivered this Friday. So that did go out in an email. I just want to make sure that your chapters are aware of that and making sure that that's something that's a priority. It would be delivering anywhere between 24 to 27 tons of coal to the chapters. And in that email, the chapters are notified that NECA will be providing some of those coal bags, but the chapters are notified to help assist in that cost too, to help get some coal bags for the elders. Specifically, it's for the individuals, low-income families, or the elders that cannot make it out to all the way out there to Navajo mine or intake mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. We go down the line, Eugene So, Herman Daniels, Thomas Walker Jr., Edison Wanika, Amber Crotty, Carl Slater, Edwin Yazzie, Jimmy Yellowhair, Jamie Hainyo, Nathaniel Brown.
Point of privilege?
Okay, we'll lock her down.
Point of privilege?
What's that? Point of privilege, Ms. She hasn't, Ms. Eugenia Charles Newton.
I just want to mention that the Law and Order Committee report is not part of the official report that has been submitted. We all received a copy of the report. We received a copy of an email that indicated that the Law and Order Committee report was not included in this. So I just want to make that point and let people know that we do have a report that it was submitted, but it just was not included in the publication. Thank you.
That will be noted. It must have come by slow mail. Okay, thank you. The vote is 14 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair Pro Tem not voting. The views are a little different from up here. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, moving on down on our agenda, we do have Office of the Controller. You here? Yeah. Right there. Office of the Controller, do you have a report? Vice Chair James.
There you go. I'd like to make a motion to accept the financial receiving report as written. We did all receive the written report from my sister, Perlina Kirk. So I'd like to make that motion.
Motion to receive the financial report from the controller as written. Motion by Honorable James, second by Honorable Eugene Zoe. That. Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, I was going to ask if we could, if I could make a motion to Also, to move the oral reports to tomorrow morning?
Oral reports?
Yeah.
After we do this, I'll come back to you, and all you have to do is request before we go into recess that we start off with oral reports tomorrow morning.
All right, because I really would like to hear
That would have to
I would-
pass.
I would like to hear the 4.
We would have to take a vote on that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay? That? What? Nobody else on the board? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, go to board, accept the controller's report as a written report.